Okay, there we go. I believe everything is working now on my end. Yeah, I think it's good. I think we're good. I think we're live. I'm so sorry for being slow and getting ready. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted to have this conversation because I wanted to talk to someone who is very like pro AI, because I pretty much never talk to like super pro AI people because my circles are generally very anti AI, the artist types, you know. And I've been thinking a lot about this. And oh, sorry, my stream cannot hear you. That was my bad. Okay, now you should be able to hear everyone. So I've been thinking a lot about this, and I wanted to talk to someone who's pro AI just to kind of like, I don't know, if anything, just sharpen my own opinions, right? And yeah, so yeah, well, why don't you just introduce yourself, Sherveen? Like, who are you? What do you do?
Sure.
Shortly.
My name is Sherveen. I am a startup founder and very small dollar angel investor. Most relevant right now, also, I do a lot of AI instruction and consulting and coaching. So the moment GPT 3.5, I think, came out, I think I was part of a class of people in tech that realized very quickly that stuff that we're experiencing now in 2026 was going to come very, very fast. And so, in addition to kind of like my startup and transitioning my startup to be more AI oriented, and we do stuff in career services for folks inside of tech, it was also really interesting to me from a work augmentation perspective. So I work, it's very like non consulting, as in it's very practical with individuals or executives who want to not necessarily like be AI native necessarily tomorrow, but they want to begin to build a muscle for what they can actually do today. So very practical stuff, high level. So that's me, kind of conceptually. I'm a Democrat politically. I'm just kidding.
All right.
But I think practitioner with AI times in the venture and tech ecosystem, very connected to startup founders because I have YouTube shows on hiatus, and again, angel invest. So also very connected to the people who are building the thing.
Right. Cool. I should also
And I
introduce
hate them,
myself,
by
I
the way,
guess.
politically. Sorry, this is actually important because it probably will come up. All the people who, I've raised venture money. I know a lot of the founders in this ecosystem. Politically, I am highly contraposition to them at this moment, and I think that will inform some of the nuances.
Okay. So I'm a game developer. I've been doing game development for like 15 years professionally at this point, and I've been doing. It used to be at various companies. I did some freelance work, and then I started my own company, and I've since left that company. And now I'm doing my own stuff. So I do stuff on YouTube. I stream sometimes when I work on my tools. So I do a lot of tool developments for game dev specifically. And my area of expertise is kind of like around, specifically around something called technical art in game development. So I'm kind of in between, the tech side of things and the artistic side of things. And yes, I've sort of felt a little bit like sandwiched between two very like diverging opinions when it comes to AI, where the tech side is generally very enthusiastic and embracing of AI, but the art side of game development is very anti-AI, and I think for very good reason. Um, yeah. So anyway, so that's shortly about me and what I do. And so I wanted to talk to you because again, I want to talk to someone who's pro AI. I'm not pro AI. I'm generally very anti AI, and it was really hard to narrow down like a debate prompt that felt like it was short enough because this topic goes so wide so quickly, and it's so difficult to like find a specific thing. But I think my general claim is that generative AI is an anti-humanity technology. And I mean that in a pretty like precise way. I don't mean like we're going to have killer robots coming here soon and destroying all of us and humanity is going to die. I don't mean humanity in the sense of like the human species are going to not survive or whatever. I mean humanity in the more in the like emotional connection type of sense, that there's humanity in art, there's humanity in creating something, or humanity in communication, that kind of humanity. And so, yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, should I do like a big opening statement, or what do we feel like here? Can I gish gallop, or what? How do we start? What do you think is a good way to do this?
I'm open to however you feel. I think the hard part right now, because I think that's the framing you've told me so far, is whether we're going to disagree mostly on frame of like what it means to be anti-humanity, or on kind of like implication, which is like the result of literal AI systems now.
I mean, implication is the only thing that matters, right? We can just pick whatever definition we're going for.
Yeah, before we go too far into this, are you guys in agreement on what you use the term? Do you say generative AI? Do you guys both agree on what that means, and if it's meaningfully different than like simpler prompts, like some people would say that the magic of music is lost when you use a digital music maker? How is that different from whatever like algorithm to generate a sound versus like generative AI to create whole songs? Do you guys both agree on what all these things mean?
I think
that's a good question, actually.
It is going to get a little bit difficult because it's hard to have a very general statement of like generative AI bad, and then you can always think of an exception. I think that's always going to be the case. And so it is more so a case of like, yes, I'm against all of the negative consequences of AI that I'm seeing, right? But of course, those consequences could happen from other directions and in other contexts. So I'm definitely not like a blanket against everything that has to do with generative AI. It's just that as a whole, it's destructive to humanity in the sense that I outlined before.
Well, sure, but like real quick, what are your definitions on this? What does generative AI mean to you?
So to me, generative AI refers to LLMs, specifically the GPT technology that came out it was like late 2022, I think, is when ChatGPT started rolling out publicly. And then 2023 was like when it started growing really, really big. So it's that and the diffusion models, so stable diffusion and everything that's used in generative art and in for music generation. So I'm kind of excluding the kind of pre-GPT machine learning. I think a lot of that type of machine learning was mostly for parsing purposes. It was kind of like, oh, you want to scan a QR code with your phone, and you want that process to be fast, and you have algorithms to kind of parse what's being seen. And those are usually mostly about parsing. And I'm generally fine with the parsing kind of AI, because I don't think that's mostly used for good things, and it's not like, I don't think that's generally destructive.
When you say parsing, can you expand on that a little bit?
So it is reading something and then reporting back what it's seeing. So it could be like image classification, like, I don't know, if Google implements a thing.
So let's say theoretically, there's like I take a picture of my entire body, and I want to know like what color clothes I should wear, and it does the analysis and then spits that back. Something like that would be okay.
Yeah, that's totally.
What about something that suggests outfits based on that?
I think that would be fine too. It gets closer to something that I would be a little bit more icky about, but that one is mostly fine. Yeah, I don't think that one is like, it's a very small anti-humanity factor in that one. I think it's tiny, so I don't think it would matter in that case.
Okay, and then Sherveen, do you have strong feelings about any of these classifications, or where you draw the line, or do you think this is meaningful or not worth exploring and won't come up, or?
I don't think it'll come up because I do bucket them kind of in the same broad category. Like the modern post-transformer era, which is like the GPT style stuff, the diffusion models and image generation, like they all use, they don't all use the exact same mechanism, but they all touch transformers and the intention mechanism, which are innovations that like I think lead to what we're experiencing now. So I'm fine bucketing them. And
they're both generally like distinguished by the massive amounts of data that they're trained on, which separates them a little bit from the previous machine learning stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So I think so I would say that there are positive things that's being done with this technology. I think probably the best example that I think it is like unambiguously good with generative AI is AlphaFold, the protein folding stuff. I think that scientific community was trying to figure out how specific proteins are folded, and they've been working on machine learning algorithms to make this as fast as possible. And then the moment they started implementing some of these more modern AI technologies like the attention model and all of that stuff, they got like orders of magnitude more proteins folded and identified, which is hugely useful for like medical research when it comes to like vaccines and antivenoms and stuff like that. So that I think is probably the like biggest positive thing I've seen come from generative AI. But then on the other side, I'm seeing a gigantic cloud of negative side effects. And it's like all of those things that I am genuinely concerned about. And I can get into like all of them if you want.
Yes, I will maybe push a little bit to just get us to where we might disagree. I think in every one of these questions as to whether a piece of technology is anti-humanity or kind of supports human progress, I think we're probably asking, is it inherent to the technology or is it inherent to the deployment of the technology? And so again, this is why I mentioned a little bit like my counterpositioning and my counterpositioning to tech right now and the people building this technology is, I think, where you're going to have examples that really resonate with me. I think we have a political problem, not a technology problem. Where you and I will probably disagree a lot is where I will go, you're talking about how it's being used, who's in control, and what people are doing about it. And including my frustration, one of my biggest things for the past couple of years, I'll get into like huge knockout fights on Blue Sky, which is like worse than X in some sense, even though X is full of Nazis. It's crazy. And people will ask me
Jesus,
at the end
how
of
can you
like
think
me.
it's worse than X? Oh
No,
my
it's
God.
worse.
Okay.
It's actually they come for you differently. And at the end of it, some people will ask me like, why did you just spend 3 days just like replying to people in this crazy fight? Why didn't you just back out? And I go, I dislike so much, I worry so much that I don't mean just liberals, but like just progressive people as a broad category are because of social pressure, because of misunderstandings, not embracing using these products, being involved in the conversation on these products.
Right
even will
now, I
give you
feel
the
like you're
example.
not arguing against me. You're kind of arguing against other
No, but I
people.
guess because
or
I don't
like, how
know
does
where
this
you
connect
sit.
to?
I don't know because are you talking about the people in deployment, or are you talking about something inherent to technology? If it's about being inherent to technology, I don't think it is an anti-human or anti-humanity technology.
Well, I mean, you can say that
every
nuclear weapons are
technology.
not dangerous, but I think that's kind of a stupid way to phrase it. Like,
Nuclear weapons would only have one purpose, no, or one end.
I mean, you don't have to use them. It's the problem
You
is that
can't
you're
cure
using
cancer.
it against
You
people.
can't cure
You
cancer
could
with
use it
nuclear
on
weapons.
something that's like not humans, right? And so, who are we to say that nuclear weapons are destructive? So I feel like obviously it's the specific bad uses that I'm going to argue is bad, and so I don't think there's anything in the technology that forces people to do something bad. It's always going to be about how people use it, and to the degree like that this technology is encouraging people to use it in a specific way, right?
I don't. Maybe that's a point to expand on further for me.
Like it's always going to be about how people use things. Like I don't think there's
Yeah.
any way to argue that the technology in and of itself somehow magically makes bad decisions, right? So I feel like that distinction isn't really useful.
I don't know. Then can't we argue against everything and never
I
have
don't
anything?
think so.
Because
We would
everything
look
can
at
be
the
used poorly?
outcome of how people use the thing, and if the outcome is like good on balance, or if it's bad on balance, we can say that it's either good or bad.
I mean, we can have the net argument. I don't think that's a good. Or I'm not trying to.
That is the
This is
argument that
not
I'm
meant
trying
to
to
be
have.
cute.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
I
so
think
you
it's
do want to have the net
generally it
argument.
is a
Okay,
net negative in terms of specifically in terms of technology is encouraging, I guess in this case, anti-humanity behavior.
Mhm.
Yeah. So would you agree or disagree with that?
I think
Because that's like
real
kind
quick
of the
to
whole
flesh
debate
it out
point.
the question, because I feel like when you're saying generally it's a net negative, it feels like you are differentiating between some good uses of AI versus bad uses of AI.
Yeah.
So the question just becomes, you're not really asking him about his like intrinsic views of AI, but rather like on net, do you think it's being used positively or negatively
Yeah.
more? And I don't know for Sherveen if that's where you think the conversation is, or where it's supposed to be,
Correct.
or yeah.
Well, and also
So-
because, and it's not just because, oh, I didn't expect it to be the conversation. We can have that conversation. I just don't think it's an interesting conversation because I think, like any other new technology, we're actually in the middle. So, for example, I didn't prep for this mostly because Freya warned me that, like, hey, we're gonna have an open-ended. She was kind of sharpening things. But the other reason is because I don't think, for example, a lot of the studies are even useful, or what company CEOs say, because I sit with these people, I sit with individual talent, I sit with executives, I use these tools a lot. And you can look at one study that Stanford does, but they use, GPT-4 to make a model fail at some legal cases. And the next day, a different study will come out and someone properly uses GPT 5.5.
I think when Freya is talking about whether or not on net it's good or bad, I don't think
Right.
she's talking about with regards to like generating profits or how useful it is.
Right, but we're in the middle. I mean, is the question for 2026?
but
That's why I'm saying that, right? Because ultimately this is a question of a technology in transition.
Okay, I don't
right? So, like,
care.
right now, I don't know if we
I
know.
don't care where we
Okay.
put the pin. If it's in the middle of the S curve or if it's at the end, I think it's all bad.
Right, but I guess that becomes a question. If it's about the future, right, then we are talking about something that is inherent to the technology or our path. If it's about now, then we can do an accounting of now.
Well, no, I'm
It's
sorry.
both
So
to me.
it would be like
Either is
it would be like
fine.
if you guys
Like-
were talking about like nuclear weapons, and right now, let's assume we're on a planet where people kind of use them in warfare, and right now nuclear weapons are like 1% of all the bombs, and then you guys are arguing over whether or not you think nuclear weapons are good or bad, and Freya would say, I think on net, I think nuclear weapons are bad, and then you're saying
Are bad
well,
or
are bad,
like,
are bad.
have
On
been
net, they're
bad.
bad. No, on net are bad, and you're
Okay.
trying to argue, well, in the future, maybe if nuclear weapons were only 0.5%.
No,
of all arms
I'm
or
not
whatever.
arguing either of those things right now. My point is just like I think your point is good. We should be clear on that because that is a different conversation.
I think her good and bad is not like the total profits generated or whatever, but like some kind of like deeper cut against.
Yeah, but then I haven't heard
normalizing it.
about that yet.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
So
Can
I can
wait,
outline
real quick,
that
can I ask?
if you want.
Well, here, you can outline it. I just want to ask you guys both like a question, and then I think it'll come up here. Okay, so I feel like my intuition here is that Sherveen is going to say these are the exact same thing, and I think Freya is going to say these two things are totally different. And then maybe this could be a springboard, or maybe you guys will think they're the same. And I don't fucking know. Okay, so imagine we have an AI, okay, and then imagine we give the AI some end goal, and then we set the AI to work towards that end goal, and then eventually it can achieve that end goal in a way that seems to be better to all the humans that are observing it. If you set this AI's task on one end to find a cure for cancer, and then on the other end to create the most beautiful painting, it feels like Freya would say that one of these is acceptable, ethical, okay, the other one is destructive towards humanity. And I feel like Sherveen would say both of these are kind of more or less like the same thing. Do you guys agree with that? And then, okay, yeah, Freya, would you agree with my characterization of your position, Freya? That
Yeah,
one
they're
would probably
very
be okay and the
different,
other... Yeah, okay. So talk about why you guys think that's different. Maybe Freya could start by differentiating these two pipelines, and then Sherveen can say why he disagrees.
Yeah, I think I think in my ideal world, if I can just like dream, I think I would kind of like I would confine this kind of technology specifically to medical research and kind of keep it to like something that's not public. I wouldn't want stuff like this to be released to the general public or to like every company ever. Like, to me, that's a bad thing. That's kind of like you're handing the nuclear weapons to toddlers. And which we saw with Doge using AI in the White House, which in my opinion is
What does Doge using AI at the White House mean?
They were using AI to try to figure out which departments they were going to cut. And they were using Grok to like try to figure out like, okay, which one of these are like
Should they have
DEI
used X?
and
Is
like,
X better? Is X better than AI? Should they have gone to X.com and determined which departments to close?
do you think there's no other alternative? Like they have to use...
No, there are plenty of alternatives. My question is why that's bad.
The core question is, yeah.
Well, the reason it's bad is because they are deciding not to be part of the decision-making process. They are outsourcing that to the AI. They, instead of talking to every department...
Should they
trying
outsource it to
figure
X?
out
Should they outsource it to X?
Oh, chill.
What do you mean by
Sorry.
X?
Okay, he keeps saying X, but what he means is that, like, why would it be more moral to have a board of people deciding what programs to cut versus feeding it to an AI? Assuming the outcomes are negligent, why does it matter?
Well, presumably you would have a better understanding of what the systems actually do and how they interconnect. But if we assume the AI is more competent, then I think that it's more about like liability and the fact that you cared to look into all of these things. And I think the the like
can't you
not
care by
caring
using
part,
AI?
I think, is bad. Like, I think it encourages people to be lazy and not look into things themselves and just kind of, trust the AI to have made a good decision, because nobody's talking to anyone, any humans there to actually try to figure out what's the best decision. They're just kind of like, you know what, the AI is probably right, and then moving on. And I think that is hugely irresponsible to do with something like the government. And I think it is a very corrosive thing to do to humanity, to do it when it comes to art. I think both of these things are just disgusting.
Do you think that if Elon sat in a room with Ashley St. Clair and just talked with her at the time about what
I don't
departments
know
to
who that
close?
is.
It's one of
I'm
his
not.
baby mamas.
I'm not like super into politics.
It's one of his.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if he sat in a room with David Sachs, David Sachs, you know who David Sachs is?
Sounds like a rich person. That's the space
Yeah.
in my mind. Yeah.
Who
Okay, we don't
know?
need specific names. Let's say two people sat in a room and they made all the same decisions that the AI did that Doge was using. Would that decision have been a better decision, a worse, or is it not comparable? Or
Sorry, what was the first part of that sentence?
let's say two really smart, or not, whatever, two big conservative people, Elon Musk and some other guy, sat in a room and they made all the same decisions independently that the whatever AI Doge was using to cut away government spending, whatever. They made the same decisions that AI made. Would that have been better or a more moral process, or
I think
how would you evaluate that? I guess?
in terms of like the actual outcome, I don't trust Elon to do that. But if we just like try to separate the AI factor, I think there's I think there's liability reasons that you want to have humans like making
Liability
decisions like
isn't
that.
legal?
Anything legal, moral, and yeah, I think that would be better, because presumably like Elon and whoever other person he's talking to would presumably talk to these departments and actually make informed decisions, and not just do guesswork based on an algorithm that doesn't actually think about these things. It's just kind of like it's a hunch.
What do you mean by the algorithm doesn't think about these things?
Okay, I don't want to get into a technical discussion about whether or not AIs think. Hey, Sherveen, you made a promise not to use AI during this discussion. Okay?
It's not for our chat. It's,
okay, all right.
Okay,
I
fine,
saw
sorry.
that.
Okay.
All right.
My bad. I
Wait,
was asking for
what
permission to
happened?
go.
What happened?
Started
I have-
touching his
I have-
laptop. Jesus Christ.
I'm doing
Oh my
programming
God.
work over here. I need to press yes so that
Programming in
it
big
continues
quotes.
to. I'm programming. Yeah, Codex is handling some shit for me right now.
Programming. Really? You're programming right now?
I'll keep my hands over here.
Yeah,
I'll keep my hands over here.
Because you have to type when you're programming. But, okay. I lost track of where we were. Oh, you were asking about like if they were
Yeah,
using
wait. There's a loop that we're running into right now, real quick. So for Freya, it sounds like you're bringing up potential problems that I feel like can have trivially easy solutions. So you mentioned the accountability thing. What if you just say whoever makes the final decision, like the AI is just suggesting a thing, and whoever makes the decision has the accountability? Or you're saying that the intra department communication or inter-department communication was bad. What if the AI was sufficiently complex that it could do that? If these issues were solved, would you still feel like something remains that would be like immoral or unethical, or a way that we shouldn't apply AI? Or do you think it's all just like a logistics performance thing?
I do think there are ethical issues there as well. When it comes to stuff like, I mean, just having multiple people in and of itself has the opportunity to have people dissenting and people arguing and like coming up with like better solutions together. I think that process might be really useful. Like even just like the whole idea of checks and balances, like kind of relies on this. Whereas like an AI is supposed to kind of give you what you want. Like you like the person prompting is kind of like a dictator who's just like, okay, I want this thing to sort of happen, and then it just gives you usually what you want. Unless you're like, I guess unless you like try to make it adversarial somehow, but then even then, I don't think it's going to be like a proper dialogue between people. And also just the fact that the AI can't take into account everything on the ground in reality right now. It just doesn't have that information unless it has like live feed security cameras all over listening in on everyone. So it's always going to be based on some like past data, and then it's a prediction, you know?
Look, I don't think that's right.
Why?
So Elon in a room by himself is both stupid and highly motivated as a reasoner. AI, especially if you're using modern models as of about a year ago, with web access especially, can do a tremendous amount of reasoning. And we don't need to use reason, like the whole reasoning thinking debate, like is it the same thing as humans? A plane can fly, a bird can fly, the plane doesn't flap its wings. So I'm not even interested in that debate but whatever we want to call what it does, when it considers the prompt and then the set of information it gets from web search, does a much better job than Elon in considering Doge, all the numbers that, let's say, an intern feeds into, let's say, a ChatGPT. Now, I'm not suggesting, by the way, that an intern with ChatGPT should make decisions like, at Doge. However, I'm suggesting that we would probably prefer an intern in ChatGPT over Elon in a lot of cases, depending on who that intern is, because when you say it can't consider things, let's take the example of what department to cut. It can do a much better job than Elon in understanding the impact of the department, where the funds are going. Elon doesn't want to have that conversation with people. When he's having that conversation with people, he's racist, he's sexist, he's emotionally motivated, he's on ketamine. Whereas ChatGPT with that intern, if the intern's diligent enough or under the proper supervision, is actually using ChatGPT to come to some sort of reasoned, and when I say again, reasoned conclusion that they can also add to or they can disagree with. To your point, they can do adversarial prompting. In a lot of these cases, the information is also going to be something that you would have sought in some other direction. Like, the web research capabilities of these things have become quite potent. Analytics, so like if you have a bunch of spreadsheets, data, it's fantastic at giving you things that you yourself might take a week to analyze, depending on who you are as a professional. So I think that person is preferred over Elon.
There are certain things that I would consider to be fine, things that don't really involve decision making. If it's just about aggregating data, like format all of these things in this database.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. I don't think
right?
ChatGPT should make the choice. I just want to be very clear about that, right? So I was suggesting that it's an intern with ChatGPT.
Yeah, but the problem is that people do use it to make choices because it is extremely tempting.
So is the problem the people or is the problem ChatGPT? So the problem is temptation.
Well, yeah, because people are using ChatGPT to make choices all the time.
Right, but again, is the problem temptation?
Partially, yeah. Like you have the ability to take the easy route. You can take the frictionless route all the time. So even if you start out, maybe you want to use it only for a specific thing. It's very common.
Should we ban social media?
Okay, chill, geez.
No, there are a lot of issues with social media. I don't think it should be banned outright, but I know that Stephen has talked about this, and I think the algorithmic feeds is a huge problem. And I think this like goes into like a broader issue that I see when it comes to AI is that we are like, I don't know. Are you familiar with the term epistemic collapse?
Yeah.
So I feel like AI is going to like hypercharge this, it is already hypercharging issues when it comes to epistemic collapse right now. I think even before generative AI, social media was basically driving people insane and putting people in their own like, bubbles where they have no idea what the real world looks like anymore. And it's a constructed reality. And with AI, it's going to be much, much easier to construct these realities. You have, Russia and Iran are both creating propaganda. Like they did that with Meliorator pretty early on. Like all of these things are going to come down into all of our social media feeds, and it's going to affect people's opinions. And it's going to basically create an environment where, or it has already created an environment where whenever you see something online, like you're going to be asking, like, is this real? All the time. Like every single video that seems fantastical, you're like, oh, is this actually real? And then you're like, and then the net result is that you don't trust anything anymore.
Should we ban Photoshop?
And this kind of like supercharging of misinformation and not even trusting what you're seeing anymore, both when it comes to, communication and when it comes to art, where it's like, I don't even know if a human made this. Like I'm just hearing a thing or I'm seeing a thing and it looks and sounds as if it's human made, but like it's just hard to tell now. And I think we're not like even quite ready yet to like even know the full extent of this problem. I think all of these problems are already happening, and I think they're going to continue to happen and get worse in like even just 5 years or 10 years, even if we pause AI right now, like pause AI development now. I think all of these issues are going to get much, much worse before they get better. Sorry, that was a long ramble.
Wait, I want to ask Sherveen a question. I want to take this one step back. I think this is a part of the conversation we can get to, but I feel like a lot of this right now is centered on not whether or not the tool itself is intrinsically bad, but just more, one is, could it be used poorly? And then the second part is like, does it lend itself to being used poorly? So like some people will say like a knife could kill somebody, but a knife is just a tool because you can also like cut up food with it. And that is true. People will make the same arguments about guns and they'll say like guns are just tools, but arguably guns lend themselves more to being used poorly than a knife does because it's hard to fathom why you would use a gun I mean, aside from like target shooting, right? You're generally shooting at things to destroy them. Knives are used for food prep, right? There's a lot of other uses we can imagine for knives, or to cut up paper, whatever else. Okay, I want to take a step back because, Freya, I feel like you were hinting on something, and then I'd be curious to hear Sherveen, right? Not
Sherveen.
Sherveen, fuck you.
Wow. Really?
We
Okay.
spent so many hours together at this point. It's
I know.
not
I'm
acceptable.
sorry. Okay, so there's a concept of like normativity preceding epistemology. So when we decide to investigate something, or when we decide to have like a theory of truth, first we have to decide that it's even worth. We ought to have some theory of truth. Okay. I feel like there is a one of the things that Freya was getting earlier is there's a meaningful difference between these two questions. One is okay, the other is not okay. So if we were to ask an AI something like, what are like the 3 smallest line items that I would have to cut to balance the budget of the Department of Education, that this would be like an okay way to use an AI tool. But if I were to ask the tool, what do you think the best way would be to optimize the Department of Education? You're handing over way more of the keys to the AI there to start weighing up things that we would traditionally consider to be inside the realm of what humans should be balancing. Because, like, do you want to have an affirmative action program? Do you want to allocate money to rural districts? These are things that don't have mathematical payoffs, but rather they have like moral implications where the math might not be there to make it work, but like morally we've decided it's worth it to invest money in these things. Do you think those two questions are meaningfully different, Sherveen? And then even if they're meaningfully different, do you think both are still totally permissible to task an AI with? Sorry.
So I want to say that they're both permissible depending on the rest of society, because I think the thing that I very much agree with, I hate bad AI use. I just want to say from the perspective of the slop, the way it's enabling, there's a lot of security vulnerabilities now in software engineering. The way we're going to get a class of students who has never studied done homework, and how that'll affect voting records for the next 30 years scares the shit out of me. So I think those problems
so
are
do
real.
we just straight up agree then?
No. I still am
Okay.
like full accelerationist. Everyone should use AI. You should use AI. Steven should use AI. I've emailed him and he ignores them, trying to get him to use AI. Because I think what we're talking about is true of every piece of technology. Social media, same thing. When we talk about Photoshop, same thing. These risks
heavily
always
disagree
exist. We
with
have
that.
to.
I super disagree.
Well, we have
with
to
that
come.
failure. Similar.
Well, with each of these, we have to come up with norms, right? Because I think what we understand, and this one is the hardest because it's happening the fastest, and the certain class of people in politics and control right now also make the risks feel really high. But with each of these pieces of technology, it is just a matter of speed difference as to how fast we establish a set of norms. I want to say something I would do if I was the CEO of Substack. I think this is maybe indicative of my feelings in a lot of ways. If I was the CEO of Substack today, I would use. There are a couple pretty reliable AI detectors plus human review to ban AI writing on the platform entirely for now. And the reason is because the expectation that an author on Substack has today with any of their authors is that it's human written for the most part. There's some people who admit they're writing using AI. And we're violating.
Why would you
real
not
quick,
extend this to the rest of society?
I don't know
Or
what that
would you?
means.
Flagging
As in
AI-generated
use AI
content
to ban
everywhere,
AI from everywhere.
including art.
No, hold on,
including
sorry.
music,
I said
everything.
very specifically if I was the CEO of Substack. I did not say I would ban AI writing. Those are two different things.
Okay,
because the
let's say
expectation-
you're
AI
every
writing- you
CEO
ban
in
AI
every
writing.
company.
Wait,
that's
So hold on.
publishing.
Maybe if I had finished. Maybe I'd finished. Hold on. Let me.
Wait. I just want to ask you one question on this, then you keep talking. Okay, yeah. When you say ban AI writing on Substack, it's because the expectation is when you're reading stuff on Substack, it's not AI written, right? It would be the
Yes,
that
there's a
would be-
relationship
yeah.
between the author
Yeah.
and the user.
My question is that decision that you've made, that's a purely normative, you can call it ethical, moral decision. I don't think that this should be here, right?
Yep.
What if do you ever worry that might be subsumed by AIs? That instead of the CEO making that decision, we would be so used to offloading normativity on AIs that somebody would say, how should I optimize Substack as a platform? And then that AI might deliver you an optimized financial plan that doesn't include that decision because the AI doesn't care about that particular thing like a human might.
I think I agree with the AI CEOs when they say eventually they think there should be an AI CEO of OpenAI. In other words, to answer your question, I think the day that happens, if it happens the right way under the right norms, it's going to be because we trust, or we begin to trust, or we begin to establish that AI is better at making some of these choices than we are. Now, this gets into a kind of what is the role of a human in that, and where are we if we say, okay, the human should be the CEO of Substack, or the human should be the CEO of OpenAI. We can have that conversation, but for a moment I just want to pose something, right? If they're going to, if we could know that they could make better decisions, and if we know that ultimately the process of an AI being CEO, this is something that people in some sense dream of. What if your boss was objective, right? If we all think our bosses are subjective and crappy because they're bad humans, well, what if none of them were humans with subjectivity at all? Now, again, it'd have to be the point where we as society
dream of that, or
people despise every boss in their lives. Almost 98% of people.
if you have a bad boss, I guess, but
most people
think
they have bad bosses. Yeah, exactly. Good luck. And so ultimately, what we're saying is, if there's a point at which I would trust AI to make that choice, then is there human supervision? Do we want human supervision in the loop? What are the risks? In some cases, like the CEO of Substack, having an AI as the CEO of Substack is not that risky. And them applying those normative choices is not that risky and would not, to me, be unreasonable.
How do you not see risks there?
How do you see risks based on what I just said? If we hate human CEOs for the most part,
because we're giving up agency entirely to the robots. Why?
What does it mean to give agency up to the robots?
That we're leaving all decisions up to them. Why would we do that?
Why
it affects us hugely.
What if they made better decisions?
Well, okay, that according to who and like who's going to be liable for those decisions?
Who said the humans make better decisions? Maybe right now I should have an abacus, and that should be the CEO of Substack.
Well, but an abacus can't make decisions. It's an entirely different thing.
Well, you could decide to move the things up and down based on some sequence as a human. You just help it operate itself. But other than that, it could make choices.
Can I ask,
sure.
I need a short answer from each of you. I know this is a hard one, but I'm just a short answer.
I've been short today.
Well, no, I'm about to. It's like for Freya and then for Sherveen. What makes art art?
Are you seriously asking for a short answer?
If you can, sure.
Humanity, I would say.
Okay. What about you, Sherveen?
Humanity. I'm not memeing.
I won the debate.
If an AI could have created the Mona Lisa to be 1% more kind of like human anatomy accurate, let's say that we were to break down the Mona Lisa in some 3D thing and we found out that her jawbone
accuracy is not the value of the Mona Lisa.
Okay. And then Freya, I'm guessing you would think that the human painting of the Mona Lisa would be more impressive than a slightly more anatomically accurate AI-generated painting, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Sure. So I feel
not even close.
The question,
hugely different.
Yeah. So art, we tend to consider art like super separate, but I think art is good here because art is like really honing in on this intentionality aspect, this agency of humans. So when you guys are talking about why the artist is preferable to the art there, it sounds like to both of you in your minds, it's not even conceivable that an AI could make a better painting because it's not within the realm of AI to create art. We consider that to be some human agency guided process. I think that when it comes to medical research and all of this, or your Substack business or whatever else, we're thinking that we can hand stuff over to the AI, but at the very top of all of these decision trees, a human has to make the first decision. And it sounds like for Freya, her concern is that if you start to hand over all of these decisions to the AI, you're trusting them to be better humans than humans are, because when the human agency part is required to make a normative decision, do I want to fire people or grow my company or whatever else, the AI might be able to pick, to optimize on some financial figure, but what is the human part of this that makes a decision based on what you might want, ethically, intuitively, or whatever else? Sherveen, that sounds like the difference there. Can you, I guess for Sherveen, why do you think that you both seem to agree in the art world for that, but you have super big disagreements in the, I guess, the business world for that? Why?
Well, because you asked me if it was 1% more anatomically correct. I don't think the value in art is the correctness. So if you had asked me instead, could an AI create a piece of art that people would have similar amounts of feelings to as the Mona Lisa, I would say yes, because in some sense, art is about the artist, but in some sense, the art is about the audience or what the audience feels in reaction to the piece. And so ultimately, I don't think I agree with what you thought I felt. I think
okay. So when I said the 1% thing, if it could have made it 70% more anatomically,
I don't think the value of the Mona Lisa is the anatomic correctness.
What do you think the value is?
I say this again, not memeing. Humanity. It's like this. Sure. It's like a combination of historical artifact times.
What do you think is the value of a really good cancer drug?
Healing people.
to some extent, kind of humanity, right? You're making a decision that there are some lives that we ought to preserve on this planet more than others. This is a very
Sure.
human decision, right? So
Okay.
could you turn over that entire thought process chain to an AI, and would it
Yeah.
be or feel the same?
Yeah.
So could you theoretically do the same with artistic pieces like
Yeah.
the Mona Lisa?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's just that you keep saying anatomically correct. That was what I was pushing back against.
gotcha.
But so
Okay, all right.
okay, so I feel like
Someone could create a double value Mona Lisa. An AI could do that one day.
I'm tempted to ask you how, but I don't want to get into technical stuff. But so I feel like there's a okay. So when I look at art, or when I think about art and what makes art special to me, and this is a broad definition of art. I'm not thinking just visual art. I'm also thinking about like music. It could be like performance art. It could be whatever we would put under the broad category of art. I think a huge part of what makes art valuable is precisely because there was a human story behind its creation. And the fact that it was created by human or multiple humans is in and of itself an inspiring story that is like this is usually the source of what creates artists in the first place. Like if you can just consider something like I don't know, the Lord of the Rings movie series. If you look back at the Lord of the Rings movies and you think about how they were made, they were in New Zealand. They had all of these actors like like on set. They built the Shire. They had like set designers, and they had all the cinematographers. They had people like creating all the sculptures and the props and the environments, and people setting up lighting, and like there's a huge story behind the creation of any piece of art. And I think the general public probably don't really care that much about the underlying creation, but people who are creative, like this is how creatives are created. Like when you see how things are created, you get inspired. You're like, holy shit, that's awesome. That's so cool that they built this whole set with the Shire. Now it's a museum in New Zealand, right? And I feel like a lot of us kind of feel like we do lose something along the way once we start introducing things like green screens. And it's like, oh, like that story and seeing the production of something that's using a green screen, it's like, okay, well, I feel like we lost something here. But then at the very least, you know, we have digital artists, you know, kind of like me and the kind of work that I do. We can still value the human process of creating that digital art, right? But now I feel like with AI, it's kind of like the broadest green screen possible, where you're putting a green screen behind so much to the point where everything is just feeling very alienating and like not very human at all anymore. And I think that to me, I genuinely worry about how art is about to be hollowed out, where you're going to get a facade of something that's polished and sounds good, kind of like, I don't know, fast food. It seems nice in the moment, but there's nothing to dig into because the story is that some guy typed in a prompt. Like that's just not inspiring whatsoever. And I genuinely worry about like what is the future of artists if this is what we're going to see in the future, you know?
I don't think that we will wind up valuing some guy who at 2 a.m. sent a prompt.
Do you think it'll dominate the market in terms of how creative works are produced?
Look,
Like
I think
AI
the market is
generated
already
stuff?
confused. Like, I think maybe one of the distinctions with me and you is I already think the world is fucked before AI. And so, like, the story you gave of Lord of the Rings is not going to happen in modern times already before generative AI. It's a story of incentives. It's a story of economics, unfortunately. And so the story you're telling is the economics are changing. Artists will always find a way, right? Because the artist who doesn't just send a prompt at 2 a.m,
We'll find
but
a way
sends
to
many
what?
prompts through many systems and tells a very good story that represents something that they feel, that they know others feel, that creates a resonance. I
Okay,
agree
so
with you. We'll still
hold
not
on.
create the same.
So,
We'll still not create the same artifacts as what you described in this Lord of the Rings story, which is a beautiful thing, right? I think the fact we had a time in the process of movie making where something like that was so grand is great, but that's already over. And so now we have to ask ourselves: does this technology prevent people from creating things as beautiful? No. I mean, look, I think people would have said the same thing as you when books were first invented, when we moved from film to digital. It's this idea of as we go towards the green screen, we lose something. And by the way, I'd say the statement is actually true. The statement's true. We do lose something, but we wind up gaining something else most of the time. We wind up saying, okay, we're moving to a different layer of orchestration. And I think this is important. One of the examples that I thought of while we were talking was like, what if you could paint and I couldn't because I didn't have hands? So it's not even a matter of skill. But I wanted to express myself, and I knew the visual I wanted to, kind of put on a canvas. And I asked you to put that visual on the canvas as my hands. Do we lose something there?
Um, sort of. Yeah. I'm not even sure what this hypothetical is getting at.
I asked, I wrote this quote down actually. We didn't get to this earlier, but to broadly ask, kind of re-ask that question, because this is an argument that pro AI people use. Should every human being in existence have access at all points in time to all talents? Or do you think it's okay that maybe if a person is born with no hands, they can't
Could you
be a
ask that a
painter?
little bit more binary? Because those two things that you just said aren't contradictory.
So one of the arguments that I hear a lot for pro AI stuff is like, let's assume there's a person and they have a great mind for creating a song, but they never had the ability, you know, we can say racial reasons, we can say socioeconomic reasons, but whatever we want. They didn't have the ability to go to school and learn how to be a composer, but now with AI, they have the ability to do this thing that they couldn't have done before. I think baked into that idea is the idea that everybody should have access to be able to do anything they want, even if they don't have the time, means, capability to build like the talent set for it. So when we say that AIs can unlock more potential for people to do things like that, is there an assumption baked in there that everybody ought to have access to all feature sets of all talents, even if they don't have the time or ability to build those talents? Does that make sense?
It does, but I don't know if the word is ought. Like, I'm not saying that we need to impose that, but if it's possible, we shouldn't prevent it.
Okay.
I'm not so sure about
Do you
that
have a
one.
feeling on this?
That one is really weird because there's so many incentives and structures in society that kind of relies upon the fact that we're all very different and that we all have different talents and skills that we're good at. I'm not sure what would even happen if everybody had the same skill set. I don't know, at least in terms of like technical skills, I would guess.
Do you think in the Matrix, you know how Neo could learn things by them putting in discs or whatever? I know Kung Fu. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys both watch the Matrix?
Yeah,
If there was a similar thing in real life for playing the piano, would it be ethical if every single person in society could just jack in and in 2 seconds become a master level pianist?
That would be ethical.
I think so. I think I would have to say yes to that. Yeah, that seems
Would you have
like.
to?
I think so. It is really hard for me to argue
Pro
against
AI.
it, but it also sort of assumes that there is such a state as a master pianist and that there's nothing more beyond that to explore.
Well, when I say master pianist, I just mean technically capable of doing whatever they want to express in their mind. Because my next question would be, instead of being jacked in, let's assume that in one world, like somebody has a way that they want to play some Chopin piece or whatever, and they jack in and they have all the piano skills and they do it. Like, yeah, this is awesome. I imagine in that world, an actual concert level pianist would be a little bit peeved. I've spent my whole life honing my skills. Fuck you. Let's say we go now to this world and somebody's like, I really have a new way that I think I want to do like a Chopin piece, but I don't jack in. I just like query an LLM and I say, can you play this like kind of like swingy, jazzy or whatever? Query? Shut the fuck up.
Quarry's a quarry, bro.
Do you even watch fucking baseball? What's that cap from? Get out of here.
I do watch baseball. I love baseball.
But like, do we think it would be unethical to query an LLM to create that Chopin rendition? And then if that would be unethical, because I imagine you'd say that's unethical, why is that unethical? But the jack in to learn the piano skills to do it yourself, why would that be ethical? Is there like a difference here? Or
I think there's a difference because in the first one, there's a universality to it where we kind of like, it's a thing we give to everyone. But yeah, I think that matters. But then I don't know if I fully agree with what I said earlier about that it would be a good thing. Because, well, it really depends on how we think about this. Because, like, I do feel like the way that humans learn is, like, super different from how AIs learn. And especially when it comes to art, I feel like in art, there is something beautiful about how people have learned in different ways and people have different influences. Like, this is very obvious if you think about something like music. People have, artists that they're inspired by. They have things that they like to practice. Like, I don't know, when I play the piano, I like the Final Fantasy soundtrack. That's my biggest influence for the piano that I play. And that's going to color everything that I make from that point onwards. And I think that color adds, like, it adds color to the world, right? But I think there is something dehumanizing if everybody gets the same like data like from that like plug, right? And I do feel like something is lost there, even though maybe everybody gets the same technical skill, but like I do feel like we're kind of like smoothing out everything and removing a lot of hills and bumps that would be interesting to have in human society, I think.
Was that for me or for Sherveen? LLM'd out. Oh no, he's there.
That's for Sherveen, maybe. I don't know.
Have you guys both seen the movie Slumdog Millionaire?
No, I haven't.
don't remember it. I have. I'm gonna press yes on this. Can I, Freya? Please?
There's a question.
Fine. Okay, one
there's
button
two,
press.
There's two parts of a question here where does the art piece itself, like earlier I asked this question, obviously it's very complicated. What constitutes art? Okay, but I think, the journey of an artist to creating a piece of art can be kind of part of the art itself. Even if we don't know that journey, there's some assumed human thing there. There's a movie called Slumdog Millionaire, and this guy is playing like the Indian version of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, I think. And and as he's going through like the 20 questions or whatever, it's telling, I guess, like his mini life story or like part of his life story up to getting to that show. And every question that's asked as part of this Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, like was something that he encountered in his life, like up to getting to the show or whatever, right? And so understanding the plot, the question I was going to ask is if you just saw a guy on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire answer all the questions and got them right, and you assumed that it was like a trivia thing or whatever, versus if you saw the guy and you knew his life journey and story for why he knew the answer to every single thing, would it meaningfully change the way that you view or engage with that end product? And then if the answer is no, it wouldn't change it at all. That seems to be obviously on the very pro LLM take. You can say, yeah, it would.
No, I think it would
change
meaningfully, as the pro LLM, meaningfully change. So, and I think
You
it's
can still be
interesting.
pro LLM, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So like three components. One is right now, someone in chat might remind me of the name. There's like a set of, I don't know if it's just America or whatever, but like steroid Olympics going on where it's like
the enhanced game.
Enhanced Olympic, thank you. Which is like a very, very interesting dynamic because it's just a bunch of people who are on a bunch of performance-enhancing drugs and I don't know, prosthetics I haven't watched, but like people are reacting mostly like negatively, not negatively just because of the proposition, but it's also like they're not as good in some cases. Maybe that'll change over time. And I think it's because in some sense, when, for example, I watch baseball, I watch baseball because of the agreement of what baseball is and what the humans doing, kind of baseball things are. And, whether they should take steroids or not is also like a philosophical disagreement that happened within the game of baseball. And I think we will always look for that because ultimately, like, do I want to watch robots play baseball? Kinda. I'm curious as to what that would look like. But I think I would probably still seek out humans playing baseball because there's a competition there.
Would companies still hire artists if they don't have to?
No.
So I feel like it's not.
Would artists still join companies if they don't have to?
What do you mean by join?
If I could be an indie game dev right now, would I try to join a company as a lowly technical artist?
You'd probably try to do it yourself, right? If you have the means to do it. But then the question is, like, would you have the means to do it, right?
Why wouldn't I have the means?
Well,
if I could
not everybody just automatically has money to do that.
What did I skip? Sorry, what did I do?
You assume that the AIs have given us this like post-scarcity society where everybody can pursue whatever they want. The reality is they wouldn't be indie artists, but they would just work at some other place, right?
Yeah.
Right. But also I'm saying there's some middle ground there where before we're in a post-scarcity and it's like, oh, the individual is enabled, right? So like right now, I say this like people can yell at me and all this other stuff. Like someone could decide to be an indie
but you
game
can't
dev
say
right
enabled because if you're going to use AI for that argument, then that misses the point. Like you're saying that people are going to engage in making true art regardless, but true
if someone
artists
created an
wouldn't
indie game that you played and enjoyed in a month and you didn't know that they used, if someone created an indie game and they released it in a month and you didn't know how they created it and you enjoyed it and you then found out they did it in a month using codecs.
Yes. What about it?
How do you feel?
Shit.
Is that art?
I mean, whether or not it's art doesn't matter to me.
It'll take all the implications to you away, right? So like if you found that out after finishing the game.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, because that...
Wait, sorry, because of the deception or because of something else? Because I agree with you on the deception. The deception is the problem for me. That's why I said the Substack thing, right? Like, I don't like the deception. But what if it wasn't the deception, right? What if you just didn't look and then you found out actually it's disclosed all over the place? Then are you still upset?
Yeah, in the sense that it's taking up oxygen for people who are making real art.
You enjoyed the game. You gave it a 9.5 out of 10 in GGG.
My enjoyment is not the only thing I value in art.
Right. So, but let's say you gave it the 9.5. And 3 days later, you found out it was built by one guy in a month using codecs. And you found out he disclosed it and it was on the store page. You were just blind that day.
Well, then I probably, like, if I thought that it was not AI generated beforehand, then I probably would have made a lot of inferences and had opinions shaped on, thinking that it would be, not AI generated. And then, like, finding that out does remove something for me. Yes.
How much does it remove from you?
Well, it removes everything that I thought about it in terms of its production. I think
Why? Well, in terms of its production, sure.
Yeah, because
But what if that person toiled for a month? What if they toiled and it was their life story? And they're 74. And they have a
Well,
hell
are
of
they
a story that
crippled
you
as
enjoyed.
well?
It was
Are they
like an
every
indie. It was an
minority
indie
at the
like
same
Telltale
time,
game.
or like I
Yeah,
I don't know where we're
every
going with
minority.
this. I don't know what you're
They were
trying to argue.
It's Alex Preddy's ghost, and he's telling the story of how he got shot in that in that street.
I mean, so I think. Okay, so I think there's so in thinking about this, I think there's an interesting question about like what is the like how do we use tools? And I think people usually focus on, what does this tool allow me to do? If I use a hammer, it allows me to, hit something with a greater force than I could otherwise with my hands, but I think there's kind of this other side of using tools, which is rather, what is this tool encouraging me to not do? And I feel like it's that part that I think in general kind of makes me
what
like
is
upset
important to
when
do?
like when it's the same thing with your Substack argument of like, if someone uses an LLM, they decided not to write the article, right? And if someone is using Codex to make the game, they decided not to make the game. They just wanted to have an idea, right? And even if they like have high level concepts for it, it's like they're choosing not to do huge
What's
parts
important
of this
for
game,
that person to do? When you say like they choose not to do something,
yeah,
is the compiling of code important?
The duration you have to wait until the code is done compiling? No, that is not important.
Okay.
So if that doesn't matter.
Is writing individual lines of code important? Is indenting code important?
No, I mean the specific formatting, that's going to be up to the person who makes it. Like it's
If
more
I could
about
have
like
pre-LLM autocomplete, that pre-LLM autocomplete? Can I use pre-LLM autocomplete in my IDE?
Yes, you can use post LLM autocomplete as well if it's very simple, in my opinion. So
why do you decide that those things are things that they can do?
Because those are boilerplate and there's no creative decision
what's
making in them.
boilerplate?
I think
what does that mean? Hold on, creative
like mechanical
it's
stuff where
guy,
you can't make any creative decisions, right?
So the guy is Alex Preddy's ghost. Or let's pretend he didn't die. I don't know. Hold on, let me consider this for an example. It's Steven. Steven decides to retire from streaming tomorrow. He's done. He is going to make a video game about his life in the next month using Claude Code.
Sure.
But he doesn't know how to code. He pretends sometimes on stream, but he knows nothing. And then he uses Claude Code to produce all of the code. He uses Midjourney to produce the assets. He uses Unity's AI assistant to kind of get it into a 3D engine. But he is providing his life story. It's the story of how he went from being a lowly StarCraft streamer to a eugenics streamer.
What about that?
But he used Claude Code and he used AI.
Like, what are you asking about that situation?
Has he engaged in a creative activity?
Absolutely, yeah. But he has chosen not to collaborate with other people. He chose to not do enormous aspects of this piece of art. He has chosen to only do the high level decision making, and I think that high level decision making is
sorry, hold on.
Wait.
Are we agreeing?
I don't know if we are. Probably not. I don't think so. Because like so when you're using an AI, the prompt that you type, everything that you type.
Hold on, sorry. Did you hear that? Are we agreeing?
I'm hearing everything.
So like when you prompt an AI.
Well, I heard everything. You asked if I created a game from scratch using AI bullshit, LLM shit, and Freya agreed she shouldn't be. She should be disagreeing. But we'll
No. What? So what I'm saying is that the prompt that you type, that is your creation, and you can take credit for that, and you can say that this is my piece of art, right? But the thing that is produced by the AI, you did not create that, and you chose to not create that, and you decided to forego collaborating with other humans and having human art. And I think that is disappointing. It's uninspiring. It is, dare I say, cringe. And I think when you actually have humans there, when you have real collaboration between real people, you genuinely produce something with more meaning and more depth to it that can be inspirational.
Aren't you an indie game dev?
Yes.
Why? It's cringe.
Why? Because I use an engine? Is that your argument?
Because you're not collaborating with people, and you're using an engine.
And was that engine made by AI? Well, I guess maybe Unity is starting to become made by AI, actually. But there is a human story behind the creation of game engines as well, right?
What?
Like game engines were created by people, right?
Claude Code is created by people.
Yeah, but Unity, the engine, doesn't output creations in and of itself, but Claude Code does, and it's a very different type of thing.
Unity doesn't. Wait, why not? What?
So
Same thing.
Unity is a tool that enables you to create things, for you to form things in front of you, right? To create environments, to create shaders as an environment where you can put things together, and it empowers you as an artist. But something like Claude or Midjourney doesn't empower you as an artist in the same way. It effectively replaces the process of creating visual art, right? And that's meaningfully different.
If I have a beautiful long prompt like Stevens when he created his game.
It's not about the length of the prompt.
It's inspired.
It's not about the
What
length
is
of
it
the
then
prompt.
about in Stevens' case?
Well, it's about what could have been, right?
It's about what could have been.
Yeah, because when I think this is, partially this is just because of the times we live in, but in general, we like you said with the Substack example, when we go to Substack, we assume that the stuff that's going to be written there is written by humans. And similarly, in video games, I also have this assumption that everything in there is created by humans. If you...
I'm not suggesting he's deceiving you.
No, he doesn't have to. It would be worse if he did.
Right.
But even
I
if
think
he
it'd be
didn't
awesome.
deceive you...
You know that one game with the beer that you have to collect the beer and then you get tips? The old game, the arcade game. What's it called?
I don't know.
Chat. What's it called? The beer
Beer
is
and
going
tips?
down.
I have no clue. Wait, can I ask you a
Tapper?
question? No,
Tapper.
that's a non-existent game. You hallucinate that. Can I ask you a
Several of them
question?
say Tapper. Yeah.
Who?
What do you guys think of when I say Michael Jackson? Why'd you laugh?
Thriller. I don't know.
Well, why'd you laugh?
It was
I mean,
random.
I think of...
You added
think of
you
the
added
artist,
a sense
right?
of
A sense of what?
Musician?
unexpectedness. I didn't expect you to say Michael Jackson.
Okay, but I feel like when we talk about Michael Jackson, it evokes a lot, right? Not just music, not just dancing, but like a life, court cases, media appearances, like everything else.
Not
So
as
I
many
wanna-
court cases as you. No,
Way
that's not
more
true.
than me. Nice try, though.
Yeah.
Let's advance. So one thing I think that the pro AI people kind of get to trade on without much thought is the fact that we're at like the tip of the AI stuff right now. I'm curious. Let's advance society 100 years, okay? When I say we're on the tip of the AI stuff, what I mean is that up to this point in human history, we can very clearly delineate these like different time periods of different music. And for music, or it could be movies or whatever else, we can think of like all the things that went along with all these things. When we think of Tom Cruise, we think of not just like Mission Impossible and everything. We think of like the Church of Scientology. Was it a Crazy Parents on like Oprah? Of like mental health and Katie Holmes. I don't remember. There's like so many of all these things going on, all these movements. If we were in the year 2100 and we would have looked back and there were like 6 generations of music, and each of these generations of iterative music had all been completely AI generated. But people liked it. They listened to it and they liked the sounds, like orally. These were pleasing things. Would we have lost anything between the year orally, not orally, orally? It's a word. Fuck you. Okay, go to school. Would we have lost anything from the year 2000 to 2100 versus 1900 to the year 2000 if we had generation after generation of music that had all just been kind of like AI improving upon or creating music that people like to listen to?
I mean, for me, the answer is obvious. So I'm guessing this is for Sherveen.
So like right now, like if we think of like the Roaring '20s and the stupid whatever,
You're
Johnny
thinking
Cash
that
and
AI will
Elvis-
orchestrate the music as well, right? Because I think it's different if you use AI to make a song about your life, right?
No, I'm just saying that
Mugenics.
all the music that is produced, like the
No,
sound
but it
that you're
depends.
in-
It depends on what you're asking. And by the way, I have an answer to both, so I just want to make sure which one you care about. Is it like you become for the next 100 years, people like you become music makers, not because you gain an ability to make or produce music, you can prompt it, or are you
Yes.
suggesting that AI will begin to do it such that there isn't even a base story? It is artificially generated. It's not even someone's story. Which one are you
Well,
talking
so like
about?
the second one kind of, but I'm assuming that the second one is necessarily entailed by AI domination music. So right now, the reason why I feel like pro AI people can kind of tread on false water is because all of the music that AI is generating right now has like a very close straight attachment to the human stuff that came before it. But at some point, it's going to get more and more kind of mutated, right? To where when you prompt an LLM, it's not just training on the real data sets from the past. Now it's training on synthetic data sets, and that this iterative process is going to happen more and more, and we're going to have generations of music that are all pure AI that are training future AI.
So let's remove the concept that we know what music looks like in 100 years, because I think what you're really asking is, will there still be something like this? Or what I hear?
I'm just asking.
No, but
think back 100 years, have we lost anything?
But I think this transformation matters, which is like. In 100 years, let's say that AI is so good at like pleasing your eardrums or whatever gets pleasing when you listen to music, your brain, that like it does replace your playlist during the day. Will we still find places where humans tell stories? I think if we still exist, the answer to that is yes. And so I think like the thing you're saying is there's a medium right now called music that is tightly coupled with story or vice versa. And I agree with you. I think that could change, but I don't think that means culture, if you want to call it that, dies. I think it goes somewhere else. So if music is just synthetically generated because it becomes an ear, it's kind of like Wall-E, right? It's like, oh, I'm getting music. It's like a drug. Do I think culture goes somewhere else?
Okay, so when was the last time you bought a piece of clothing where you met the person who made that piece of clothing?
Actually, I'm sure at some point. I don't remember.
When did you buy an acrylic painting last time?
Acrylic painting? Never.
So if this is the future of every single art form in the future, because everything's going to get replaced by AI, and people will still make art. Yes, people will still make art like music that will have all of this humanity. But if that gets like relegated to being a super, super, super niche of a niche of a niche, I think that is a violently dystopian future.
Is the existence of my not buying clothing stopped fashion from being interesting? I think fashion is more...
No, I'm saying that fast fashion has effectively made that not possible or viable at all for most people to pursue if they had an interest in tailoring, right?
I think you could bite the bullet on that. I think there have been arguments made that fashion in America has become, to some extent, very destructive because of the introduction of like fast fashion stuff like Walmart or Target. I don't
want to bite the bullet. Well, let me just say something we can decide. I would guess, and I don't know this for a fact, but I have strong intuition says fashion has probably never been more diffuse, no matter what the economics of fashion are. I would guess that we have more options, even as Americans, much less worldwide, for diversity of clothing than ever. I think we undercount this because of how it's marketed to us.
So, we have more options, but we have way less humanity. That's my point, right? We have options, but it's...
You're having a good hair day, Stephen.
Wait, shut up. I don't like this argument. And I've heard this before, and I've made this argument before, and I think it's a bullshit argument, actually, okay? So something will happen where the main culture, I'm going to go back to music here. The main culture is dominated by, I'm going to quote fucking the Dave Grohl guy or whatever, as much as I hate to do this, was dominated by people. When we look at like the grunge or even the early nu metal era or whatever, it was kids in stores, in their garages, like playing guitars and jamming out with their friends and eventually going on to make music, okay? Mm-hmm. And this was like the predominant culture. This is where the music came from. All the people had stories. You can go find old shitty VHSs of them playing in of fucking like crazy concerts with like 30 people listening. There's like a whole story and a thing to this. Okay, oh my god, you wiped my mind. I hate you so much. I cannot believe I just read the dumbest comment in my life in one of my chats and it wiped my mind.
They told me not to read chat, so I'm not reading chat.
Somebody just play back what we just said right before this.
We were talking about fast clothing.
I got it. Okay, stop. Okay, sorry, stop. Okay. There was some diversity of music because of the process. The process itself lent itself to some diversity of music. We didn't have all these weird Swedes in the background that were writing every single fucking track. I feel like the creation of hip hop into rap that has a super fascinating story of slaves come to the United States. They bring their own attributions to music. You get early jazz and blues players. Rap people sample them. You get like all of this stuff has like a story behind it, and it's all part of the mainstream culture. Okay, now something happens where as things become more commercialized, as technology becomes more accessible, the main culture is lacking a ton of diversity when it comes to the types of art that people enjoy. But because there will be these very small side channels where there's like an explosion of diversity, people can get away with this argument saying, well, actually, there's more diversity now than there ever has been.
I didn't say that the consumption. That's why my next sentence is about how it's being marketed makes you feel a certain way.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is that I think those worlds are meaningfully different. I would argue in my lifetime, and I'm sure every fucking adult or whatever the fuck has argued this, that today there's much less meaningful diversity in mainstream music consumption because of how commercialized everything has been. Even though I'm sure there are probably more rock bands today than there ever have been. Most people haven't heard of any of them because they all got kind of pushed off to the side to the hyper commercialized, kind of corporate environment that we live in for music today. And then the translation would be for AI in the future. Sure, maybe there'll be some or even a bunch of people on the side making music, but most of that will just never break through to the mainstream culture because now I can I just broke up with my girlfriend and I can query an LLM, make sad thing that sounds like last generation of LLM music. But
you can't make music at all right now. You can't make any music right now. But not you. Fucking hell. I didn't expect that one.
But I'm saying, do you not think that anything is lost there? That there could be a less diversity in the if you had generation of iterative AIs just learning.
So
from
I can't make music or images right now.
Sure.
I love using Midjourney to create it. I for 6 months loved using it. I've fallen off. I can't make images, but I can express myself and have an idea of what I want to produce. And Midjourney gives me a set of tools that allows me to produce something that I couldn't produce by hand. Mm-hmm. Do I think that my ability to create, I don't want to call it art because I don't want to start some side conversation.
Whatever you want.
Okay, so I think my ability to produce that thing is not zero sum and has actually added to the ability for people to create video games. The amount of video games we're going to have in 12 months is ludicrous.
I do think that it's not exactly zero sum, but there is an attention economy out there, and artists currently live and die based on whether or not their projects are seen in terms of financially, whether your indie game is successful. And if the market is going to be flooded by AI slop, then it's obviously.
But this is a question. So one of the things, Freya, that I think, and that's an economic and incentive thing that I agree with you on. If I go to where I think we are, I don't think we disagree on what you just said at all. I think if we had the truest versions of a debate, we're dancing right now, if we had the truest version of debate, we don't disagree on what you just said, because that's an economics and incentive problem. That's not a problem inherent to the technology. Now, you might tell me the speed of the technology is making you worry that we won't catch up fast enough on incentives and economics. I think that's interesting.
Isn't it inherent to the technology, though?
No.
Why not? You acknowledged today that my guess is in 10 years nobody is going to pay a fucking photographer to go take pictures. You're just going to AI generate all of your advertising, right?
No, I disagree.
I'm sorry. Is order of magnitude more AI stuff going to be used to generate advertising rather than paying actual photographers?
Do you think that's a 95% good thing or a bad thing?
But isn't that necessarily or intrinsically going to take away from the money available to
How many people are chiseling marble right now?
Almost none, right?
Didn't people used to?
Yeah, but then we had machines that would replace them. But we're arguing the same thing would happen with AI now and other creators.
Right, but aren't people doing other types of art that are more accessible to them? Aren't they orchestrating at a higher level? Aren't they, in fact, by the way, when they do chisel marble, don't they learn from everything that's been chiseled before?
I hate this argument so much. You're sort of assuming that the dream of every artist is to be a CEO, to be a manager.
I didn't say anything about someone's dreams. I didn't say anything about someone's dreams.
No, but you're saying that you shouldn't do marble statues anymore. You should just.
By the way, do you think
guide a robot?
Do you think a digital artist pines for a day and age when they could only access black paint?
What? No.
Why?
I have no idea.
Because we might move to higher order things, right? When we have technology, all of this is technology, right?
No. I'm saying that
technology allows us to get to not only to hold on. Sorry. This goes to an earlier thing you said. Technology. What? Okay,
what?
Go ahead. No, she made a face.
Oh.
So a lot of people who do art right now, who work as an artist and make money as an artist, whether you're at a company or you're doing it freelance, I would guess that the vast majority of artists, if they were given infinite income and they didn't have to pursue this art in order to survive, the vast majority of artists would continue doing that art in their spare time. And it's because you value that craft and you value that process and you enjoy that process. Most artists would not immediately jump at the opportunity of becoming, a manager or the higher, tier of art. Not every cinematographer wants to be a director,
This wasn't a question about wants, right? Or I guess it was, but I was using a technology or a up level, right? Not a what functional areas. So when we talk about
hold on, wait. Even for the technology thing, just real quick, because you brought up the marble thing. Don't you agree that we have lost
No.
like grand marble
No.
painting stuff? You don't think that's a thing that's feels like it's largely disappeared from society?
No, because three things. One, we still get statues, and in fact, the people who decide to craft statues are crafting
I think that's
more
a
and more
really good
intricate
example.
statues.
How do we feel when we see a modern statue today? Do you think we
If it's
feel
good,
some kind
I
of
feel great.
reverence over the fact that someone like actually built this thing?
Wait,
and someone
didn't
with
we
a
just see
skilled craft?
Banksy did the whole flag in the face thing, and that everyone was like, "Oh, that's like cool," and whatever.
No, but like now we have this issue where like we
Hold
know
on,
that
wasn't
a lot
that
of
cool?
these things are automated.
Can we establish
and
that was cool, or we liked that, or
I don't know
if we
that
liked it
specific
individually?
example, so I can't say. I don't know.
But I think that's my point, right? Like the question is what the expression is, right? The technology is enabling us to go to a higher level, right? So like I, for example,
Yeah,
can't
but you're
create
saying
a
that
video
the
game.
craft of creating marble statues should not be valued anymore, and it's okay that people.
I didn't say should not. I didn't say should not. Should is the wrong word.
Or is not.
Is not. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you're basically saying that it is fine if AI replaces all of these forms of art because it's fine if all of these get replaced because artists are just
How was
going to move to a
blood
higher
drawn
level.
back in the day? Did someone like use just like a pick and
Sorry,
just
what?
like stab at someone's arm? How's blood drawn? I'm gonna guess that blood at some point was drawn by like someone cuts someone and then like holds a cup, and the blood leaks into the cup,
Okay.
and you have to hold their arm at a certain angle.
I don't see
Do
how
we
this
have
relates to
reverence?
this at all.
Do we have reverence for that version of blood drawing?
No, but that's not a creative expression at all. That's a
What does it have to do? Wait, why is it? Why I don't? To Steven's earlier point, I don't have like a distinction in my head between a creative and a non-creative. I think both are skills.
Well, yeah, they're both skills, but oh my god, I'm losing track of this argument. I actually have no idea what your point is here. So how do you feel about arts basically getting lost and it's impossible to
I don't know
make
that art is
money
getting
doing
lost.
these
I think that
crafts anymore?
more people are capable of producing, let's call it, a certain standard of art.
No,
and
but you're
a
not
bunch of people
producing it
are-
though. You're not engaging in the craft. You're outsourcing it to a robot.
You're a digital artist, correct?
Yeah. Well, among other things.
If
but
a
yes.
painter walked up and said, "You're not creating art. Well, you aren't part of the craft."
I would say that they have a very outdated view of art, and I would show them
I'd
this
say you have a
tablet
very
pen, and
outdated
I
view
would
of
say
art.
I
I'd
do
say that-
exactly
I'd
the
say
same thing
I
as
can
you
use
with a
my
tablet pen.
Samsung
Okay.
tablet pen
Yeah,
to prompt
yeah.
AI and get an image.
Prompt AI with a tablet pen. Like,
Yeah, I
you're
can
not
write.
engaging in the craft. You're not engaging in the craft.
Why are you engaging in the craft? The painter says you have no paint with you. You have no paint in your house. You've never taken, maybe not never, but like you've not taken the oils and the waters and
Okay,
mixed
yes,
them and
I would-
created
I
different
would-
colors.
I would agree with them that I am not engaging in the craft and the skill of acquiring these materials and dealing with the physicality of like water on a canvas. And yes, I would agree with them. Yes, I'm not doing that part. Of
So you're
course.
not an artist.
Yes, but I am doing like so much more than that, right? In order to finish a painting, if I'm actually drawing something, right? I'm making an illustration. But if you're like prompting an AI, you are stepping away from the process of creating the art.
Why? If I create a great prompt and I have all the right settings and
Okay,
I
if
remix
you-
from a mood board
Okay, if
and
you
I have
no,
kind of
stop,
Figma
stop,
open
shut up.
full of all
Please
sorts
let
of
me continue.
artists.
Please let me continue. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Why shut up? I've been so nice. Go ahead.
If you hire an artist and tell them the exact same thing that you told me now, so I'm telling the artist so many things, I'm writing a whole essay about how sad I am and my cool story. Like, did you actually create the art or did the artist create the art?
Say it one more time.
If you hire an artist instead of prompting an AI, would you behave the same way towards them, the way you just behaved and
Would I
treated the AI?
behave the same way?
Yeah, like being very like callous and be like, oh, so you're just a means to an end. You're just a means to like get my ideas out there. And the craft of creating the visual art in and of itself is just not valued to the point where you're going to take credit for it. Like my point is that you're not producing art when
I think
you're.
that's uninteresting. I don't think that's interesting.
Why?
Because if someone is giving enough of a conversation over to an artist, they're in a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't yell if that person tried to take some ownership. In the same way, I
Mhm.
wouldn't yell if they tried to take that ownership over telling that story to an image generator.
Okay, so you don't take ownership when
By the way,
you.
someone in chat has a good point.
generate
Are
an image.
movie directors artists? They tell
Yeah.
a whole bunch of people what to do.
It's not. Well, it's a collaborative effort, of course. I mean, it's not like you're almost never like a dictator.
They don't hold
Usually it's
cameras. They don't hold cameras.
Yeah.
They're their way or the highway, especially in the cases of directors.
Yeah, but directing is an art form in and of itself. It's a part of the whole. Like, I don't see what this point is. Like, it's a collaborative
Prompting
thing.
AI
and
is
they're
an
not-
art form in itself. It's something that
I would agree with
that
you.
someone
Yes,
is doing.
I agree with you.
Oh,
Yeah, like writing the prompt itself, the text you write,
Yeah.
that is your art.
yes.
But the thing that comes
Okay.
out the other end is not art that you produced.
Wait, hold on. If I use I don't know enough about like art tools, but I'm gonna assume. Help me out. There's probably some art tool
I don't know,
where
Suno,
like
if you want to
I
do music.
no I don't, not the AI stuff. I know AI stuff. Non AI stuff where like I produce something first and it compiles art. There must be something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe? Like, what do you mean by produced?
Because your example here is like, oh, the prompt is your art, not the output. But like, I assume there's something where like I can set a set of instructions and art is produced on the other end because the program is
Yeah, I mean-
compiling that set of instructions.
Yeah, I mean, if I write code for an application, I'm not going to take credit for the bytecode, but like I'm going to take credit for the code that I wrote, right?
Yeah, wait. But you're producing a final piece of art.
Yeah.
The code is not what people value. The game is what they value.
But what people
Yeah,
value
actually,
in a
Unity.
game
They
is a
don't
very,
go to
like,
Unity.
broad
If you make
thing.
a game in Unity, they don't go, oh, Unity created this great video game that I played yesterday. They get Freya created this great video game.
Okay, now I genuinely have no idea what your argument is. I'm not going to take credit for the bytecode, but like I'm going to take credit.
What?
Wait, who is this?
At
Who
least
joined?
talk. Oh, there he is.
Wait, hold on. There's supposed to be a moderated debate between these two. I don't know if I can have random people jumping in to argue with them. What? Hello?
I don't know if you heard you.
Yes, sorry. I just jumped on because I realized it might be more of a 2 versus 2 as opposed to a. Well, it feels like a 2 versus 1 right now.
Well, wait. I'm just moderating, answering questions. Okay, so wait, because I'm supposed to be moderating between these two. So you can throw
Okay.
one question in if you want, but go for it.
Well, I mean, it's a question of like where tools stop being tools and it becomes something that destroys it being art and being a creative process, right? Which I think is what. Sorry for forgetting your name. Sorry, Sherveen is implying here,
Sherveen.
right? Sherveen. Sorry. Like how much tools do you need to use before it ceases to become art? Right, because AI is seen as the pinnacle tool right now. But before this, you had autofocus, you have automated systems on cameras that we're using. I mean, I was brought up using a manual camera.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
kind of looked
I
down.
think there is a gradual, there's a gradual releasing of artistic intent the more things you automate. I agree that is the case. It's just that the AI takes it to another extreme that we've never seen before. Like, not just by a small amount, but like by orders of magnitude. But I do think that like if you're rapping for some, like you're making a rap track and you have all of your lyrics and you have the performance of this whole thing, you're recording it, and then you're asking Suno to produce the beats for it, for example. I think that you can absolutely take credit for the lyricism and the poetry in the rap itself, right? But I think you cannot take credit for the actual like backing track for that at all. And I think you are kind of deciding to like I decide to not be part of the process of producing the instrumental here, and that's where I do feel like you are letting go of having artistic intent and artistic value in that part of the song, right? And I do think that at least the way that we look at things today, I do feel like we are losing something because generally we don't expect those things to be automated. But yes, I do feel like there is something lost there. I just think that there is a degree to which things are lost, and I think the issue with AI is the fact that it encourages a massive degree to be removed when it comes to humanity in art.
Sure, but by our current
I
standards.
saw this turn
but,
into a 2v1, so I thought I'd join. Go ahead.
Okay,
You're so
good.
stupid.
I mean, by our current standards,
2v1.
how we see it. But I mean, we've seen this in the past with technology, and this is a massive jump for sure. And maybe you could say the art is less meaningful, or there's clearly less artistic input, but that doesn't make it any less artistic input. It's the least amount that people can do currently, given the maximization of tool usage. But in the future, there will be new types of AI that are not LLMs, and people will look back and use an LLM and say, "Hey, I'm being more artistic than the cutting edge at the moment." And I mean, that seems almost inevitable that we're going to get to that point. So LLMs will
Probably,
be
yeah.
kind of the yeah.
But
so,
I don't think that people in that future are going to look back at LLMs as not being a huge step anymore. I think that huge step, like the delta from.
But so is
the
autofocus
previous
with photography. You know, like when autofocus picks up I don't know how much photography you do, but there are occasions where you end up taking a picture and it kind of wasn't intended, or you capture something. You know, I mean, Lego is also an art form, but the pieces were made by somebody else, right?
Is me doing Lego an art form?
Currently, yes.
I would disagree. I just think I'm putting things together following an instruction.
Sorry, what was your argument? Not you, Mooten. ReasonRiffs?
No,
You're
just that
ReasonRiffs, right?
even the older tools that we've been using sometimes create something that was unintended, and yet it's still an art form. It's still something beautiful at the end. It's still utilized in that regard. And I mean, there's also these two issues that seem to be wrapped up into one, right? Whether it's still art, and whether there's an artistic input. In a sense, following this argumentation, you could say, well, you know, AI could just self-produce this without any input, but would it still be art at the end of that?
So I think in my mind, I don't really care whether we label it as art or not in that case. I think it's like if we label it as art and it was made by an AI, then it would just be art that I don't care about. Like so like where we draw that distinction, I don't think matters too much to me.
Well, I mean, you say you don't care about it, but what about if you simply don't know that it's made by AI?
What about it?
Well, what about if someone said to you, "Look at this amazing piece of art I made," and I mean, frankly, they fooled you.
I do think this is useful as just a place where, again, I don't think there's. It's reasonable to value the process. And again, we go back to like it's beautiful that we had a time where the Lord of the Rings could be created in the way it was. And, you know, we get nostalgic for this too. And I think I'm very nostalgic for this in this moment in a lot of ways. I separate that from what happens next. Now, what happens next scares me too. I don't know all the implication of what happens next. But I think, Freya, if I say this again in a really not a debate way, like a real way, it's like I think that's the struggle with some of the argument is like, the process, you're right. We should have beauty and process, but I actually separate beauty and process sometimes from beauty and art. There's some art that I think like was probably created beautifully, but did not turn out to be as high quality in its output or what it felt to me or what it felt to an audience. And I think it's useful to distinguish these because ultimately, I think that's what every phase of technology introduces, right? It's a difference in process. And that difference in process can mean we as individuals are capable of something different. We as teams are capable of something different. I still think team sports are always going to be awesome, even if I might think a solo sport is also awesome for a different reason. Now, do I worry that we won't find these things fast enough? Look, I worry that David Sachs and Chamath Palihapitiya and Peter Thiel, who I am 2 degrees removed from, I hear what they say behind closed doors. Do they think robot dogs and AI surveillance systems will allow them to be kings in a finally moated castle and, you know, make all of us not matter in a few years? I worry about that too, right? So like the worry about the future doesn't simply come from AI as an anti-humanity technology. I think it comes from incentives and economics, right? That's why earlier I kept agreeing with you. I think this comes from are we participating? Are we having the conversation? Are you using AI tools to be part of the conversation such that we do go, yeah, we should know the process. And if something was produced with AI, it should be disclosed in every format, writing, image, video.
I don't see that happening ever. I don't see the incentives aligning for disclosure.
But only because you don't see it, right? It's possible. We could discuss that. It's possible.
Okay, so
but the problem is people like you are not involved in the conversation because you have withdrawn from the conversation. I prefer that you help determine the rules of AI than what you're currently doing.
If you can't beat them, join them.
I think that's impractical.
No, you don't need to be enthusiastic about the parts you don't like, because I hate the parts you don't like too. But I cannot tell you how afraid.
$99 a month, I can be part of the process. And
wait, hold on. Why do that though? Can I say something? Hold on. So these CEOs, yes, are bad. the people at these companies, Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, who are paid with that $99 a month that you pay for your Claude Code subscription, are mostly liberals who mostly care about other humans, who are the ones who tweet
I don't care
about their
about
worries
the
about job
politics
loss.
here. Like that is
Right.
completely
Well, so why'd you say that? What is it? Just the fact that dollars? What? So why'd you say that? Why'd you say for only 99?
No, it just sounded like you were trying to get me into like, oh, you have to use the AI tools in order
No,
to
I think
criticize
the
them
economic
properly.
thing is Oh, come on. No, that's just. I don't know what that is, but that's just a debate tactic. I'm not trying to sell you something. I'm trying to say I want you to use and understand and be part of a conversation about a set of systems that I think you have a valuable way of saying there are norms, just like every wave of technology, and this one's coming faster than ever. So why can't we get ahead or have a say? And again, the only reason right now is because all of our politics, from presidential level, but then also even inside tech as an industry, the good people have withdrawn or been beaten. In politics, they've been beaten, and in tech, these are people who like want their jobs and no longer feel like they can say something to their CEOs, or founders who want venture capital. And so everyone who has an opinion, I promise you, by the way, a lot of these people you don't hear from who are CEOs or execs at these companies have your same opinion about not necessarily that we should not have AI, but like some of your worries. But no one is coalescing because we all feel beaten or withdrawn rather than participating. Like the abdication here is huge.
No, but also the reason we're even having this conversation is because I wanted to participate in this discussion. I wanted to have this discussion.
I wasn't making an accusation. Sorry, I wasn't making an accusation.
No, I'm not saying you're making an
accusation.
accusation, but I'm just saying that like I am doing these things because of that reason. I care a lot about this.
No, but you're also in despair about it. I say that like just because you're DGG comments,
obviously,
right? Like I feel like you don't want it to happen.
Totally, yeah. That ideally,
I don't think
would want
that's
it to not
reasonable
happen, but I don't think that's reasonable either.
I guess that is where we disagree, right? Because I feel like you're missing some of the upside because you are hyper focused on process.
No, I'm saying the upsides don't seem to be worth it in general, and like
we could discuss that. By the way,
if we could just kind of encircle AI and only give it to like medical research and
so
not
sorry,
be
hold on. Let's not
accessible to the
encircle.
general
Encircle's too far, right? Let's have the conversation that happens before just making it medical, because that's like an extreme. So let's go backwards for a second. Why wouldn't you want it to be, for example, in the creation of SaaS software? Just like let's use something boring and weird. Let's use like accounting software, like Ramp and American Express and Expensify.
So
why should software engineers?
Why should we not why should we not use the black box that is non-deterministic and we don't fully understand in order to do?
You say, hold on, everything you just said is innuendo. Everything you just said is innuendo.
So I'm going to say that you're being a bit unfair here, and I see this quite often. Well, kind of the both of you, because you're both discussing art in this conventional sense, but I mean, my profession is working in research and physics. I write simulators. I do a lot of data analysis, and AI is a massively useful, a critical tool. Everyone's using it. And it's going to shrink the number of people doing this work because the efficiency is just increasing at an order of magnitude, right? And it's also a creative process. I create these models. I look at how it can be applied to nature. I mean, I come from a background of enjoying music and art. I was at an art gallery this weekend. I really appreciate art. Let me just be clear about that. But I see it as broader than purely being creative within the arts. And the same issues, the downside of redundancy, but the upside of productivity. And for the consumer, that's fantastic. For someone with, who wants to do something on their own that would have taken 10 people, it's also fantastic. But the redundancy issue and the loss of agency in terms of being able to do something creative. I mean, it's nice to be able to paint a painting or play a piece of music, right? But it's even nicer when it's wanted and it's shared. That's also an aspect of the motivation behind it. Even if you don't make money, right? It's also about people wanting to hear that. Now, if the AI music does become more enjoyable, that's also going to be one of the downsides. But that's also a downside in every other industry. Other people are being creative in other industries that aren't conventionally artistic, but they are creative. And
yeah,
it does take away some of the...
I was reading this, I think it was a forum it was like a math forum. They were discussing this recent, I think it was Claude that like disproved some theorem in math. And I was reading a forum where people were discussing this specific like discovery where you had, I think it was Claude that like wrote a paper and actually disproved something that was not,
both have done it.
That hadn't been disproven yet. And the people in this forum, they were, math people. So they're all doing math, and they were kind of split. Half of them are like, this is super cool. and it's awesome for like progress. But they're kind of like cautiously optimistic about this. And then the other half are like, well, why are we even doing research anymore then if the AI is going to do the research for us?
So is
and a
there
lot of people
concern that
are
they won't have
Wait,
purpose?
hold on.
Sorry.
And if people,
Okay.
like, if this ends up demotivating people to the point where, like, okay, so we had all of this research, and all of a sudden, like, right at the very last second, an AI comes in, swoops in, and takes credit for everything, even though it was probably trained on the stuff that you'd worked on for a couple of years. Like, it feels really shitty to have that happen, but it's nice, of course, in like a future of humanity and discovering new things way. But I do worry about like how this is going to affect people's motivations and how you're already seeing this when it comes to students' motivations. Students in general are really demotivated right now. And I can see why. Like, why engage in all of these things if an AI is going to do everything for us? And teachers are equally dismayed because they're, generating tests using AI, correcting it using AI, and then the students are using AI to write the things. And like, it feels like we're just like kind of giving up on humanity. And I don't know where this is going. And it feels like we're rolling the dice on humanity for what? Like productivity, a hypothetical good future that none of us are sure.
You just highlighted a massive strength and a massive weakness, and trying to then weigh both of those sides up. I just simply don't think that's possible. And you can look at both of those things, and we'll see how it goes. And you can try and legislate and promote the positive side, but it seems like a Pandora's box situation where we don't really have much control because now it's there, people will use it.
But you don't have to pour gasoline on the fire, is basically what I'm arguing.
Yeah, sure, pour it as slowly as possible because I think the thing is going to be poured. That's the thing. It's just
by people like Sherveen, yeah.
Well,
that was a great point that ReasonRiff brought up. Him and I are
why
going
did
to
I get such a stray?
You guys continue doing your 1v1s. Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for your input.
Other guy,
Bye-bye.
Hair guy.
Where were we?
Hi, friends.
Man, AI, huh?
AI, huh? Okay, so
Okay, can I give I'm gonna do a little spiel, okay, to bring us back in.
Go for it.
And then we can figure out where we are here, okay? I started this off kind of pro AI, and now I'm very anti AI, Sherveen, but I think it's just because I'm motivated by my hatred of you, okay?
That's fair enough.
Okay. The reason why I asked the questions about art, and I know art is really hard to talk about or around, but I think it's because it's difficult because I think it really gets into kind of the heart of this issue, right? So I think there is a meaningful difference between tasking an AI with a question of how should we cure this disease versus what disease should we cure. I think in the second one, what disease should we cure, we're asking the AI to make a lot of normative judgments that we would generally feel more comfortable with humans making, because you're like trying to value whose life is worth more, whose suffering is worth less, where are the resources best allocated. Whether or not we think an AI should or shouldn't answer that question, it's a meaningfully different question than just like, how should we cure some disease, which is like, well, we've decided we should cure it. Well, what's the best way to do it? Past the point of asking how we should cure a disease, it seems like there aren't very many important choices left to make. And when we go over to the art thing, earlier I asked you guys, like, what is the thing that makes art? And you guys were both kind of like humanity. I think that what humanity is proxying there, because like if somebody were to like stumble into a tree and they made an imprint, I don't think we would say that's art. We would say, oh, it looks interesting, or it looks nice, or it looks cool, or whatever, depending on if they had paint on their body or something, right? But I think that the humanity part, what we're proxying for, is some kind of intentionality there. Like there's the intention to make something as a human, and that's what makes it, at least as other humans, that's why we feel like it's art.
And I think
that
the scary
thing
with the people who made it.
Sure, fuck all that. Maybe, but not even that. I'm just focusing very specifically. I think that there are certain choices that we make, and I would call these choices like high agency choices versus, or at least like high moral agency choices versus other choices we make that are like low agency choices. And I think in the past, what we've done is we've managed to replace a whole bunch of tools with other tools that have made things easier or more simple, but they haven't really taken much of the artistic agency out of like what it is we're painting. So a little bit, right? Like I'm sure there's a skill to mixing paints and to choosing what paint will work better on what, and the way that you paint something with a physical hand might be a little bit different digitally. But at the end of the day, the high agency choices are the things that you're choosing to put on a physical canvas or on a digital canvas. And I think the same can be said for music stuff, right? Like, well, before you needed a physical keyboard, now you can do like a digital keyboard, but like which notes to play, even if you have like an arpeggiator, right? Like the fact that you want to put an arpeggio there is these are meaningfully like low agency things that are kind of being shifted off onto tools. But with generative AI, we're having the ability to make high agency choices now. I think maybe for the first time in human history, high agency choices are being moved off onto like automated or robotic.
Can you give
or
me an
manual
example?
things. So no matter, I think to some extent, okay, we're getting, what is this, teleological here? Like in humans seeking virtue, or if we think about like the purpose of a human or the things that a human can do, some of these highest agency choices that a person can make artistically are generally found at the end of a long lifetime of training. Another person couldn't emulate these things very easily. If you give me, you know, like a digital keyboard and all the fanciest music tech in the world, I will never be able to produce a beat like Kanye West. Well, maybe now I can because he's crazy. Or make a song like, I don't know, like Keith Jarrett. I can never improvise, whatever, like him. Or any of these. I just wouldn't be able to do it. Given all the tools in the universe, I could never do that. If you give me an LLM, I convincingly could. And there's something different there, that the choices that these things are able to make are things that conventionally we would consider high agency choices.
Do you think if you and Kanye both got access to the same set of AI music tools, you would suddenly be at parity with him just because AI understands Kanye?
I think that if both of us had access to pre-AI tools, I think that I would produce...
Post. Oh, okay, sorry. Good.
If me and Kanye both had access to pre-AI tools, I think that out of 10 times, I would produce a better beat than him 0 times, and I don't even think it would be close. Both of us given access to AI tools to like a random audience, I don't know, maybe 3 out of 10 times. And the ones where I'm behind would take a bit of listening for people to maybe make a decision. I think the gap there would close significantly.
Can you prove that to me? Can you give me
I'm going to say that it's self-evident,
that?
and you're bad at faith for not even believing that that is like self-evidently true.
Oh, the bad faith. What?
No. So
Hold on,
I feel like there's...
Take it back. Take it back. Take it back. Take it back.
No,
take
I'm
it back.
curious if either of you know. Let me
take
ask
it
a question.
back. No, first take it back. Am I bad faith?
I think that question was bad faith.
It was not bad faith, Stephen. If you're going to give me something where we don't have evidence of the thing you just said, where you say you and Kanye are going to have a different ratio, I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. Isn't one of the main things about these people who are producers is that they don't sit at a fucking instrument in the same way. They're sitting at computers. Kanye does not sit there with a fucking violin, right? So already the instrument is abstracted.
That's good. That's good that you have this feeling.
So take it back.
That's fine. Okay, whatever, take it back. But so it's good that you have this feeling, because this is where we significantly disagree. And this is where in the future, maybe there would be more of an argument on the AI side. If it was the case, like, here's a question I would ask you. Do you think that somebody who's been prompting AI for 5 years can produce something significantly better than somebody who's learned to prompt AI for 6 months?
1000%.
Okay.
Seriously?
In my mind,
I'll do a test. I'll do a test.
I think that the chasm between somebody who's been like practicing an instrument for 5 years versus 6 months, it's going to be such a night and day difference on the final product.
I'll do a test.
I understand that, like, I know that, like, there's.
I'm offering that we can evidence this.
But the problem is, like, you're going to.
You don't want evidence.
I know that I'm right. I know that I'm right.
You're wrong.
Sorry. I know that I'm 100% right. I know people who have zero programming experience who can create full like pseudo programs today. Or
Stephen, of course. But your question is the increment. Your question is the last 5% of the thing. The same thing that's true with Kanye, which is why he beats you every single time. Someone who understands product. I'm a product person by background. If I'm like working at a company, I will trounce someone who has 6 months of experience, because ultimately over those 5 years of prompting, I'm learning a tremendous amount. I have a skill in product. This is the differentiator. Yeah, and the same differentiator exists post and pre-AI.
You're going to reach the point of diminishing return is going to be met much earlier with AI.
Of course.
Much earlier.
Of course. I'm just saying that the difference between like 1 year of learning versus 10 years of learning, I think in AI prompting is going to be much less apparent than one versus 10 years.
This is a trivial. I don't. Okay, maybe
in any other art or skill or anything that you could ever think of in your entire life, like the difference in product output is just going to be completely and totally different.
Serving sandwiches.
I don't think serving sandwiches is like a high agency thing.
First of all, they're literally called sandwich artists at some shops. I'll have you know. Second, it's still a thing.
Well, actually, hold on. I'm glad that you brought that up, because I think it illustrates my argument flawlessly, right? Okay. In that, because the thing that you just brought up was a low agency choice. We don't consider there to be much human agency. I don't think many people would care if they got a sandwich produced by a machine.
Is programming high agency to you, like straight up programming?
As a part of a cog in a machine or creating an entire program, I would say absolutely yes, for
Whoa,
sure.
hold on. Wait. As part of a cognitive machine, it's high agency to you?
I think I think like the whole concept of like creating a program involves
Then
a lot of
then
like
you're wrong, and you have no. I mean, code monkeys are absolutely 90%, and maybe not 90%.
yeah,
80%.
and do code monkeys create products on their own, or are they part of teams that are working with a whole fucking
Right, that's
agile
my point.
framework
It's low
and a whole-
agency. They are participating in a low agency activity.
No, but
They
they're still
themselves
doing
are.
problem
But hold on, but
solving
you
at
asked
the
for
very
the
least,
entire
right?
concept for the entire concept of programming, like the whole thing. There are the higher up you go, the more higher agency
Okay.
it becomes, right?
Sure, I agree with that. What does that
So you
do
can
then?
you can replace people on the bottom, but that's the
Yes.
equivalent to the sandwich shop artist. But as you climb higher and higher and higher up top, and you replace those people, I think people feel like those higher decisions are meaningfully more human.
Yes.
And that abstracting them away
Agreed.
to machines makes it feel meaningfully more worse.
That, first of all, that has nothing to do with everything you just said. We can talk about it, but that doesn't have anything to do with what you just said. Because ultimately, when you go to those higher level things, they're not making they're not writing code, right? So the high agency executive, VP of engineering at a mid-size startup is not prized because of the code he writes anymore. He's making a different set of choices. He's making high agency choices about headcount, about technology stack, about maybe he's
But now
collaborating with
it's a
product to
different
determine.
art form. Like now it's not the same art form. We're not talking about programming anymore.
Okay.
Or even
Okay,
if we do,
fine.
even if we do keep that about programming,
That's what I was
fine. But when those things get subsumed away, then it becomes something meaningfully different. Like a person who's
That's my
sequencing-
point.
No, like a person who's sequencing an instrument on a fucking DAW or whatever, right? On a digital audio workstation. The person sequencing something is still making meaningful music decisions. He's not interacting with the instrument at all anymore, which some people
Wait, it
do
depends on what
consider-
he's doing. It depends on what he's
Oh my
doing.
god.
Wait,
These
but
are, like, not
obviously
arguments.
you're-
Oh my
you're-
god.
disagree
Why?
with
Oh
you.
my god.
Well, because obviously, when you're sequencing a song on a MIDI roll, you're choosing which notes to put in. That's still a high creative thing that
You're
you're
engaging
doing.
in composition.
Okay, can you also be at a audio cart just making sure that the levels of people on stage are leveled?
Sure, but that would be like probably like a lower creative agency thing.
Yes.
But you, like-
Wait. Again, I guess we're both defining this, and you're using it as something. I agree with you that there are higher agency versions of either you can decide they're different jobs or they're a job on a spectrum. Either way, the point that I'm making is 100% will say on the notion of AI, there is a flattening of difference at the bottom because ultimately what we're talking about is a low agency activity.
But the
When you have a
flattening
high
is gonna
agency
happen
activity,
everywhere. That's the flattening will happen all the way. to the very top.
No.
It's
The
more
last
because
5% of what a director of engineering, for example, or let's say a director of product at a startup is making very, very different decisions that cannot be abstracted the same way. This is why, by the way, these will be where mistakes are most made. The mistakes
Wait,
are not
hold
going
on.
to be made
So now
because
you completely swapped over to Freya's argument that some things are just too complicated for LLMs. No, this is a
I
technology
didn't say
and a
that at
progress
all.
question.
I didn't say that
This
at
is
all.
not-
I didn't say that at all. I didn't say that at
Wait,
all.
wait. Just okay. I'm just curious. Do you think that there is some level of abstraction right now that machines will never be able to do?
No.
Okay, so I don't even know why you just brought that up as an example. Then at some point they'll be able to do it. Maybe not right now, but at some point they will. Be
I'm
able
just
to do
bringing it up because you seem to think like you can make this an argument about the distance between two people using the same post AI product, flattening all skills. I'm telling you that's not true. That doesn't mean that AI can't do something at an abstract level eventually. Those two things have nothing to do with each other.
People would feel like there is a meaningful difference in the types of
If
things
you
being
want to talk
abstracted
about
away.
their feelings, we can. You were asking
when
me
it
about
comes
the
to art,
level of
that's what
differentiation of their
matters,
output.
right?
Let's say that
You went
home-
for the
let's say that you went
Kanye
home-
thing.
No, I understand. Let's say that you went to a concert and then you go back home and then somebody tells you at the end of the night the multiverse splits. One person tells you, "Did you know, by the way, that the sound balancing for that show was actually completely handled by Claude?" And then let's say in the other one, somebody tells you, "Did you know that that singer on the stage, they weren't actually singing at all? It was just an AI voice the entire time." Which person do you think would feel more disappointed in the concert?
Why is this question interesting? I don't know why you think
It's
that.
so
because
obvious.
the-
Oh my
because the-
god, you know this.
because
I don't
the
think you're this
singing
stupid.
But
Right?
being an artist and picking the notes
my
and
God.
singing and having that
You
performance
guys
is
are
seen as
so fucking rude. Go ahead.
that's a
Repeat.
higher. It's seen as like a
sorry.
higher agency thing. It's seen as
This-
like
this
these are like the
is-
creative choices that make us human.
I
We feel
understand
like
that.
we're
What do you
vulnerable.
think that says about my argument? What do you think you're debating with me on with that?
You don't seem to think that there's a difference between replacing all audio balancers in society with
I
replacing all
never said
standard
that.
vocalizers.
You asked me if there's a flattening that would make you competitive with Kanye.
Okay.
No. You don't get to say that and then tell me that I don't seem to think there's a difference. No, I seem to
Do you
think there's a difference.
Do you think that
You
absent
don't.
AI, do you think absent AI? Do you think I would have an easier time or a harder time competing with Kanye West if we were to both to produce beats?
Absent of AI, it's going to be
Or do you
harder.
think it would, okay, that's all I'm saying.
by trivial nonsense amounts that don't have anything to do with this conversation whatsoever. Kanye would trounce you 10 times out of 10, even if you both had AI tools.
You think that? So
Someone with a last five. Hold on. If I you're competing with Kanye, and you both have an hour, and he has a mind that you say, sorry if I'm too loud. If you have a mind that can create music with all of this sort of artistic instrument, and again, I think this is a good example because a lot of these producers are not using a violin, right? They're using computers. His expression, his ability to understand what's happening inside of a studio and to understand what people will hear, is providing him, despite similar instruments that other producers are going to have, an ability to go to the last 5% of results, such that he will always have the hit. Right? And so if he has an hour and you have an hour and you both have AI tools, do I think he can take the same AI tools that is going to take him from mile 1 to mile 70, and you can also go mile 1 to mile 70, but he in the last 10 minutes is actually going to mile 90? Yeah. And by the way, maybe before the difference is not 20 miles, maybe the difference is 40 miles. Either way, he's beating you 10 times out of 10. Because that last 5% is what matters in that case.
I don't think
So,
that's what matters. I think that if we were to
even-
compete before, and we, oh god,
No, I was just going to say that, like, even if that's the case, like, wouldn't this lead to a future where we basically have the like equivalent of the loudness war, but it's happening in terms of like the release of music?
What's the loudness war?
The loudness war
everybody
was
tries to
basically
boost
where
the average decibel of the musical songs that they're making, so that on the radio everything sounds really loud, basically, and just a flattening of the dynamic range and the.
Why
decibel
is that
output
the same
of
thing?
tracks.
So basically what there's going to be less of a difference between someone who has spent a lot of time and care on producing their art versus people who have not spent a lot of time and care on their art. And so it's going to be, you're going to have so much visual noise and auditory noise in any public communication channels or advertising channels, where it's going to be hard to tell the difference if it's someone in a bedroom who used Suno versus someone who's like.
I agree with you on the
actually good
economics
for-
and incentives of this, 1,000%. I think, for example, there's
No, I
there are a
don't really
couple-
care about the economics here. It's just about the like visibility, which even if
When I say
nobody
economics,
had
I
to
guess
make
I'm
money or
talking
whatever,
about
like-
cultural or human behavioral factors. I'm not just talking about money. So as an example, there are two startups, I believe. One is just a guy, and then there's an actual startup that produce like thousands of podcasts that release episodes every single day. It's all AI generated. And a lot of people listen to them. So they have a lot more volume than some of your favorite podcasters, all of our favorite podcasters, because each of their AI generated episodes gets like 100 listens. I agree with you that is, kind of
it's pollution.
it's pollution. It's also a refutation of like human taste and judgment in terms of the audience. Like, I agree with you on that. However, I still think there will be fantastic stories in podcasts despite that, because, and by the way,
They will be visible how?
not,
Like
so
we're kind
that's
of
where I go.
competing for
That's
the
where I
same
go.
attention here.
So that's where I go. I wish we would have more conversation as to how we have pro-social behavior in the age of AI. As an example, again, if I was a CEO of Substack, I would ban authors that don't disclose that they're writing with AI. Or completely using AI writing, because I believe we are capable of this if we only had the conversation this way, right? Because I agree with you on the ills, but when we talk about using it in all these other places, we keep moving away from the fact that we could have not a best of all worlds, that's too optimistic, but a good of all worlds, in the sense that the person who creates all those podcasts either, shouldn't get to, or maybe there's a way that happens that we're okay with, but like they shouldn't be able to flood the market with all these podcasts. And at the same time, if a podcast we all like starts to produce their show notes using deep research and GPT 5.5 Pro, knowing what that will give somebody in terms of their ability to like look at that research and read in depth and ask smart questions on that podcast, I want them to do it. And I think those are distinct. And so we have to begin to have a set of expectations. And by the way, I think this is also good for labor. So I think there should be expectations to what you should require, ask that labor do, because it's currently the people who have a say in how the economics, and again, I mean behavioral economics as well, not just financial, it's being unilaterally decided. Instead,
would
I
you-
think there should be.
Sorry, continue.
No, feel
No,
free to
so
interrupt
what
me.
do you-
I think
what-
that's how normal conversations work in real life.
So what do you think about this company then that is effectively creating pollution, like informational pollution? Like, do you think that
like as
they
an
should be
individual
stopped,
or as a
like-
company? Look,
either?
I think I think a lot of companies should be stopped. So that comes
But
not from my
have you
opinion
talked
about
to the
AI.
people who did this?
Have I talked to them?
Yeah, like, do you know them
I
personally?
don't know them. I don't know them.
Okay, if you did, would you talk to them about this? Like, hey, you're doing kind of like a really shitty thing. Like, would you tell that
I'm
to
going
their
to tell you,
face?
I have lost over the past 3 years because of politics conversations, AI conversations, Mamdani regulation conversations, probably 2 to 3 dozen friendships / key business relationships, including people who have given me millions of dollars. Because yes, I'm in their inbox. I yell at them about this. I call them names and they call me names back. And I am not liked anymore in a lot of spaces because
But you're
yes,
still
1,000%.
your job is still encouraging companies to use
What do you
AI,
think? What do you think
right?
that means? I hate this argument. Chat makes it all the time. What's wrong with that? By the way, I make trivial amounts of money off of me teaching AI, and by the way, I teach it to people who like are 70 and lawyers and 20 and want a job for the first time in their life, and these are well-meaning people who want something and they want to pay for my time, and I barely, the cost is negligible. Why is that a problem for you?
So I could be wrong, but you're effectively helping people give up agency on stuff, right?
You're completely wrong. These people walk out of my course and they feel, something completely enabled in them. By the way, they can compete for a job, or they have a business where they want to automate something. They want to understand the technology. Some of them literally don't want to do anything with it. They just feel like they're behind. If I'm going into a company and there's a team training, this is a team that goes, oh, we want to compete in the marketplace. We're a payroll software and we want to compete with other payroll software.
Are any of these creative things that you're telling them to
Many
use
of them
AI
are
for?
designers. Yeah.
As in, like, are
web
you
designers.
telling them to use AI to do design or to do art?
Telling them to are you asking me if I'm telling them to like make AI generated paintings and sell
Yeah, like
them on Etsy?
instead of using a
No, I don't
designer for
say
your
that.
website, like
I don't
you
say
can
that.
use,
I would
like-
never. Hold on. Yes, yes. No one should, unless you have a big company. If you're like a solo person and you only have a limited budget as a SMB or a startup, hiring a designer, unless you're like a consumer business, because that's going to really matter for your conversion and your brand. Yeah, you shouldn't. If you're like building payroll software, you can use Claude Code or
Okay, so you're
Codex.
choosing not to design then, right?
You're choosing not to design. I'm choosing to tell a founder that
outsourcing it
their
to-
money is spent. What does that mean? Is it better if they outsource it to someone in another country? What if they can get someone for $3 in the Philippines?
It's better if they actually cooperated with people in general, I would say, yeah.
It's better if they cooperated with people in general. Why? What if there are 10 times more businesses that serve us awesome things because they don't have to hire designers?
Yeah, I guess this sort of gets into the like slopification factor, and if it's going to create pollution where the like average design quality is going to drop because people are just going to produce more and more things rather than.
By the way, I think
things.
outliers will always win there, right? I agree with you that that's bad, and I look at websites all the time now, and I can tell it's AI slop, and I go, oh, I don't.
It feels to me like, oh, people are going to find the best food for them. They're not going to eat junk food, and people are not going to get stuck
I didn't say that won't be
scrolling
produced.
timelines. They're going to get the good content.
Just to be clear, you know this too. From an economic incentives perspective, that which is differentiated and more effort is put into the thing. I'm not saying that slop won't be created. I'm saying non-slop will ultimately be rewarded. Now, I agree with you. We should also be proactive.
So if I make it,
just as a quick thing.
No, hold on. I have an example that I don't want to forget. So if I have a game that I release and it starts to make a lot of money, how long does it take until 1 million companies start copying my idea and make even more money, and then my own thing gets forgotten?
It's 6
like, that's not going to take long, right?
6 months to a year, yeah. I don't know if you were looking for a literal answer.
No, not literal, but like do you see that there might be a problem with that situation at all, or?
Do I think there's a problem? Wait. Also, what if you could make a game and you couldn't make a game before? What if you didn't have the money? What if you didn't have the time?
At all?
What? By the same token that they can compete with you quickly, you can also compete yourself quickly, either for the first time or faster than ever before, as an individual. And if you, by the way, have enough fans, we know this, right? Humans seek out, kind of the other reason that a Kanye, as problematic as he is, will always have his fans is because once there's that connection, that's a human connection. That won't be replaced by AI. It can be complemented. There might be another connection that is to a product created by AI. But once that thing, like there's a certain thing that we won't abdicate. There's a certain thing that is relationships and stories, etc., that will still be produced. And so if they find you as an indie dev, they enjoy your game. When you say ideally, and again, I'm not saying that it'll be perfect and the economics will work. I'm also worried about that. But I think it's true that you, for example, as an indie dev using this stuff, could produce games that people will be fans of. They'll create a connection with you. Now, your next question is, can big studios or like selfish people compete so fast that it dilutes your ability to be rewarded for your craft? I think that's a great question. I don't think that I disagree that we can have this all go wrong. But again, I also think the way this could go wrong is robot dogs could protect Peter Thiel in Argentina while he ruins the United States, which is actually happening, right? So like I have these worries because of politics, right? I don't have these worries inherent to technology. I agree with you that technology is speeding things up, but I also think that means in some ways, and I'm not saying embrace because you have to go subscribe to ChatGPT. I make no money when you subscribe to ChatGPT. I make no money when you subscribe to any AI product. You have to buy my coaching or classes for me to make money, so don't buy any of them. And so what happens when you go participate in this is I think you become more productive for whatever you want to do. What is good for you, right? What level of orchestration? I always think I have a framework that I use: orchestration, supervision, delivery.
You don't have
These are
to
the
sell
three things.
your thing. Yeah.
Okay, productivity is not always like the best thing, though, right?
Correct.
Like there might be other things that we value. Like I could create much more music, never learning an instrument, but just querying an LLM or whatever, right? Like there are trade-offs to some of these things we do, from the like meaningful artistic acquisition skill things to the just making decisions to make more money. Going back to the example earlier when you were talking about outsourcing stuff, let's assume that a job that can be outsourced, or a job that we don't want to spend time on early on in an investment, is a job that can eventually be eliminated, a profession that can be eliminated from all of society. Do you think that we're losing the same type of thing from society if we were to eliminate all accounting jobs because we could replace them with perfect accounting software, versus if we could eliminate all musician jobs because we can eliminate that with perfect software, we can emulate with perfect software? Do you think
I think it depends on what comes next. I think it depends on what comes next.
Okay, I don't know.
Well, what do you imagine
How would
comes
that change?
next?
So in the case of labor, it's a little bit more discrete, which is we can say something like that depends on how we take care of those people. So, for example, with either UBI or other jobs.
Okay, let's assume a normal human, realistic world where this is not happening. There's not a magical government fairy. Let's assume that in one world we replace all accounting jobs, and in another world we replace all like music.
Then I think they're both bad. If we take care of nobody, they're both bad.
Even if there's even if there is UBI, I would say that it's bad.
Let me please wait. Hold on. Let's assume that all these people, it doesn't matter. UBI, I think doesn't matter. Let's assume that these people move into equivalent jobs. Okay, so instead of an accountant, the person will become a teacher or something, or instead of a musician, a person will become a painter or something. Do you think that anything meaningful is different between these two types of jobs or professions we've lost, between all of the accounting class and all of the musician class?
No.
Okay. Well, I think that's like
don't forget that there was once a time where people said books were going to take away from oral storytellers. So you're saying you're making the same fucking argument. This is just a medium question.
Well, but that's excuse me. Wait, have you not heard the thing? Radio killed the video star. Fuck, I don't remember the song. But that is true, though, isn't it? Like, don't way less people read today, or way less people cherish authors today than they used to in the past? Isn't that true?
YuniDev, shut the fuck up. Sorry, say it again.
Don't people cherish authors way less today than they used to in the past because other mediums have kind of replaced them?
Authors. What does authors mean to you?
Bruh.
Pisco? What?
Is that you?
Why is that a bad... Explain to me why that's a bad question. Explain. Give me the psychological and sociological reasons. That's a pisco. Go.
Because it's self-evident that as a new medium emerges, it starts to replace the older one. That radio replaced written word, that TV replaced radio, that internet replaced TV.
And you're the one making the argument. Why am I not allowed to push back by pointing out the fallacy of what you're pointing out?
Okay, so do you disagree with that then? Do you think that appreciation for literature and all that is the same as it was before TV?
Are you one of those people who believes that like if you replace books with Substack, just as like a weird example, it must be a negative no matter what's on Substack?
I'm not even talking about positive or negative. I'm just saying that it is a thing that's happened.
That's the point I tried to make when you yelled pisco, is like the question is whether the authorship still gets to happen. Because I believe whether it's oral storytelling or it becomes books, or books might become, unfortunately or fortunately...
Okay, I understand. The question was even dumber than I thought. I'm sorry, I meant book authors. Do you think that there are less appreciation for book authors today than there were 150 years ago?
Wait, sorry, myself the same response?
As in not people that author things on Substack or whatever else.
Right. Wait, are you asking me if there's less appreciation, or if the fact there's less appreciation is bad?
I'm just asking if books were kind of replaced by radio and TV.
If they were replaced, or if they are...
So as a result of them being replaced, aren't there going to be less authors? I haven't even gotten to good or bad yet. I'm trying to lay a descriptive like reality that we all at least agree
I'm
on.
so triggered.
Because you're trying to shortcut ahead because you think you're getting like trapped or something. It's a very simple question.
I don't think I'm getting trapped. I don't know why you guys
Then
can't
just answer the question.
Just have a normal fucking. Why can't people just be nice in this room?
Because when I ask a question like, do you think people read less today than they did in the past? You're like, well, when you say read, are you including Substack as well? No, I'm talking about fucking.
I wanted to ask you a genuine question about whether you think versions or forms of authorship can be similar. Because when you ask me that question, the thing that comes to my mind genuinely, because
I'm not even close to that question. I'm just asking a basic question. Do you think that people read more or less like books today?
Less.
And do people do people watch more or less TV today? And when I say TV, I mean like cable TV versus like Netflix or something else. Less, right? Okay. So I would argue that moving people from writing books to things like TV shows or movies or whatever, these are all still like high agency job to high agency job, high agency job to high agency job, maybe a little bit reduction in some places. But if we start to replace the high agency jobs and there's no parallel thing for them to move off to, that seems to me like you're losing some of that high agency, like the human stuff. And then I think that's what we would say would be maybe bad.
Maybe. But that depends on how we...
Like I feel like we're talking about like entire artistic fields effectively disappearing, and you're saying maybe that's bad. Or like, is that what you're saying? Like you're not sure?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Why
I don't think that there won't be a place for artists to go.
No, but of course there will be some niche somewhere, and people will make art for themselves.
That's
and
not
yada,
what I'm
yada,
saying.
yada.
Okay,
but it's about
hold on.
the
You didn't want to go to
public engagement
AGI,
with art,
but
right?
like if we have to go here, we have to go to like AGI. Or
we don't have to
whatever,
go to
right?
AGI.
Like, no, we do, because for
No.
like AI to do everything, okay, we have to go to something more capable than we have today. Whatever.
Sure, maybe
And
a little bit,
so the question,
or even just give it more time for it to settle.
I need a Diet Coke.
Okay.
One sec.
Get him out of here.
Fuck you.
Fuck.
I think it's really hard to keep track of arguments sometimes.
Well, sometimes you guys are just valuing different parts of the thing, and then you're arguing for what you value, and then he's arguing for what he values, but you guys are missing each other on the valuation thing.
Did you just say that we value different things and that's why sometimes
Go
we
get your
disagree? Is
thing.
that what you just said? I got it.
Oh, you did.
It's not that far.
You're too fast. Steven takes
Whenever he
like 10
gets
minutes.
a Red
do you
Bull,
think
it takes like 4
do you think
hours.
that if high agency jobs, we'll just stick with music, are replaced more and more and more with AI stuff, do you think that there will be less musicians in the future? And when I say musicians, sorry, I mean a person that can like play an instrument or meaningfully engage by making choices with a DAW, not a very good prompter. Like, do you think that there will be less musicians in the future?
Yeah.
Okay. Imagine we were to reach a point in time. You remember 50 years ago when we were wee lads and we read a book? Did you ever read a book called The Giver?
Yeah.
Remember how wasn't he like the only guy that could fucking see color or some bullshit?
I'm really bad at remembering these things.
Forget it. Okay. Let's say in the future there are no more human musicians or people that know how to meaningfully engage with DAWs or whatever, and it's just people who can query LLMs. Is that future?
Query.
Do you think, with regards to the state of music, but let's say the music we're listening to, everybody likes it more. They they would report like higher enjoyment of listening to the music or whatever than they did when humans were
Are you
making
asking me something like, am I okay with a Wally world? Is that like where that
I don't know.
question
No,
goes?
why do you have to jump ahead?
Wait,
Oh my
why?
God.
Why is that jumping ahead? I don't know. Hold on.
Because
I have AI psychosis.
No, I'm just asking a very simple question. If we eliminate if all humans who could play music in society, if they didn't have that skill anymore, that was a skill lost to humans, and only people could query LLMs to get new music, would something be lost there? Like, would that be really bad for human society? Or if all the music created sounded better to people, would that be a good society? Would that be better?
Can you tell me why it's not a good idea for my next sentence? Teach me something. And thank you for the person in chat who said that it wasn't jumping ahead. Why can't I then ask if you're asking me if it's okay for us to be in a Wally world? That's the implication of what you're saying, no?
Because generally you answer a question with a response, not another question. And two,
I've responded to this question like 1,000 times.
Okay, so I just want to hear a clear answer to that. So if nobody could play an instrument or meaningfully interact with instrument software anymore, and you had to just query an LLM to do it, nobody knew how.
The reason I asked the Wally question is because the thing that I'm trying to clarify is if you believe.
Does anybody know why I can't answer that question? You can answer it and then do the Wally thing if you want. I'm just asking that
Can
question.
I do this and then you can tell me if I didn't answer it in the forum?
It's such a basic question. Do you think that'd be a better world where no humans could meaningfully interact with music stuff anymore, but they could query better songs from LLMs? That'd be a better world or a worse world?
Worse world.
That would be a worse world. Okay. Why?
Because the question then goes to something like meaning or purpose. And that's why I asked the Wally question. Because one of the things I don't know about the future, I'm not one of those people who claims to know. I think the people who claim to know are actually bullshitting you in a lot of cases. They're too certain. Is like, what does it look like when there is no music, right? Or your world where like they can't make that sort of version of music. I genuinely believe something like we might not understand what that world looks like. I'm not saying it's like, oh, we're aliens all of a sudden, but there could be an activity.
Hold on, wait, no, boring. Assume it all the way. Assume that the music is going to sound better than what humans can make. That's why we continue to query them.
So that's why the Wally world that's why I'm asking that question. No purpose. We're just in a seat drinking soda, right? That's why I'm asking that question. Does that now seem reasonable to you?
But that assumes a whole host of other things. Like,
right, which are also implied by his fucking proposition.
not necessarily.
You know what? Fine. We're in the Wally world. Yes, fine.
I think that's worse for humans.
Why is the Wally world worse?
For humans. It's worse for humans.
Lazy.
Because we don't have purpose, we don't have motivation, we probably lose our libido. Like it leads to
purpose and motivation. Wait. Why does that matter then? If it doesn't matter when you ask about like creating good music, somebody can have the motivation to learn an instrument, to create a song, to learn from past influences or whatever, right? Why?
But if they can no longer do so in a way that either rewards them or others, which rewarding others reward them, then there's a loop that doesn't happen.
Which is what is happening right now with the AI stuff. That's not even
no. Why is that happening with AI stuff? Tell me how that's happening with AI stuff exactly. Be very specific.
Because more creative jobs are being replaced by people that are simply
that is not causing the thing that you're talking about. You have to be very specific. Does. Give me a specific example.
Okay, how specific do you want? Okay, here's a.
This is fake, by the way. I'm in this industry. I'm telling you, it's fake. This is fake. There is no displacement of people satisfying themselves.
Oh, okay. So there was no like AI generated music that topped Spotify.
You're living in a zero sum that hasn't happened yet. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it hasn't happened yet. We listen to more music than ever.
And also, just to be clear, music listening, unfortunately, is kind of zero sum. You can't listen to two songs at once. So if you're listening to one thing, you're probably
do you realize we're still? I believe we're still in the rise because of the fact that people listen in the workplace. I think we're actually still in that rise. So you're currently, maybe it's 2 years old and maybe it's finally started to peak, but we're still in that rise post-COVID.
Okay, but I don't see how that has anything to do with it. Like, it's about
because
the
generation of the current slop. Because the generation of the current slop is not kind of crushing non-AI generated stuff. And then, by the way, the other question becomes, no, you have no evidence. Show me evidence.
I mean, even just Spotify's charts. Like, do you think that
no. People do the same. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Show me that the human stuff is decreasing as a result of the AI stuff. You can't. It hasn't happened.
Well, every single company now that is just using AI to generate placeholder images or music or commercials, that's money that's not going to create somebody working on.
Which thing do you care about? The slop or the art? Because you're right that, for example, when people want a YouTube thumbnail for their shitty product, for that guy, who's that guy who does the Canada shit?
They're inseparable.
Who's the Canada shit guy?
Inseparable. They're inseparable.
What's that guy's name?
Caleb Warhammer 40K.
Caleb Warhammer 40K.
But I'm arguing that these things are inseparable.
Why are they inseparable?
Because generally speaking, the way that art works is there is some corporate bullshit side that you kind of have to do work for in order to power your more creative hobbies. And
okay, I agree with that.
And
I think there is a transition period that's interesting. Sorry, hold on 1 second. I think there's an interesting transition period we're in where the question, and again, I'm open to like what the results will be, is does this enablement, this AI enablement, so let's move away from slop and pretend for a moment that we all agree that there's some good stuff we can produce in collaboration with AI, let's say in music and art. I think there's an interesting question as to whether that transition is successful. In other words, do people get to make more good? And that could look diffuse, as in it's niches, I'm making it for myself or my friends or for a community, or it could be grand, which would be like, oh, there's more big budget movies than ever because we lowered the cost of it by some amount, therefore we could produce a lot more of it. So there's these, that could happen. The other thing
hold on, wait, real quick. What I'm trying to make you understand is every time you start saying this, you could produce more, blah, blah, blah. All you're saying there, I don't know if you realize it, but all you're saying there could be summarized by, well, there's a world where we get closer and closer to the Wally world. Everything you're describing there is a Wally world, where you could query a thing. You don't have to ask an artist to do something. Somebody can make a thing that you've never made before. It would be cool for us and we feel good, but that's what you're moving towards Wally world every time you make a statement like that.
I'm moving towards Wally World. No, because I told you, I imagine that as this happens. Now, I'm not, by the way, hold on. So let me clarify something. There's a version of the argument that maybe you hear too much that you're ascribing to me. So, like, Mark Andreessen and, again, a bunch of the tech oligarchs will say something like, every time this happens, we just move on to the next thing. There were lamp lighters, and now there are no lamp lighters. There were people who stood at toll booths. I'm not saying that. However, there is something adjacent to that, which is, I do think there could be enough. Now, enough might not look the same, for example, in jobs. Enough might not look like musicians. And so there could be some other version of finding purpose in doing something for other people. Or there could be some other version of storytelling, like we would call music storytelling. I can't imagine all of them in front of you. You're right. But I don't know if that leads to Wall-E necessarily. I'm open to
like,
it.
The loss in humanity in art, like we don't have to imagine that. It's already happening.
Tell me why. You're already
what do you
consuming
mean
social
why?
media slop. Well, how is today different than yesterday?
Okay,
Can you
so
tell me how today is
the
different than
Eurovision
yesterday?
Song Contest happened in Europe. It's one of the biggest events in Europe, right?
Uh-huh.
And they had AI generated interludes in that.
Okay.
Tell me
Did
why.
that ruin Eurovision?
Yes, for me,
Why?
it was I feel an
Wait, hold on,
increasing
wait,
sadness over
no, stop,
humanity,
wait.
right?
It doesn't stop.
But like,
no,
but
hold
why
on.
do
It
why
doesn't-
do they
it
do
doesn't-
that?
Wait. It doesn't ruin Eurovision, but it makes it. There is an artist that could have filled that slot that now doesn't fill that slot, and that type of thing is going to.
What's happening to LA? What's happening to Hollywood right now, Steven?
I don't know what's happening to Hollywood.
What's happened in the past 10 years to Hollywood?
It got less Jewish.
What?
I don't know what because I went to Israel. I don't know what is your
What
point?
the fuck are you talking about? Well, there's a loss of jobs. Why? And
I don't know if
Hollywood
there's
is
a loss of jobs. I have no idea. Just make your point.
the price to produce TV and movies in Hollywood went up, and the price to produce TV and movies in Europe and New Jersey and Atlanta went down.
Yes. Okay.
It's the
So?
same
What about
thing you're saying. There are economic factors to all of this. You're right that there's an artist that doesn't make money. But by the way, by the same
no, but
token,
when you say
hold on.
economic factors, when you say
By the same
economic
token, by the
factors,
same
I-
token, hold
I-
on. Hold on.
Oh my
There might be a
God.
YouTube version of Eurovision. Now there are two Eurovisions. There's the main Eurovision, and there's, the three of us decide to start our own Eurovision because it's cost economic.
Okay, but you
Well,
asked for a
the thing I
specific
said before-
example,
wait,
right?
real quick. Let me wait. Look, the thing that I said before, you didn't understand the question, but you keep coming back to it without realizing it. As I asked you earlier, do you think everyone is entitled to all talents?
No.
Or entitled?
No.
You do.
I did answer, by the way.
do. You do because you keep making this argument that like, well, what if somebody could create a thing? What if we could do this for cheaper? What maybe this sounds mean, maybe, I guess I don't know, or bougie or whatever. Maybe you shouldn't have the ability to create a thumbnail for your YouTube channel. Maybe you shouldn't have music for your video if you can't afford to pay somebody for it. Because maybe it's okay that not everybody can have access, like the Wally world, to every single human pleasure at all points in time, but that there should be some amount of life, work, effort, whatever that we have to
Take away
trade
Photoshop?
for other people's life.
If you can't
work,
edit
effort.
an image, should you not be able to access Photoshop?
I don't know if I would say that editing is a meaningfully high agency choice. Those are the ones that I'm talking about, that as those disappear from society, we're losing something special. If I were to say that Photoshop got rid of every single person who could edit a photo manually to get rid of like artifacts, I don't know if we care that much about those jobs. Whereas if we eliminate all musicians from society, I think we do kind of care about those jobs.
You are assuming that endpoint. I don't see it the same way you do. I don't think we eliminate musicians. I think Kanye will use AI tools to be an AI version of Kanye.
Do you think something was lost there if Kanye starts using AI?
No.
Okay.
Well, it depends on what for, I guess. I mean,
That'd be
I
wild
don't think
to
that
me.
I don't think it, like, again, he's not valued for like being on the violin, right? So I assume it's like recognizing sound. Like, if
Okay,
AI,
so do you feel like if every single artist in the entire world just stopped playing music, nobody was an instrumentalist anymore, they only used Suno for all the stuff that they do?
do I value the guitar
Like,
and the
don't you think we
violin
lost
and the
something
drums?
like valuable there?
We lost something. Hold on, yeah. So this is the same as other technology revolutions, though, right? Because we lose something and then we like get something else. So I think
What
like
is
if
that
you
else?
told
What
somebody,
is that other thing we're getting?
hold on, I don't think we want you to revert as a technical artist to a paintbrush where you only have black paint, or like you're in a cave chiseling the wall.
But
So we
that's
move
not-
from a thing.
Yeah, but there's obvious like upsides to me having access to the current technology that we still have a lot of humanity and value in that we see today, right?
What?
But so there's a lot of upsides to me having access to more flexibility and tools, right? But
100%.
if Kanye or whatever artist starts using Suno, like what are the upsides beyond they can make more faster? Because I only see
They get-
downsides with
if-
that. Because
if
I
they-
only
if they
see
want
humanity
quality-
getting
hold on.
removed from music.
Why can't they create something that they couldn't have created, when they do it faster, right? When we say the word faster, we're trivializing what it is, right? It could be that they are spending more time in the creative process to think about stories they want to tell. It could be they spend more time in concerts. It could be that they learn more stories.
Yeah,
it could
but,
be
but
that
they're also choosing to
get to.
like,
By the way,
not-
people people don't want to do so much more labor get to do less labor.
Sure.
5 beats a day for 3 summers, bro.
5 days a day for 3 summers.
Nothing.
Okay, so I don't know. It kind of feels like you don't really see much of value in the like performance art
Nothing
in art.
at all what I said whatsoever.
Because I feel like right now that there's kind of an inherent performance art in every piece of art, and I feel like you don't see that value at all.
I don't know why you said that. Why do you say that?
Because it feels like you're totally okay with
I go to
every
baseball
musician swapping out
games.
with
I go to
Suno.
concerts. I go to bars.
No, okay. But then why did you say that it was fine if like every musician swaps out all of their instrumentals? with
Because you
Suno?
told me they have a set of or you told me that there's something next, right? So let's Suno is Suno. I don't know like how they're using Suno.
Whatever,
Are you saying
like-
that all they do is they just sit there 2 a.m. and they just go, "I want a rap song"? That'd be bad. If they get to
Okay,
use it in a
cool.
more elevated fashion, right? Because we talk about the transition from film to digital. We talk about the transition from not Photoshop to Photoshop. We talk about your ability to use Unity. You get to tell more elevated stories. You get to use the time you have to create different economics. I don't mean just financial. I mean also like you get to do different things behaviorally.
Yes, but don't you think that there are degrees of creativity that you're giving up depending on
Sure.
what tool you're using?
Sure.
Yeah,
And I think
if you're
that other
swapping
people
from,
used to
like,
make
if
the
you're
same
swap-
argument. So the printing press, right?
Yeah.
I didn't have to write all the words in a book or like speak the book to
Yeah,
you.
but you didn't make
I
any
could suddenly
creative
create-
decisions there if you're just copying something.
I
So
didn't make any
you're
creative
foregoing
decisions, I was
something
just
that
copying
doesn't like
something.
have
So I'm
any
foregoing
creativity in it
something.
anyway.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
So is there some skill and craft in copying something? Like you have a piece of paper and you want to create a copy of it, like before the printing press. You
Yeah,
have to manually
yeah.
copy things. Like, yes, there's some skill there, yeah. But
Mm-hmm.
the amount of like creativity that you're foregoing with the printing press is pretty small. But if you, and the same thing goes for like if you
And
switch
I'm not
from
suggesting
doing-
that
Hold
Kanye
on,
should
can
go
I
give
finish
me a
my
rap
point,
song.
please? If you have physical art, you're painting something on a canvas. The difference from that to something like drawing with a tablet in Photoshop, like there is something getting lost there, but it is not very big. Like you're still largely doing the same thing, but you've just changed the medium. But all of your creative decision making largely stays the same. Mostly like small differences in physicality. But when you go from like giving up way more agency than that, like you're replacing like decision making in whether it's decision making in what your melodies should be in music, whether it's decision making for problem solving, if you're doing science or if you're programming, like you are giving up something that I think is valuable to have, and not only like societally but also personally.
Why are you giving it up, by the
It's-
way? Why do we keep saying that?
Because that is how people use AI tools right now.
So it's their behavior.
Yeah, obviously, but it's
So
encouraging that behavior.
do you think Kanye does more than, let's call it, 1 million producers who are also around at the same time as Kanye?
I don't know what that means, or like what am I?
Kanye
quantifying
West.
here? Yeah.
Why do I have to use the fucking Nazi? Let's use somebody else. Who's another one of them?
Kanye East. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Pick whatever. It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Other people also did what Kanye does at the time Kanye did it.
Mm-hmm.
What differentiates him in those moments?
Far less than it would have before.
Yeah, like it could be
Far
any
less
number
than
of
it
things,
would've
but yeah,
before.
if in a
What do you mean-
world
what
where
does that
people are
mean?
using AI, then the difference would be smaller, and we'd be in a world where it's just full of noise, and the standouts who are doing very human and very artistic work they're just going to be less visible.
I don't understand why we assume that the outliers will always be the outliers. When you have access to the same set of tools, and we talk about this high agency activity, one of the things that we should recognize is people have an ambition to have more recognition than others, or to tell a version of a story that they feel needs to be heard, to influence others.
Sure.
And so the artist in that moment that sits with Suno, compared to the unmotivated artist who's just thinking in economics, is going to, on all of these technology revolutions, when the instruments change, still win. Now, again, I'm not saying it's perfect, because in moments of transition, just like with the printing press, the first concern of the printing press was who gets access to the printing press, how many copies do they get.
Wait, stop, because we're looping hard. Hold on, wait. When you changed the instruments, okay, walk me through the process of what's being lost and which decisions you think are like high
You walk
agency
me through the
decisions.
process of what's not being lost. What do you mean?
So I think that if you go from playing a saxophone to pushing the buttons to play a saxophone on a DAW, I think you're losing a bit of like an individual saxophone performance. So
Why?
if I
Could you just define it for me?
well, because the skill and the craft and the art of like playing the instrument, a lot of these decisions are now being made. Like, what room are you going to record in? What saxophone are you going to use?
It's also a really good example specifically with this. When you are also making that switch from actually playing the saxophone to like plotting things out in a MIDI, like you are also losing the dynamics of that performance, which also has a lot of creative expression. And you could do dynamics in the MIDI, but you're encouraged not to because it's easier and more convenient. Sorry, continue.
Sure, you could. Yeah, so I'm just saying that you're losing a little bit there for the performance. But if you were like crafting a whole orchestra, there's still like a ton of meaningful decisions that you can make that would separate a skilled person from an unskilled person in crafting a whole song, even if you're using a fake saxophone versus a real saxophone. Does that make sense? You follow that, right? Okay. If it was querying an LLM to create a saxophone song, you have almost completely eliminated all of the compositional skills that would be required to create a song. So
I don't think you understand how AI works.
I don't think you understand how AI works, and it's your job. I think that the explain to me. Okay, I'm going to explain how it works. I know I'm going to be correct, and you're going to say that I'm wrong because you want to debate on the point. Okay, but the entire point of AI, okay, is in life. We have the end result products of a lot of things that we interface with. We don't interface with anything on the back end directly because it's called the back end or any of these things that are underneath. What an AI allows you to do is achieve that front thing that you want without having to have any understanding of the back part at all. That's essentially what an AI is allowing you to do.
What? How is that a description of AI?
I'm 100% correct that I know that I am, and I know you want to fight on this, but
what do you think you just said? Repeat what you just said again.
That you can create an effect without understanding what goes into the effect, essentially. That's what it's essentially allowing you to do. There's a program that I want. I don't know how to program or manage database or any of this fucking shit, but I know what like the thing that I want at the end, and I can ask.
And you think you asking for a thing is the same as someone else asking for a thing every single time?
I'm saying that there's a ton of meaningful choices that have now been deleted from...
No, not deleted. Changed.
I'm sorry. When I say deleted, I mean deleted from the human choosing process that have
just changed.
Black box, from human to a black box, yes.
No, the human is still steering the models.
But by how much?
Barely.
A lot. I don't think you guys, genuinely, for a moment, take away all the baggage in your brain about me.
Here, question. What is the thing that you work with the most on AI?
Everything I do.
Like what product? One product. A real word. Don't say consulting. A real thing. A real word or a real product. Like, tell me a thing.
What do you mean by an output?
Sure. Yeah. What kind of thing do you work with? I guess. One thing. A thing.
A tool, codex. I don't know.
Codex for like encoding and decoding media, or what?
No, codex is a. What's your question? What's the thing? I write code with it. I do research with it. I have it manage my computer. I
thought you said your job was like AI or something. What do you do? You're like an AI consultant, no? Don't you tell people with AI implementation of their businesses or something? What are you asking me?
Yeah, but what are you asking me? What do you mean by what do I do?
I guess.
Okay. Someone comes to me, right? Okay, and they go, "Hey, I have an idea for an agent that will work in this specific subfield." I can't talk about my clients. I will either sit with their team or myself, produce a prototype that's an agent customized for their industry that acts a certain way and behaves a certain way such that people inside their business can outsource some.
And so the agent helps with like HR, managing files or file transfer. I don't know what the fuck. What do these agents do? Give me an example of like one agent that you guys have sold to somebody.
Yeah. A useful example here would be there's something called decision science. Which is like a whole academic field that's gone into corporate, where like oil and gas companies and large multinationals will like make choices using this concept of decision science, where you have to like get your information in a certain way, your variables in a certain way, and if you have a decision science professional, they'll help you like sort it into math. It's kind of like a logic, like intro to logic course, but advanced, where you run like all sorts of Monte Carlo simulations, and you go, okay, here's the choice you should make based on the information you have. There's an agent that will basically act like a decision science professional. So they'll elicit information from the person. What are the potential investments you might make in oil and gas in the next few years? What are the budgets? What are the potential returns? What are the risks? What's the climate in all of these places, et cetera, et cetera. And then it comes into the model. The model
Gotcha.
orchestrates
Okay,
the process.
I understand. Sure. Okay. So I'm curious. Okay.
Yep.
Are you personally an investor? Like, have you ever managed other people's
Oh,
money?
personally? Yes. Wait, sorry. No, other people's money? No.
Assets under management of other people. Yeah, not just you have investments, right? Okay. All right. Have you ever compared the fundamentals of one company to another, or
Yes.
done any of the, like in an investment, from an investment perspective, and trying to risk weigh things as part of a job, as being like a hedge fund
Part of a
manager,
job?
or
No.
assets under? Okay, that's okay. So when I say that there's a whole bunch of decisions that are being meaningfully deleted by when you task these AI agents, what I'm saying is there's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening in that black box that you have no control over and aren't making decisions.
Who,
You're just
me or them?
you and them. You can maybe tweak like what you're hoping to come out at the end, but the decisions itself are out of your control at that point. You're tasking it
The decisions of what?
of the agent to produce the best investments for whatever the thing you just said was, or to make the best.
Hold on. Again, let's use the example of if you were in a room for a few hours and had the time to do this, and I had the room for a few hours. Do you think we're gonna have the same result?
No, but I'm just saying that you don't know that you seem to take issue with me saying that a lot of the choices, meaningful choices for that thing that you're testing with, those are now out of your control.
No, I don't know what that means. I decide how the agent acts. I decide the restrictions. I decide how it steers the conversation. I decide how the information is held.
Like that's a way higher level.
Why is that course?
It's a higher level decision making.
Wait.
You're foregoing to make decisions.
Wait. If you hired somebody to paint a wall in your house, would you say that you had meaningful, granular control over that entire painting? Assuming you had basically no art background, but you hired people to paint things before. Would you have anywhere near as much control as the painter themselves?
No.
No. You're asking them, you're prompting them, paint me a sick fucking Star of David blowing up every single.
I don't
whatever.
prompt.
I don't
prompt. Hey, build me a sick agent.
Whatever you're prompting, whatever you're saying, I don't know how you want the phraseology you want to use or whatever you want to hide behind. You do not have access to the actual tools or skill set to do the thing itself. That's why you're asking the.
What does that mean? Hold on. Which part?
As in, if I ask a painter to paint my wall, I do not gain skills to paint.
I
can't make any meaningful painting decisions. I can't paint it at all. I can't do any. I can ask the guy for a different painting or to make it look kind of different, but I can't do it myself. I wouldn't know what to change, like individually on what the guy paints. Can you really not even fathom this?
So in the process of doing this particular thing, I got a book on decision quality, one of 3. I read the books on decision quality. I understand how agents work. I have built so many of them. I understand the concept of agents. When I sit there, I don't go, build me an agent that does this thing. I sit there and I go, okay, what would be the best way to take the principles that are studied in decision science and applied at these large companies and put it in the form functionality of an application? The application has the agent-facing thing. It has a back end. They're going to have to log in a certain way. There's also product decisions there. Then I want to onboard them. I want them to know how to use the product. When they're asked for certain information, I want it to be displayed to them that, hey, if you say something about your business, that's going to be a value or an alternative or a risk. Then, as they're chatting with the agent, I wanted to do web research, but not necessarily all the time because you mostly want the person's own information, not outside information. So I want to build, using products that I know about, a deep research functionality versus a first pass functionality. Okay, let's test that. Does that work?
I understand what you're saying right now. I would bet my whole life on it. God crush my balls right now that every single question that you just answered or asked right now, you probably have boilerplates for all of these things. Okay? Where you swap a subject or you swap a business.
I personally?
More or less, yes, you personally or your company. Absolutely. You have boilerplates for probably.
So how do we resolve this bet?
Well, hold on. God crush my balls if I'm wrong. My balls are uncrushed, so I'm right. Okay. Stop. All I'm saying is that by
No, Steven, you're fucking wrong. Now, by the way, I'm unique. I realize that.
No, you can't possibly.
I have zero boilerplate. I have zero fucking boilerplate. Zero.
You do not gain access to the skills of the thing that you're asking to do the stuff for you for.
What skill? What skill? Define the name. The skill.
Doing what you just said was weighing different things for a company. The figuring out the magnitude of a thing for a company sounds like a skill in and of itself that you're not doing. You're asking someone else to do it. Much as when I ask a photographer to take a picture. When
I read the fucking books to understand how they
you read the books
do the formulas
on how to ask the questions, not how to deliver the answers.
What do you mean deliver the answers? What do you think they do? They run Monte Carlo simulations. That's code. That's code.
You're not writing the code. You're not making the decision of what code.
Why does that matter? This is known software engineering. This is not complex.
No, but I'm not saying.
I could write that code.
I'm just saying that you're asking somebody else to do it for you. You're meaningfully removing that part. You're saying optimize.
What is the implication of that if it's something that is known and solved science?
Because if it was just known and solved science on a small level, then that's fine. That would be similar to the, what was the example?
This is on a big level. This is the entirety of decision science.
As it becomes more and more macro, and you encompass more and more of how we would assume the humans are making decisions on things, at some point, the Healthy Human Secretary's director is going to wake up out of bed and he's going to go, what should U.S. government...
I think that would be bad. I have no...
No, I understand that you're saying that would be bad, but you've given no reason why. Why is it that the guy's saying, hey, Code Monkey, build me an input sanitized prompt for usernames and passwords that stores it in a MySQL database? You haven't told me why that is meaningfully different than the Health and Human Services Secretary saying, hey, what should the U.S. work on for healthcare today?
Did I claim they were the same? Isn't the first thing I said? Isn't the first thing I said in this conversation, would we prefer Elon Musk in a room with Ashley St. Clair or an intern with ChatGPT? Isn't that the first fucking thing I said?
Yeah, and it totally missed the point of what I just said. I'm asking you, both people are querying AIs.
Because when Elon does it, he's going to be just as lazy as he'd be with Ashley St. Clair. He's going to be just as motivated a reasoner as with Ashley St. Clair. It's not just that he's dumb, it's that he doesn't give a shit. He's just going to look for easy fucking answers versus the intern who cares, has a boss who's watching them. He's going to go, okay, I did input the right information. This information is going to be reviewed. I'm going to do this a certain way.
That's not true. Elon is not looking for an easy answer. He's looking to optimize what he wants to optimize, which is getting rid of fucking DEI and affirmative action or trans people, whatever the fuck he's obsessed with at that particular point in time.
He's just going to punch it. Look, he literally barely did anything. He showed up to the offices and told people to fuck.
You're not challenging the use of the tool. You're challenging his normativity. It could be that there's a much smarter. I'm saying that a better Elon Musk.
We disagree about?
You're pretending that a better Elon Musk is somebody that would use the AI more responsibly. A better Elon Musk might be somebody who, instead of deleting parts of the government to attack DEI, he creates new parts of the government to oppress minorities.
About this? I agree that bad use is bad.
I'm going to ask you the question again. What is the difference between the guy doing the Code Monkey AI versus the Health and Human Services Secretary asking an AI, what should we solve for healthcare today?
A combination of skill and intention.
Blah.
What do you mean?
It was blah. That was blah. It was a combination of skill and intention. Okay, what if the guy querying the AI at the top of the Health and Human Secretary, what if he was the best querier in the world?
Then he's not going to do it lazily.
Okay, so you would have no problem tasking an AI with the question of what should we solve today in the U.S. healthcare system?
I wouldn't have a problem if that person uncritically took that and just did what it said.
You would have a problem or wouldn't have a problem?
If they took that answer today uncritically from a model and just implemented it, I would have a problem.
Today, sure, because they're not sufficiently complex. Yep. But as they become more and more complex, at some point, that guy would be doing the same thing as what you'd be advocating for, just on a more and more and more abstract level.
Are you saying because the AI gets smarter, you can have a more complicated conversation with it anymore?
I'm saying that as it gets smarter, it's taking over more of the high agency choices that humans used to do. So so 5 years ago, I couldn't have queried a fucking AI to build me a program that fucking has cats running around the screen with a login user base, whatever fucking measure. My guess is today, if I downloaded the fucking whatever Sora, Kingdom Hearts, Claude 7.0, I probably could ask it to do that. It would probably spit out more or less a functional game that I might have to pay somebody to debug a little bit. But the decision making there is more and more and more and more abstracted. Maybe today I'm saying, make me the best cat game ever. Maybe tomorrow I'm saying, make the best game with the best animal ever. Maybe the next day I'm saying, just make the best thing ever, right? That more and more of these things are being removed from the human decision realm and they're being put off into the robot realm. And that feels kind of weird and not good. Bad. The Wally world. That's the Wally world that you said that you disagreed with, but for some reason you won't tell me what the difference is between the Health and Human Services Secretary asking the AI versus just like a code monkey asking the AI. That's what I don't understand.
I've told you repeatedly, but you don't actually listen.
I don't. Take that back. I do. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know all the ways in which the world will be complicated in this future. So as an example, let's just take it 20 years from now. I believe there'll be far better AI than today because we have recursive improvement, recursive self-improvement happening with these models. It's going to be rapid. So I don't know exactly what that looks like. I'm not sure, though I am open to the idea that it's the Wall-E world and it's bad. I've said that repeatedly, but I've also said in the same breath, this is the problem too, by the way. I come to this fucking stream and you think that I'm trying to die on a hill. I'm here to have conversation. I'm open to that world. I also, though, think that there's a high likelihood health will still be complicated and humans will still want a human to be at the head of that politically, culturally, even if AGI is so good, even if we trust it. And so there's a chance that that person at that kind of position says, when I wake up and I'm competing, by the way, still politically to beat other people who have this position, says it's important that I wake up and I take this job seriously. And I look at the data, I try to gather more data, I try to find what I as a human can add as context and understanding such that the output is better. It doesn't mean, though, that in the same way as maybe the human health secretary 10 years ago had to look at a printout of only 5 pages because that's what their report gave them. That used to be probably what that person did. Versus today, they get to log into a computer and they get to see a lot more information. A lot more data is automated for them. And then tomorrow, they're probably and maybe going to be higher order conversations. That's all possible. Is it also possible that at the height of all this agency, we get into a world where humans can do nothing, we found no purpose, et cetera, et cetera? What are you fucking smiling at?
I'm just listening. Go ahead.
That's also possible. Yeah, Dan, you argued with me and you fucking lost, you free press ass bitch.
So you don't.
And by the way, I was right about that. And you have no idea about the free press, and you're an idiot.
So you must see that there's a very high likelihood that a lot of intent and meaning and human agency is going to get lost in this process, right?
It's going to change. It might get lost.
Well, do you think it's more likely or less likely? Or where are you on that scale?
More likely or less likely what?
Is it very likely that a lot of humanity is going to disappear from art?
I think it depends on whether or not we gain an ability to be part of the conversation. So if the tech oligarchs
I don't know what that
way,
means. You need to clarify
I was about to tell you.
Okay.
It means poor kids in Africa can quarry Sona to make their own beautiful rap songs.
Sona, the support in League of Legends?
Yes.
And I guess that defeats my whole argument. If some really destitute people have access to art finally, that's rough. I just feel like there's such a right now there's a really positive feedback loop when you basically have friction when you're engaging in a craft, and that friction helps you grow. I think, especially in programming, I think a big part of programming for me is the process of problem solving. And I think the more problems you solve, the better you're going to get at problem solving.
That's why I think we should change education to adapt to this. That's why I think we should change Substack to adapt to this. But the thing that you're not hearing, and again, I don't know why. What?
No,
what, Steve?
Sorry, no, we're listening. Sorry.
No.
Is the thing that I'm not hearing that you agree with everything that I say except for the last bit, or I don't know what I'm missing.
Well, I don't know why that's not a difference we can. I don't know. Is it because we have to find a winner? Is that what you two are looking for? That what I'm saying says there's a chance that Wall-E and bad happens, but if we, as a society, decide that we want pro-social regulation around this stuff, pro-social approaches to this stuff, it doesn't need to be the case, for example, that we live in the Wall-E world. That is something that is a real perspective. Whether or not it happens, I'm not sure, because I can't even fucking convince people who are supposedly smart to fucking have it. There's the same shit, by the way, with you, Steven, and you can't fucking convince a tanky about anything because you're so fucking brain broken. You don't believe in change. You don't think you can change someone's opinion. You think they're all broken and fuck them, and I can't have them in the tent. And it's the same fucking conversation actually that we're having now. It's as if we have absolutely no agency, no ability to change politics, to change business, to motivate CEOs to act a certain way, to motivate ourselves to be good users of AI and to dislike AI. I don't want bad AI. I don't want fucking socialism. I come on this fucking stream and like, hey, here's the problems. Here's a set of problems. Z was so
I
fucking
agree.
smart. Z was so fucking smart the other
Don't
day.
change the
I'm
topic.
I'm a
change the
low
topic.
agency believer. Yes, I don't believe that people have very much agency, which is why I do believe in like strong regulations and stuff to guide people in the good directions. The reality is, and I think this is an underlying assumption that you guys never really addressed earlier, is I think that you think that there is a meaningful world, or there is a world that has a meaningfully high chance of happening where everything doesn't descend into slop. The reality is over time, everything kind of becomes slopified. There is a lowest common denominator.
The moral arc of the universe bends towards slop.
And if we are now slopifying things like human choice, which is a thing we haven't quite been able to slopify before, that's just a pretty spooky world. And it's weird to assume that we just wouldn't continue to slopify that like we have every other thing that has been hardcore capitalized on and hardcore corporatized and hardcore profitized. I don't know why we would assume that that's going to go
liberalism, right? We have unfortunately gone into a world.
Oh my! I just heard the squeak all the way across the court from that. Oh my God! The reality is
I'm not used to conversations where you can't, like, in good faith, make a comparison.
No, it's crazy pivot. Here's like
it's not a pivot. I wasn't intending that we go some other direction. I was just going to say
when we AI is going to continue to be more pervasive in a lot of fields. People like you might say, well, human-made stuff might be better and has some advantage. You said before, it might have like an advantage in terms of at the end of the day, it's a quote-unquote better product. However, what is the most important part of a product? It's the cost of producing it. It doesn't matter if there's a better product if you can make 80% as good of a product at 1/50th of the price. So more and more artistic jobs, more and more code monkey jobs, more and more lower, medium, high agency jobs are going to be replaced by AIs. Those are things that are going to be pushed off into the side. There's going to be less money in those industries, so less people will go into art or go into doing this shit. More people will become fucking YouTubers and other degenerate jobs like that, and we're just going to lose all of that aspect of humanity. And then especially 50 to 100 years from now, we're going to be having culture that exists in cyberspace that's being iterated upon by these fucking massive AI cum tanks with fucking Elon Musk sitting on them in Utah, and we're gonna have no fucking idea like what to even say. Like, so remember the culture of the 40s? Oh yeah, ChatGPT 9.7 was really spitting when they were making rap songs with ducks, quacking in the background. And now like the next iteration, like our form of the Criterion collection of like some actor going through, oh, these are the movies that I like. It's gonna be asking Claude like, hey, why don't you summarize like the last 30 things that you fucking looked at to make this song? And Claude's gonna go, well, I looked at Claude 9.4, and then I looked at ChatGPT 7.4, and then here's your song. And you're gonna be like, oh, that's cool. It'll be fine because other people will still be working on some other thing because we're going to be in a post-scarcity society where people on the commune will do stuff for fun. I don't know. Yes.
Did I say that?
Yep.
I have a question for you, Sherveen.
Timestamp. Can I just say one thing to what he said before you ask the question?
Okay, go for it.
I agree that that's possible. But by the same token, there are other interesting things that are also going to happen with AI. As an example, I do believe, and we're already seeing, that in medicine, a lot of medical research and drug companies and pharma companies...
Boring. Not related at all to what I just said. Why is it not related to what I just said?
Your mom.
Because the question of like curing diseases, the normativity on that is already beyond the point. Of course we want to cure diseases and figure out ways to cure
I wasn't
diseases.
making that point to convince you because of
sorry,
this.
you just chose the worst subject. Okay, sorry, go ahead. Keep going. My bad. I shouldn't have cut you off.
Can I ask him a question?
Because...
No? Okay,
no, I didn't finish the point. Because of the improved health outcomes from things like that, one of the things that we will probably deal with is people will have more disposable time and lifespan. I don't know all of the implications of that, so I'm not.
But is it worth living that life in that future, though, when everything is locked?
Great question. But I brought up that example to say I don't know all the implications. For example, if we have to dedicate less of our hours to labor, and I mean labor in the sense of like jobs where we have an employer that we like work for money, or again, medical outcomes are different, and I don't know about post-scarcity, and again, there's a whole thing around who's in power right now, but if we have some of these effects, I don't know all the implications, and I'm interested in them. Now, at the same time, I do agree the moral arc of the universe bends towards slop, so I'm also worried about the same time, but like, do I think as a percentage, we're going to be in 100% slop, therefore this is like the end? No, because I think as an example of this, if we have to spend less of our time, if we do cure some percentage of health ailments, or if we have better drugs, or if we do have to do less labor because kind of the cost or productivity required to achieve what we all need is lessened, and we agree that that's one of the implications. I don't know what that, kind of the exploratory nature of that. If we'll have more time, do we spend more time together, literally as a result of this? Like, because, okay, we don't all want to be in our houses. We're already in our house.
That feels way more fantastical to me than imagining a future where there's way more slop. Because
not only, just
like,
to be clear,
labor
not only is it fantastical,
has like Sorry, continue to say.
We should just
But not
be
only is it
lollies.
fantastical, like it's not. That's literally the
You
opposite
live
of
in
what's
your
happening.
apartment, and unfortunately, so do I, because of an autoimmune disease. So we just fucking should just kind of do nothing.
What,
We
hold
should
on.
just-
Do you think that that's
Everyone
I'm
should be
sorry.
us.
Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. Do you think that social media has made it so people are meeting each other more in real life now? Is that your assertion? And
I
it's just
didn't
you
say
and me that we're the
definitively.
outliers?
I didn't say
I
definitively.
am saying definitively. People meet people in real life less as a result of online
Yes.
chatting.
No. I'm saying now, yes, I agree with you. I said in
Yes.
the future because
Why
we have a
would-
lot more time. Hold on. If we have a lot more fucking time,
Why do we have more
right,
time?
Then
How does that
I'm
happen?
interested or
sorry.
fascinated.
He's a socialist. He believes in the lump of labor fallacy. My bad. You think that
I don't believe in lump of labor at all. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't believe in lump of labor at all. I'm not a socialist. You fucking
you mean
can't keep doing this to me.
More time is post-scarcity. You're saying we're gonna have so much free time.
I don't believe in lump of labor. I hate lump of labor. I think lump of labor is the dumbest fallacy on the fucking planet.
Why do we have more time? Why do we have more time? Where's the more time coming from? Did we get more time when cars were
What does
invented?
that have
Did
to
we
do
have more time when cell phones were invented? Did we have more times when Excel?
What does that have to do with lump of labor?
It has
What
to
does
do
that
with
do
your
with lump of
argument.
labor?
Don't get stuck on lump of labor. I don't care. Why do we have more time?
No, because you're implying that AI is going to solve so many things. We're all just going to have so much fucking free time, lollygagging around all day, like we're not going to find more work to do. When has that ever been the case in all of human history? Marx is
Wait.
literally rolling in his grave because he thought this would happen, and it didn't. He thought it would happen in his lifetime, and it didn't.
Hold
We will
on.
always find more stuff to work on. Hi, sorry.
Implication of lump of labor is there will always be a transition to something that is displaced by the unit you're displacing.
Yes, and right now we're displacing human creativity and art. And why would we assume that somehow
I
that's
was
going to
talking
be
about labor, right? So, for example, in the world where we go towards Wall-E and we take I was going into your guys' world, high agency tasks are taken over, right? So where would people go? Excuse me? We would have to assume in your Wall-E world there would be less labor, wouldn't we?
No,
because you are creating this.
I don't know how
Why?
you
They
make
would
that
just
kind of
work on
Why?
other things. They would either work on other things, no?
What things would they work on in the Wall-E world?
You would sit
Okay,
in pods
if
and
there's no
train
things
the
to work
AI.
on-
Like,
If
I
there's
don't
no
know,
things
something.
to work on, then you're talking about a post-scarcity society. I'm sorry, my retort. Is that not the definition of post-scarcity? Is we no longer need to work because so many of our needs are provided for by other things? Is that not what post-scarcity means?
Isn't that the Wall-E world?
Yes. That's what you want to live in, the Wall-E world. And in your world, everybody would put on their AI goggle. Oh my God, you want to go into the experience machine. That's what you're advocating for at the end of the day. Every single human being gets their own experience machine where they put a goggle on, they're in a fake world, and they live like that until they die.
I think that's pretty likely.
Do you think that's good?
No,
What if that's what you're in right now?
could be.
I just made 4 people in my chat schizophrenic with that comment. Way to go.
I snorted.
Okay, I have a question, Sherveen.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's been a few years now. What is an example of an inspirational piece of AI art that you've seen?
I don't save art at all.
I was wondering if you've been inspired by anything now that people are empowered by it.
So I'll tell you that there was a good when Midjourney first introduced personalization, where they finally they start to look at what you would like on the platform and start to allow you to both generate using that personalization, but also see images similar to kind of the stuff that you liked. There was a time where I logged in, kind of what I assume people would log into DeviantArt or Pinterest back in the day, looking for that stuff. I never really did that myself, but I found myself going, wow, I really these images are striking for me. There was a visual to them. There's a storytelling aspect to them that I wanted to see what was in my feed that next day.
That's
That was,
not
again, the first time that
inspiration,
ever. Okay.
Or that's basically that's like consuming sugar. It's it looks cool. It's cool on a surface level, but inspiration is when you you yourself get inspired to do something beyond that. You yourself want to get creative because you were inspired by something, and you're like, holy shit, this gave me a new perspective on the world.
You want to know what the hidden horrible thing is? What's actually happening here is the reality is I'm sorry, especially men have this issue, but a lot of people that work in any type of science, engineering, programming related thing have no mind for and no appreciation of any of the artistic things, the whole things in society that even make fucking life worth living. And if somebody is sat in front of a fucking computer long enough, they think that Mark Andreessen and Peter, they can solve politics. And if they sit in front of an LM long enough, they can solve fucking art. And they have no appreciation for any of the things that go.
Do I think they can solve politics?
I don't know. I think that it's.
Hold on. You know me well enough at this point, unless you just don't listen. Do I think they can solve politics?
Yes.
Are you being serious?
you think that AI can't someday make choices?
I hate these people more than you
Hold on,
do.
wait. Do you think that at some are you saying that are you saying that LMs at some point can't make huge political decisions?
Boring conversation.
Oh, no, you don't want to answer the question now.
Can I say it again? I wasn't listening. Sorry.
No, you already answered it by your lack of response. So yeah.
I guess I don't really get, like,
can make decisions. Yes, it can make decisions.
I feel like there's a contradiction here. I just haven't been able to identify it, but it really feels like it feels like you're agreeing with so many things, and yet you're still so supportive of these things. And I don't understand that contradiction.
Because we don't get to the positive stuff, right? We just keep going back to this portion of art. So as an example, when I think about how many people can access really good...
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Just every time you talk about the pot, I know you're gonna make the starving kids in Africa can now like make LLM music. I'm sorry. Go ahead. That's not what you mean though. Go ahead. My bad.
Anyway.
Go ahead.
I'm okay.
No. Go ahead. Make your argument. What were you gonna say? Go ahead.
I'm okay.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say? That's not what you're gonna say. No, that's not. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
But I wanted an answer, okay? Even if you have beef with Destiny, I still want an answer.
I'm good.
No, I do genuinely want to know all of these positive things. I see a massive cloud of depressing shit, and they're like, where are the good things?
Say.
I wasn't gonna say fucking shit about people in Africa. You keep bringing that up.
Oh, then what were you gonna say? My bad. Prove me wrong.
Every time you today have thought I was about to say something, I was gonna say something else. So I don't know why the fuck you think you're so clever.
This was supposed to be our debate, Sherveen. Why are you arguing with the moderator?
Yeah, answer her. I'm done. Go ahead.
Moronic.
No, I do appreciate you chiming in. I'm fine with a three-way conversation, but okay. So where are the good things? I'm waiting. Where are the good things? Like, please just cure my depression around AI. Like, I need your help, Sherveen. Like I don't know, make me optimistic. You know, where are these things? I'm not seeing them anywhere. I'm just seeing creative industries like collapsing around me, and people who are like don't pursue their arts anymore.
I'll tell some personal stories.
Sad.
Do you guys mind? Will you indulge me in like a little bit of a monologue?
Just don't sell your products again. Just like. Yeah.
Freya, I didn't do that. I don't appreciate the comment, and I really don't, because I'm not. I was gonna give you a framework. Yeah, I talk in frameworks because I think about this stuff all day. I have never linked to my products at DGG. I don't talk about it. Other people talk about it. You bring up what I do as this factor. Don't make this my thing. Okay. Anyone in GGG who emails me can get all of my coaching, my classes for free if you find it. I'll give a coupon code. I'll make $0.
You just did it right there. That was not even subtle. You were just like, go get my classes. Oh my god. Okay. Sorry.
I'm good. Next question.
Wait, did he answer the one question yet?
No, I want the next question. I'm not.
What are the goods? I know. Wait, we want to know what the goods are. Please, can you please tell us what the goods are? I want to know.
That's behind a paywall.
Yeah, it's behind a paywall.
Yeah.
We don't get to know.
You need the really good models to know.
Yeah, you need the really good ones.
We just don't know anymore. We have to ask.
I think he ran out of tokens. He can't answer the question.
If you subscribe to ChatGPT Pro, then I will get $10.
Cool. Great. Well, I don't feel particularly optimistic. Okay, let me just read through my enormous amounts of notes.
We're still going here?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
What?
Yeah,
that's right. Get him out of here.
I feel like we could have done a little Q&A with Mooten. I feel like that would have been cute.
All right, I'm back. You want a Q&A?
I was thinking like just with you if you had any questions. I don't know if we want to
I got some fucking questions.
Really?
Yeah. Question number 1. Did you actually think that Sherveen was going to change their fucking mind through a conversation?
No, but I think I think most debates are mostly about like the people listening and whether people on the fence might change their mind or get a new perspective. So I don't think I would be able to change Sherveen. My biggest like fear ahead of this debate, like I'm just going to talk about this. Platforming you. I'm a little bit worried about that. Like I don't know, like, do I put your name in the thumbnail? And like, I don't know if I should like
No, you don't have to
advertise
put
you,
anything.
or
Don't
if
put
you should
anything.
just be
No,
like
that's
the
it.
AI guy in the thumbnail. I'm not sure.
The AI guy.
You can
Like, I
even
was-
use AI and make him
Yeah, use
art
AI.
over his
Hide me.
thing, you know?
Oh
Hide
yeah,
him
just like
with the
AI generate a face that's not even him.
Yeah.
No, but I was like, I was genuinely worried that you would kind of vaguely agree with everything I say, and yet feel like we never really like got to the disagreement, like kind of the punching clouds type of situation where it feels like I thought we would have a disagreement, and it sounds like we're disagreeing given the amount of like microphone clipping, but then somehow you're like, I agree with you, and like that is kind of what happened. so I'm not sure, but I did genuinely want to hear like where the argument would go, and also just to like.
Then you shouldn't. Then
yeah.
you shouldn't have made the comment about the courses because I didn't bring that shit up. And
No, I just thought it was
from
funny
a-
that like right after I told you not to advertise them, you did, which I thought was
because it's
I
the
don't know,
second time you made that comment
that is
out
art,
of nowhere.
Actually, you know that
Did
was
the
art.
first time I say something? Did I say something first time, or did you bring up my courses?
I'm going to be honest. I think
Well,
you
you
brought
did.
up your own courses through
I
an
did not
analogy.
bring. No, I didn't. Both times it was Freya.
You've
Watch
done that
the
more
VOD.
than once, but
Watch the VOD. Watch the VOD. Last time people disagreed about the VOD, I was right on the VOD. Watch the VOD.
we'll
Can
get
we-
some people on that.
Can we get
I
AI to
think.
roll the tape back?
Can we just ask
Jarvis?
Claude like what he thinks about the?
Does Claude like existing? Yes or no? Okay.
Okay. Did you have any other questions, Moot? What are your thoughts, Moot? Let's hear, or maybe you don't have specific thoughts.
Do you not have thoughts, Moot?
I don't have
Wow,
any thought.
nice one.
I'm waiting for Steve to give me the talking points. No, I mean, I don't know. I think that AI can be useful, but I think that if you're using AI to actually like meaningfully replace people who do art, that would be bad. I don't use AI for any of our anything else shit. I pay artists out the ass, so, and I support local artists. I have Mr. Gemzar on every single Monday. So yeah, I'm not a huge AI guy for stuff. I think it's really nice to have in research.
Yeah, I feel like there is value there, and like it is nice to have something like a search function that understands natural language. So like for very like impersonal, practical, robotic things that, yeah, I think it's useful for that kind of stuff. For like search, but then you're not really replacing creativity. But there is also an argument to be made there that there are websites like Stack Overflow that are basically dying now because of AI. And yet AI was also trained on Stack Overflow, among other things, and now that's gone. So I don't know. That feels weird to me that it's kind of like gobbling up the things that it was trained on, and also simultaneously erasing a lot of these spaces that it got the data from, which is especially insulting when it comes to art.
Ooh, they didn't want me to answer the fucking question. Shut the fuck up.
What?
What? Who are you?
Who are you screaming at, you schizo?
Chad.
Do you have an AI? Oh, he's AI psychosis. is
Oh,
happening
he's
right now.
hallucinating. Yeah. He's
The
talking to
person's
Jarvis.
name is who? What do you want from me? Or who?
Okay,
You?
don't
I
worry.
don't fucking know.
Jesus.
Sorry, Freya. They cut you off.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I don't know if I had
Yeah,
any. Like,
I mean that's my whole take on it. I don't know.
Yeah, it just feels like I don't know. I just feel like we're like, as a society, not to zoom out too much, but I feel like there's a lot of, we've seen a movement towards things like, not being religious anymore. Like people don't go to church as often anymore, so we don't really meet that many people there. We have self-checkout, at the grocery store, so you don't actually meet a cashier. And you know what? Maybe you can just order food from home instead. And maybe you work from home as well, so you don't even have a workplace that you go to, because, it's nicer that way. It's convenient, and it's really, really nice. And then we're kind of just like, okay, but then maybe you have your human interaction online, right? Like on social media, but then that place is filled with bots, and it's filled with slop and filled with garbage. So that's kind of starting to erode, but at least you can engage with the arts. But you know what? That's also a place where we're removing humans. We're just going to have like CGI Luke Skywalker with AI voices, and no actors are going to be getting any jobs anymore, and voice actors are just going to be AI. Every background is going to be AI. Matte painting is not going to be a thing anymore. 3D modeling is also going to be AI, and no more cinematography, no color grading. All of these things are just going to be replaced by AI, and we're going to sit in our fucking apartments wondering, like, why am I so sad? Like, where is humanity? Like, everybody just disappeared, and I'm just supposed to sit here and scroll and feel happy about eating my junk food day in and day out and do nothing with nobody. I think
Can
that
you
is
just not use it?
depressing.
Ooh.
But Sherveen will probably disagree and be like, it's just how you use it. So
Wow.
Got him.
She basically just called you bad faith.
Oh, there you go. Your bad faith. Trimple as. Any final words, Sherveen? Or is Jarvis not? Did you run out of tokens?
Why? Why are you bullying me so much?
I seriously don't know what's wrong with the two of you.
I don't know why
Mootin.
Mootin. It's Mootin. I haven't bullied at all.
No,
Mootin
Mootin's
just came in
fine.
here to bully for no
You
fucking
brought up the
reason.
tokens first.
I was being genuine. I thought maybe he really did run out. You're just making fun of him.
Shit, that's my bad.
Okay, I'll give him my final words. First of all, the two of you genuinely are so fucking rude. Not you, Lucas. You're fine. Because I'm come here in good faith to describe these things from my perspective. I acknowledge I'm not sure what's going to happen. I acknowledge your world, and you go, "Aren't you disagreeing with me? I was worried you're going to disagree with me." I'm not coming here and going, "Wow, the first like hour of this conversation, you basically didn't say anything, and I was being patient until you found your voice. I didn't bully you during that hour." But I'm going to say the first hour you didn't say anything. I was going slow on purpose. So I couldn't bring up all the things I wanted to bring up.
I feel like
because we couldn't
I talked
paint a
more
positive
during
vision.
the first hour than the second hour, but
Yeah,
Right.
that's my point.
okay.
And so I will bring up now the
What did you want to
positive.
bring up? Yeah, which
I will now bring up the positives of AI.
Okay.
When we
Okay.
talk about I don't know what's wrong with you, Steven. But I don't know. You have like a
You
stick
got
up
a
your ass.
fucking
I'm not doing
attitude,
anything,
Steven.
just
You
bring
need
him
to.
up.
You have such a
Come
stick
on,
up your
man.
ass. I come here in good faith to have conversations with you, and you
go up
act
there.
like such a little bitch.
Thank you. Go ahead, Sherveen. Sorry about that.
Are you two okay?
Me and Steven? No, he's my mortal enemy. I'm gonna become what the chat says I'm gonna become. What was I saying? So, good uses of AI. So the thing that is happening right now for a lot of people who are embracing this as a tool, personal life or professional life, can be called productivity. But I don't like the word productivity because I'm not talking about like GDP or like stuff for CEOs. So I want to use personal examples because I think they at least will allow some, even though they're small, they'll allow some understanding of why I'm so optimistic. My sister is an MD PhD who does medical research. Yes, that's the category I know you like, but I just want to point out what happens for her. She writes code as part of her job for statistics. That's not like obviously her primary. She's a physician first and foremost. That person who doesn't write code as a core function. This isn't just true in medicine. This is true in economics. This is true with journalism. Joe Weisenthal, Noah Smith, who Stephen talks about all the time. The folks who do Hard Fork, which is not a particularly pro-AI New York Times podcast, all talk about this. Professions where they're adjacent to like wanting to crunch data as part of their storytelling, or my sister, again, wanting to do as part of medical research. They use these tools because otherwise they have to either write the code themselves, in my sister's case, or these other individuals, they have to rely on others on the team. There's this approach that they can take now where they go, what the fucking hate you so fucking much.
Wait, what was that?
There's this
He put up AI.
his approach that you can take where you augment the parts of your job that limit you. So, for example, for my sister and for a journalist, none of them have the budgets, except maybe the New York Times, to have like the number crunchers that are dedicated to Joe Weisenthal or the number crunchers that are dedicated to my sister. They have to either do it themselves or they don't do that work at all, which makes their work worse, right? If I'm an economist or I'm a journalist or I'm a medical researcher and I don't have the budget to go hire that person and I don't have that person on my team, I'm limited because I can't do the code writing or the analysis that might be required. That's one example. Another example that I think is really good is kind of productivity that gets loose ends away. Just as like trivial thing, I use these models to work on all of my machine. I have like a bunch of different computers that I want to, at different points, troubleshoot, connect to each other in ways that will increase my personal kind of satisfaction in my work life. And I do things that I wouldn't have done otherwise without scripting or installing third-party programs or whatever else. The other day, as an example, my GPU was acting up, and through 3 hours with Claude and Codex and solving a problem, I have something running that manages the cores of my. It's like an Intel 13900 that's like should be RMA'd. But is being managed by this process that runs on my machine to make sure that the cores don't go out of violation and cause me to get a blue screen of death. It's a small example, but again, I think it's something that I wouldn't otherwise do, and it's just a conversation that I have one day, and it solves something for me. I have NAND lights that I otherwise would control through an app that it creates a small application for me. Then we go to the next order of business. The code that's being generated for applications, startups, big companies. I don't think it's good that people will not have jobs. I think we need to take care of people. I prefer that we have that conversation. We take care of people, kind of whether through retraining or if we have to do UBI at some point. But I do think it's good that individuals who are getting laid off or getting displaced can start startups. We see product people, designers, other people traditionally in tech can't by themselves have create a business, raise venture funding, and start their own teams. Now, will enough small businesses replace enough of labor such that like the equivalence makes up for it? I don't know. That's where I worry too. But I see a lot of my friends who wouldn't have been able to, without either hiring an engineer or finding a technical co-founder, create really worthy businesses because of an expertise they have in insurance or an expertise they have in medicine. And I think that's fantastic too. I think we have the ability of the individual to go outside of their standard bounds. What are you smiling at?
I just read a funny joke in chat.
What?
I just read a funny joke in chat. Don't worry about
it. Okay. So I think that's fantastic too. The next order beyond that goes to, okay, what happens when AI gets to orchestrate a lot of these systems or make these high agency choices? I don't like the HHS secretary. I don't like a lot of CEOs. I don't like a lot of people in politics. I think when they consult AI, if they do it properly, I'm not saying they will, but if they do it properly, you're getting a lot more information on the web research side, on the synthesis of data side, and then considered reasoning that allows you to come to conclusions that they won't otherwise come to. Let's take a trivial example. I don't know that he did this, but if Mamdani, while he was trying to build his city grocery store in New York, consulted AI to go, okay, where in Manhattan should this be? Where are there food deserts? Where is there a density of people, but not a low-cost supermarket, which is how we think about food access? All of those things could be better done with AI, and this doesn't otherwise take maybe like 6 months. And government could do lower cost initiatives around things like food access to deliver a grocery store in the right place at the right time. Now, again, not all of these things will happen. I think this is, again, where I agree with you. I'm not agreeing with you in bad faith to go, oh, we're not having an argument. I'm agreeing with you that if we only support bad use of AI or people who have malincentives, and we don't encourage this notion that like, hey, this can be used well at the same time that it can be used poorly, yes, we're agreeing to the slopified WALL-E result. I'm 100% afraid of that. I would not prefer to live in that world, but I also like the upsides that we're going to get in medicine, we're going to get in senior care, we're going to get in, again, a bunch of other categories. Maybe it winds up being net good, and being in the WALL-E world is a happier place because there's less illness. I don't know. TLDR, if I go back to the beginning of this conversation, is the technology anti-humanity? I think it is in the deployment, it is in the usage, and I guess I have a little bit more confidence that we can change the usage through a combination of regulation and social norms. I think the Substack example is a good one. I think there could be other expectations between creators or capitalists that can basically establish that we don't want to be deceived. There are going to be pro-social dynamics around some of this activity, especially, by the way, when we get to security and, again, robot dogs and everything that AI is going to do, especially with our current power players. I think it's worth trying because, to your point, otherwise we're all going to sit here and live in WALL-E, and I don't want that. So ultimately, the goal is to say that technology is not inherently anti-humanity. It can be used anti-humanely, and we should try to avoid that. And part of trying to avoid that is embracing, however that means for you, whether through conversation or through the tool use, the positive uses of AI. The end.
Cool.
Okay. Great conversation.
What was it though?
What's so funny about that? What was so funny about that, Modin?
I didn't laugh. Freya laughed.
Well, you
Bring up
smiled.
the people who want to disagree with me. I don't want to yell at Freya. I'll yell at anybody else.
I think you've had
No,
enough time
because I have to be
here
nice to this one, and this other one's a dick. Bring up other people I can yell at, please.
Oh man, you think I'm bringing people up to talk about AI?
I need
Absolutely
to
not.
actually argue with somebody.
Absolutely not, man.
Come on.
I'm gonna try and
Fucking
convince
do it.
Steve to do a drinking
Yeah.
stream.
He said yes. He said fucking do it.
Yeah, let them argue. Bring one up. Radiant wanted to come up. Fucking bring up Radiant. He's been.
Radiant agrees with me. Radiant
Oh,
agrees with
great.
me. Bring someone I disagree with. I mean,
Well,
you bring
I
him
don't
too,
agree
but
with
like also bring
Radiant.
disagrees.
No, you disagree, right? Like Radiant is pro the like experience
Pro
machine,
AI.
I think. So
Yeah, he can be here, but bring up disagreements.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Yo, hello, Mr. Mutant. Do you remember
Hello.
me?
This is not
No.
about Mr. Mutant.
This is about AI. I was arguing about AI. Thank
Okay.
you. I mean, Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god, I do remember your ass.
Thank you.
Oh.
Anyway, so I want to talk about AI art. I appreciate Freya fine on the front line.
thank you.
But this has been some nonsense.
Uh-oh.
I want to generally articulate what is art, why do we value it, and why AI art is a perversion of that. So art, yeah, I think art is transcendent communication, i.e. when we communicate something for not a sort of in real life utility, right? So a stop sign on a random street corner isn't art necessarily, but a stop sign in a walk-in play or a sort of like art exhibition is, because it's trying to communicate something transcendental, something, about something, magical and something about the human experience. And in that, we value some technical execution, we value some aesthetic or general appeal, and then we value what it's trying to say. And I think AI fundamentally cannot do the first and last part of that. I think on a technical level, when we talk about generative AI as it's used today, i.e. big titty anime girl, on the technical level, and then on the third level we get in terms of it's like inherently cynical. It doesn't convey the humanness that we value in art, and as such, I don't even necessarily want to consider it art. That's generally how I feel. Akin to the movie Her,
Great movie.
right? So you know how Joaquin Phoenix, he's in that company and he's writing all these like, was it letters to sort of like supplant actual people in relationships, right? We don't value AI, ChatGPT, wedding vows. We don't value that type of stuff. I think that's like there's an actual importance to that. So yeah, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I feel like that this thing about communication and using AI for that, I think is like wild to me. Like I got it. So I get support emails with some of the stuff that I make, and like someone was asking a support question, and I was gonna reply to that email, and Gmail right now by default generates a full AI generated response in the draft, and it was just factually incorrect. It was useless in the way that it like formatted the whole message,
model.
but
It's a bad model.
then it also added my fucking signature at the end of that email. And I think that is disgusting. And I think that is like, it's wild to me that Google is this massive company with so many resources, and they are basically encouraging people to lie to other people. Another example of this is like
do you think that
YouTube
executive
comments.
assistants shouldn't be able to send emails on behalf of their executives?
The other example is YouTube comments, where
Do you
when I
think
get
that
YouTube
executive
comments,
assistants shouldn't
can
be
I
able to-
finish
do you
my
think that-
thing,
No,
Sherveen?
now I'm
Sherveen,
You
asking
had
a
your
question.
closing
Uh-oh.
statement.
No.
Can you
Sherveen,
stop?
please.
Stop.
Why can't I
Let
ask this
her
question?
speak.
Whoa.
She's speaking.
I'm trying to
She
finish
has
the
plenty of
sentence.
this. This is how conversation works in real life.
I'm the moderator. Let her speak. Go ahead, Queen.
Okay, as I was saying, so as a YouTuber, you get a lot of comments from people on whatever videos you make or streams you have. And on YouTube right now, they will provide auto-generated automatic responses to comments right now. I can click a button in order to generate a message, which basically is me pretending to say something to someone. I think that, once again, it's one of these things where removing humanity from that piece of communication. I think if someone like made a comment on my video and they look up to the stuff that I do, it's genuinely meaningful and cool to like have a response from someone you look up to and respect. And the fact that they added these like automated responses, I think is just genuinely depressing. And it's like, it's lying to people in the way that it formats the message as if, I actually wrote that, but I didn't write that if I click one of those buttons. And yeah, so yeah, sorry. I just wanted to add to that.
Okay, Sherveen, you may go ahead.
Do you think executive assistants should be allowed to send emails on behalf of their executives?
Oh my god.
That was a question for Freya, not for you.
Wait, sorry. I wasn't listening. I was reading chat for once. I'm sorry. What were you
I
saying?
thought you weren't reading chat. Do you think that executive assistants should be able to send emails on behalf of their executives?
Yeah, but not by pretending that they're that person.
Then you just have a problem with how humanity works, because I promise you, CEOs, but C-suites in general, about 80% of the emails you get are not sent by the CEO.
Yeah, then they're also anti-humanity idiots who pretend to do things that they don't.
Can I please interject here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, on a large scale, in fact, this is my problem. Okay, Sherveen, is that how I say your name?
Yep.
Okay. Do you think that all these systems, where the culture is heading to, do you think that's a good thing? Generally, just to vibe check where we're at.
Like, do I think our culture is good?
Yeah, so the culture.
Hold on, wait. Super quick question. It's kind of real. Okay, wait. Can you guys email me? I'm just curious. I would be surprised if C-suites are usually having people answer and signing as them rather than just like an assistant themselves doing it. You're saying that you think 80% of C-suites are responding to emails, but it's not actually them. It's like an assistant.
Not 100% of the time. Hold on. You're 100% wrong about this, and I mean that in good faith.
I didn't ask. I asked people. I just said it didn't feel like it. So I asked people.
It's not 100% of the time. So keep in mind, I also CC when I had my EA, and then I never did this. Other founders, every EA I ever hired wanted to do this, would offer to go out of my inbox. I wouldn't give them permission for my inbox.
You said C-suite. I'm talking about real business people, not founders, not retards.
Sorry. I mean C-suite. It's even worse. It's even worse. What do you think? You think C-suite people are outsourcing and delegating more activities to their executive assistant than founders?
I was asking people, real business, not found. I don't know that. I don't know what you mean. Startup, founder, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
No, CEO, C-suite. C-suite is fine. C-suite is fine. I meant what you want. I meant it. I meant it.
At least one employee on a W-2. That's all I'm asking. Okay, I just meant one real company.
One real employee who knows a fucking CEO, please.
Okay, I'm just curious. People email me to answer that. I'm just curious. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, don't let me interrupt you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you think that do you think that like culture is heading in a good place where we like automate art? No. Okay. So if you don't think culture is heading in a good place, why are you sort of arguing for the affirmative? I don't necessarily understand.
Because I think that the things that are causing culture to go in a bad place are... I'm sorry about all the yelling, guys. I'll try. Can I actually add a limiter in Discord? I think that the things that are causing culture to get in a bad place are political and inevitable under any scenario. AI or not, we are headed to the bad place. Again, I think like a good example is our tech oligarchs and the way we have the way in which like liberals, and I don't mean liberals as in Democrats, the way in which like liberal society has given up, and like we gave up, I think for the first time in 2016, but really going into 2024 election, where basically everyone was like, Trump again, fine, like it was tech, it was finance, everyone's just like, okay, like we don't have power, we're gonna give him a slush fund, no one's gonna do anything, and some of that is limitation of power, but I think that started before the limitation of power. It started in about 2022, 2023. Everyone basically has capitalistic FOMO, doesn't want to miss out on a deal, doesn't want to miss out on being considered cool, and has caused all of this. Without AI, does it go slower? Maybe. I don't know for sure though, because I think AI in some sense is also democratizing. I not always, right? But I think in some sense it is. And so when I say culture is bad, I think it's bad at a higher level than AI. And so I'm not sure that with or without, I actually don't know which is worse. Again, I'm not going to take a stance. I'm open to both.
Problems exist, without AI, of course. But I think that when we talk about art, the arts, movies, illustrations, 3D, all of this stuff, this is one of the like sort of in our era of people being pessimistic, not having community, especially for us Zoomers. I don't know how old you are. Nice. For us, like all our institutions, the grandeur are gone. Even our Nazis don't have swag anymore, right? Trump is posting these shitty
That's such a good line. That is such a good line. Holy shit.
Yeah, so like we've lost so much of like these transcendental things that have meaning to us. And so the idea that one of the last bastions we have left of like doing things that aren't for, I don't know, I don't want to sound like a socialist, but like amassing capital. One of the last things we do for ourselves is just going to be like fucking
Can I ask you a question?
What's
Do you
up?
think if I don't have let's say I don't have hands, just an example,
Yeah.
and I use
Yeah.
AI to generate art, I'm not saying, this art is
Oh,
more valuable, less valuable. I think it can still make people feel something, to express themselves or to see someone tell a story that is then generated. It might not be as good as the version they would create if they had hands. It might
yeah.
not be, as compelling in those ways. And again, I'm not the one of those people who like doesn't want these things to be watermark. I think all of them should have a watermark that should be irremovable, and there's ways to algorithmically do that. And I do think there's a sense to which like there'll be differentiation between fully AI generated, human generated, and somewhere in the middle. But don't you think, like, if you don't want to call the whole category art, there's still value in it, right? It's not all negative, even if right now it's being used tremendously in that way.
I feel like you're low-key's wagering me right now. Not to be
I'm low-key
pedantic.
wagering you.
Yeah, we're like at some sort of like we're at some sort of niche sort of threshold. Obviously, there's gonna be the entire line where art begins, or like where it's gonna be valuable or not, is not gonna be 100% like sort of
Okay,
like clear cut.
I low-key
But
swagered
like,
you.
right?
Okay,
But
agreed.
somebody with no hands,
Swagered.
right?
No, I swagered you. I swagered you. You said you don't believe that I made a real point, so don't.
No, it's not like I'm not. It's not to say you're indicative of bad faith or something. It's just
what does low-key swagered mean?
Loki's wager.
What does that mean?
Go fucking Google
That's-
it.
it's fu-
You
Listen,
Google
it's-
it for me.
Why do I give a fuck?
Oh my god! Listen, that was a throwaway comment. I'm not trying to discredit you. Okay, love you, bro.
What does low-squee quager mean?
Loki, the Norse god, wager.
Loki's wager is the insistence that because two or more categories exist as poles on a spectrum with a gray area.
Oh, this is a real concept. Oh, cool. I'm locked back in. My bad.
Defined.
It sounded like you were saying I was bad faith or something.
No, listen, you're a dope guy, man. I love my millennials. Okay. When we talk about like somebody with no hands, yeah, I know a guy with one hand, but listen, when we talk about people with no hands, yeah, making art, right?
Yeah.
Sure, art is relatively inaccessible to those people. Art as we know it generally is inaccessible to those people.
Yep.
But those people can create art, right? They can direct other people. They can use their feet. They can use blah 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 to create art. But like fundamentally, that doesn't necessarily change like what I said, right? Like, if we use art is ultimately communication, right? And if we use talking, for example, like if somebody,
let me just interrupt you really briefly. I guess I agree with you. I wouldn't want human art to go away. That's something that I feel like implied in what you just said. I don't disagree with what you said. I do believe it's one of the last bastions in a lot of ways. And in fact, in this moment, I think music and art, human made, but also maybe AI assisted as well, is. Yeah, I agree with you, and it's by the way essential. So I don't want that to go away. I was kind of living in their hypotheticals to like take the argument. I do think it's not inevitable, and the reason I think it's not inevitable is because the same reason I think I will always watch human baseball, even if there is some robot baseball. I think we will seek out and we'll find ways to verify with each other the same way we might verify a photograph is real, or we have like photojournalism has ethics to it. I think we might seek this stuff out proactively in the future, and there'll be kind of I would hope there's a standard there. And again, I'll seek out human baseball, and sometimes I might go watch robot baseball. But we will still seek this other thing that you're talking about. So agreed that is valuable. And so that's why I kind of said what I said as a compliment to what exists, not necessarily in opposition.
What's the name of your cat?
My prescription is more extreme. I think the state should intervene in order to protect art as it exists, in the same way that the state intervenes to stop factories pouring sludge into rivers. I think that what you said about watermarks and maybe some metadata that is unscrubbable is obviously helps and should be done by the state. But I think that, and there's a radical idea that because data sets were trained off copyrighted material, that you shouldn't be able to monetize them. How do you feel about that?
I don't agree on the large language models at all, because I think a lot of that was public text data. I do agree on the image models. I don't know how we fix it. I wish we would have that conversation, but no one's serious having that conversation. I think in that case, the idea of like duplication and this wasn't like, kind of the rights to this was questionable, was violated. The good news is a lot of the newer models, they're finally like using only data they have technically access to, but they're also adding synthetic data from the data that they scraped. So, does this get resolved at some point? There's some lawsuits that might actually get payments out, but even those lawsuits, right, it's not going to go to the artists. Yeah. It's going to go only to the artists who have lawyers. So I wish there was recourse there. I don't know how to do it. I don't think it should mean that we kill the industry, but I agree.
A lawsuit can't like do recompense.
Yep.
I can't retroactively like fix everything. I think that if you want to be like from a capitalistic framework, AI generative art is it's perverse. It like it's rent-seeking behavior. It doesn't. It's like it's antithetical to what we value in art and generally in capitalism. And I think that like the ways that these companies operate, like, is it a good outcome that more people, like people are gonna generate like, I don't know, tung tung sahur, like slop X thousand, right? Like, is that something that we want the sort of the market to optimize for? And I think that like I don't know. I feel like we don't really talk about this conversation with the gravitas that it deserves. That like we're going to like literally like rape away the like one of the last like bastion pillars of Western culture, and it's like, oh, we're just talking about it as if it's like the next like iPhone. It's just it's a bit weird to me.
No, I would go
The
further
final
than that. I feel
point-
like it goes further than just like, I don't know, just Western culture. Like, I feel like language and art are like the things that make us human. That's what sets us apart from all other animals. And I feel like these are the very things that we're eroding right now. I think it's weird.
We
Yeah,
are
I
going to move
agree.
on to the
Wait,
next scholar.
real quick. This is really important, okay? Mr. Mutant, okay? When I joined last year, the first thing you said was like, I said, oh, hi, Destiny. And you were like, is that a brother? What color is your skin? Sorry, what the fuck? What was up with that? That was
Are
really,
you
that
a
was like,
brother? Yes or no?
sure.
There we go. All right, YuniDev, go ahead.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I feel that's something that was kind of talked about a little bit, but not gone over that well earlier, was this idea of what seems to set creative stuff apart, that I think possibly it was hinted at with this idea of intentionality that I think Destiny brought up, and possibly agency. But I feel like the big thing, which I'm not sure Sherveen was necessarily getting in terms of the difference between sort of different job markets and that kind of thing, about how it might be different for a lawyer to be replaced versus a musician to be replaced, is this idea of like agency of creative stuff is generally, at least the way I view it, is it's a series of decisions, and there's some amount of maybe perhaps physical skill that might go into it, but ultimately it's a set of creative decisions that you're making. And I think it does play into this thing of, well, there's not that much creative decision making that's going into, say, a lawyer looking through documents for a large part of their job versus a musician.
I think you're right
it
about
also
certain
means-
portions of a lawyer's job, not all of a lawyer's job. You don't think a lawyer that's in front of a
Holy,
judge...
well, actually. It's the well, actually, police.
Why
There's
are
a
you
reason
so
that I said
fucking
specifically.
annoying?
There's a reason I said, the kind of parts where they're
No,
looking
I just
through-
keep going. Literally everybody knows what you mean. Keep going. You're fine.
But yeah, I think it plays into really nicely why I think intuitively people don't see like an AI art person as, if someone's generated AI art, people don't tend to intuitively see that as, oh, they're an artist. You might say colloquially they made the AI art, but people wouldn't consider them an artist. And it's because it is the same thing of agency, where you're not making the same kind of creative
What is
decisions to go
agency?
in.
Define agency.
I define it as,
Pisco.
I guess-
Pisco. Oh,
It was Pisco, yeah.
I didn't say that. Sorry,
By the way,
It's-
who says this all the time in debates to other people? Fucking Steven. I forgot to say your name for a second.
Sure.
So it's going to be a little bit like, it's not something you could hammer down exactly, but I describe it as creative decision making. So decision making that is perhaps unique, or there isn't necessarily one objectively correct thing that you should do at times. So if you're a factory worker, you might be making a bunch of decisions, so to speak, but you wouldn't really say it's...
Sorry, I
has
truly
much
meant it in
agency.
good faith. So please feel free to explain to me, why is the idea of the lawyer in front of a judge not, kind of a creative, even if for the sake of an end? I genuinely, I swear I'm being good faith. Why is that not kind of a similar thing we would want to protect in the sense that it's high agency? Because
Lawyer
after they got all that
might have
information...
been a bad example there. What he's just saying is that, like, sometimes there's just like the obviously correct set of choices to make, and it doesn't require a bunch of thought. Agency at its most simplest, purest form is like the ability to do otherwise. This is why we say humans have agency, because to have morality, we have to be able to choose to do good or bad.
But isn't that the last 5% for both, right? Both the artist, the musician, and the lawyer, the last 5% is where they're applying high agency? I don't get why the lawyer
Do you think
doesn't
that
have the
every
same-
job has equal
Disagree on the
agency?
amount.
No.
Okay, that's
didn't
what he's
say
talking
that.
about, though. The factory worker probably has
see-
less agency than like an
Wait,
artist.
I never. I maybe I miscommunicated. I
did.
agree with what we just said.
don't.
I always. Your mother.
It felt like earlier you were
What?
speaking a lot to this idea of like it seemed very binary of this idea of, well, either it has some amount of agency and therefore we care at all, we must care about it, or it has no agency and we don't care about it.
No,
Or
I think
some kind
jobs
of
go to
thing
a
that we-
higher level of orchestration. So I use this word orchestration because I think what you're doing in that case is like the high agency portions of your job become the only parts. And so a lot of the low agency parts, it used to be junior people, now will be AI, maybe a combination of the two, depending on the job. Also depending on if there's a physical component. So in the lawyer, they're no longer, a lot of the AI products that are really most interesting in the law stuff do the looking through documents and discovery.
Yeah, it's the search and discovery stuff,
Yeah,
right?
and then now a paralegal can actually help where an associate used to help, right? So there's a weird dynamic there. And the high agency portion becomes the lawyer going into the courtroom and telling a story and trying to compel people, kind of to an end. So that's when I say orchestration, I guess I mean also that's the high agency portion of their job, because that's where you're taking all the material elements, physical and otherwise, and you're using that for the high agency interpretive or synthesis or storytelling portion.
Yeah. So I guess we might have disagreements about how that agency works out in practice, but I think it's probably fine to go with this, where I heard you very vehemently disagree with Destiny that the point of AI is to be able to just basically ask for some end result, and the AI does that without you needing to really understand anything about it. That's how AI works, really. And it works to varying degrees of success in terms of achieving that. But in terms of end goal, I think it's quite clear that basically every single frontier lab is, especially with all the talk about like recursive self-improvement, the end goal is you can ask AI to do something, and it does it without any human involvement, really.
So I disagreed with him because he said that's how it worked. I don't even think that's how he thinks it works, but like maybe we got lost in kind of terminology there. But the other thing is, while I agree that's how people use it and it's how the model makers might want you to use it, I don't think it's how it has to be used. And so, for example, he accused me earlier of having boilerplates with my clients. I've never had a boilerplate anything with AI. I'm not interested, because part of my process, as an example, I when I write, I don't use AI ever for writing. I hate AI writing. It doesn't sound like me, and will take a long time and maybe never will. But I like to use it for research. So I'll take a piece that I've written and I'll go, hey, like, who else has written on this that might have interesting thoughts? Is there anything else I missed? And do some web research on this portion of the topic that I don't know much about. And so that's like just an example with writing. If I'm making an app, I'm going to go back and forth on the technical stack and, okay, is this going to work if I want to build this feature? And we're going to go through an exploratory process. I have some health issues. When I talk about my health issues, it's not I want an answer. It's, hey, what about this nuance? What about this nuance? Now, I am, again, worried about bad use. And I think a lot of bad use is proliferating, especially among students. I don't think it has to be that way. I don't think the model makers even necessarily want it to be that way. They want it to be that way only to compete with each other. But they probably want you to like use the product more if they had, kind of their preference for it, or rely on it more. And maybe there's a version where talking to it more would actually make you more addicted is a strong word. But anyway, I agree, though, that right now it seems that is not how people are being, kind of encouraged or taught to use it. And I wish there was more conversation about that. Just as a simple example of how we can mitigate some of that, beyond like, education, because that's hard. I do think there's a sense to which when you talk to these models about complicated topics, we should be encouraging the model makers to not deliver like these instant or quick results. This AI overview, GPT instant, like we can't regulate this. I don't think it'd be hard, but maybe social norms around the stuff that gives you bad answers, like AI overview. And I know Steven on stream will pull it up all the time. It's like one of the worst Gemini models that doesn't know how to do web research and will like synthesize 3 results that are right below it incorrectly. And I don't know if a regulatory framework makes sense here.
Sure, but you shouldn't be using AI overview as just your de facto, like this is the facts. You should then go and look at the sources if you're
not only that.
hold
on, Lucas. Not only that, right? You should just go to a thinking model inside one of these applications. The AI overview.
I don't care about that.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Yeah, that's. I don't think that's really relevant, because all that's really saying is it's not very good at the moment for certain things. Or
yes, but they're putting it in the wrong places, right? They're putting it in the email auto draft for Freya. They're putting AI overview that Destiny reads all the time. They're putting it in the free version of ChatGPT, obviously because it's free. So I think there's the sense to which
but my issue with that was not the competence. My issue was that it put my fucking signature on it.
I was just an example. It was just an example. I was just giving an example. That's another place where bad models
people
exist.
Like these features, though. Like people use AI overview.
I agree. I guess this is a societal thing. I agree with you on the bad portions of this.
Is there
How would
any
you solve
indication
this?
That's ever going to change?
No, I wish we'd have more conversations around norms around AI, and I think we actually could have an interesting conversation around this, where the model makers aren't encouraged to put cheap AI models everywhere. They're encouraged right now because no one is fucking part of this conversation other than the tech oligarchs who are like, more, make everyone dependent, also make them very doomer-pilled about all of this.
Hello,
like
the entire artist community have been yelling about this since like 2022. So like all of us have been trying, but nobody's listening. So
the artist community does not matter to the capitalistic interests that be. You'll never change their behavior.
That's a pretty good summary of the whole thing.
Damn.
It's unfortunate, but the truth is, in LLMs, it's all businesses using it, as you know. The revenue is mostly B2B, not mostly, maybe like 60-40 B2B, and it's what growth will come from. So unfortunately, the amount of dollars is...
in case you guys didn't know, that was a cool insider term for business to business. That's what B2B means, in case you guys didn't know that in chat, okay?
Well, so it's backwards.
All right, we're going to get Radiant up here, I guess.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, shit.
YuniDev, did you have any final words or anything?
Oh, I just, like, it seems pretty clear that people aren't, like, people like the slop, people want to use all these features that Sherveen himself has said that it's like, the things that he thinks perhaps shouldn't be happening.
Yep.
And I don't see that ever changing. And if anything, the tech itself and the capabilities of the tech itself encourage people to do that.
Can I ask you a question since you represented my view right there? I come into that and I go, I want more people who are smart and thoughtful about this to be thinking about it and like part of the conversation, which means getting familiarity with the models and being part of the conversation versus we do nothing. Because I don't see like we're banning that. Like it's just not happening. We're not stopping this train. Where do you stand on that? I'm curious. Like, I go like I don't know what other option we have.
The easiest thing is just going to be, I don't know. I'm kind of doomer on it just because, like, it's going to happen no matter what. I think there's not much we can do about it because most people don't care or even understand why it might be bad, or what the issues are beyond. Like the only real complaint I ever hear is, it gets stuff wrong. But like that's a stupid complaint. That's not going to be the case forever. But yeah, like I think the issue, the bigger issue is just that even if you had perfectly benevolent, everyone was doing stuff right in terms of the people in charge. Like the AI tech, if it can get to a point where you can just ask for it to do anything and it will do it. Then you're basically asking every person who ever engages with it to artificially limit how they use it in order to, because they want more creative control over the process. And I think artists would be perfectly happy to do that, but the average person doesn't care. They just want the slop at the end. And I don't think that's ever going to change. And so
one of the big credits I'll give to the
conclusion would be, well, sorry, you don't get the AI in the first place.
One of the cool things about the artist tools, like all the image generation and video generation tools, is that because creatives actually really do care about their output and there's like a sense of authorship more than like a business user, like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion back in the day with like what was it called, Comfy UI and a bunch of like the workflows actually created a lot more utility and tooling around like having influence on the output that I wish were actually also kind of existent in the LLM space. I think like a lot of the ways in which you could customize and be very particular in kind of your input, the artist community demanded more and got more in the early days because of that kind of desire.
Well, also there just wasn't like the image models weren't good enough, close to be able to just ask for anything and get what you wanted. You needed to exert that kind of control in order to get passable results, and you don't need that anymore. And it's increasingly moving in that direction where there's less control offered by any big labs for their models because there needs to be less control because you just prompt it and it does what you ask. And I just, that's going to keep happening and people are going to keep using it that way. So like, I mean, if I could, I'd press a button and only people who are going to, I guess, use it in a creative way would use it. But obviously that's not something you can do. So I think it's just, it is what it is, and you got to learn to live with it.
I don't see where, like, Sherveen, I don't see where your optimism is coming from around this.
I have a question.
Oh God.
I have a question for the anti-AI people.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you think in this world, let's say like where AI can generate masterpieces, right? Do you think a good like the Leonardo?
They're just gonna say that it's not a masterpiece.
Okay. Do you think like the Leonardo da Vinci prompter would not be able to create or would not be able to generate better art than some random like off the street? Like
No, they're going to
Destiny
argue
or
that it's not art.
The difference is going to be quite small,
Yeah.
especially
I mean-
compared to the current difference
Well-
between a competent artist and some random person.
Define art,
But
rating.
yeah, but that quote unquote difference, right, is pretty important because I think that's what's gonna like the best
Right,
selling
define
art,
art.
right?
That difference is only
Radiant,
going to get
define art.
smaller as the AI
What-
tools take over
why
increasingly
define
more
art?
of the agency
Radiant,
in
what
the
is art?
process.
Okay, fine, a painting.
Okay, what is a painting?
Art. I don't know. What do you want? Why are you
No,
trolling
so,
me?
so
don't
I
get
feel
it.
like
No, Radiant,
No.
they're actually brain broken. You're not that
For
that
real.
argument is
For
like
real.
so far from this room. It's unbelievable.
No,
Destiny
you
isn't.
just-
I've heard him talk
It
about this
doesn't
in other
make sense
days.
to me.
No, he's playing a role.
You've got to do it to
Bobblehead
know
over
it.
there.
No,
It's
okay,
just one of
I'll
those
something real
things.
quick.
Wait, what was the question? Repeat that question. Hold on.
It was literally like in the future. Let's say in this future.
Radiant's
future,
saying that
in
there's
the
an
future.
algorithm that can
No, no, in
basically
the future,
do
let
a
me- let me-
Leonardo
in the
da
future.
Vinci.
Yeah, sure.
Yes,
Let's say
in
in
the
this
future.
future, let's say in this future, right? We're in a world where you have a model that can generate masterpieces, like just with a simple prompt,
Yep. Yes.
right? Are we saying in this world, Leonardo da Vinci, the prompter, can't make better art than some random guy off the street?
Oh, sure, but that now the floor for what all art is, what any random retard can create, is massively increased. There's like a much higher floor.
So
like even a dipshit can
Sure.
create.
And,
Is that bad?
also in like a maximal AI future where the AI is like, I don't know if you say infinitely competent, but the AI is incredibly competent. I would say yes, there would be no difference.
But we're also
Like,
like,
I
I feel like we're
so
also
feeling
like,
the floor is raised. So,
Like,
so
not
Stephen, what
meaningful.
so what? What's wrong with that?
no, but I feel like we're also conflating like the quality of a piece of art and the fidelity that it's produced in.
Maybe, but Stephen agreed already. I want to know what's wrong with that.
No, but wait, what
that
you just
floor
said is
being
really important. What you just
raised.
said
No,
is
because
really
it's different than
important.
what Stephen said.
Okay.
Get him to answer. Then she can go. Sorry, Fred. It's just like he's gonna
Well, the floor,
fumble.
because I mean, there's two big reasons. So one is that on a downstream level, you're just deleting the number of people that are actually creating art in society.
So?
And then,
What?
well, I consider
Yeah,
art to
that
be probably like the pinnacle
Really?
of expression of like what
So
humanity
it's a personal kind of protection of
Wait,
humanity.
you're
It's fine,
saying-
by the way.
Oh, no,
but
wait,
you
it sounds
can,
like-
but I want you to admit it's just a protection over a thing that you believe is the whole domain of humans. It cannot be the domain of AI.
Correct. Just like how I think that like we shouldn't like murder people or rape people or set their homes on fire. Yeah,
Should
that's
we
a
murder
personal-
pigs?
Pigs are not humans.
Should I just asked you a question? I didn't. Why are you jumping ahead? Should we murder
Why are you
pigs?
jumping ahead,
Yes.
Stephen?
Okay. Why do some people disagree with you?
I don't know. It's a separate thing. They can have their arguments, though.
It's not a separate thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I need to be able to out-debate a vegan in order to argue why human-created art is different than AI-created art?
Actually, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, in your world,
Anyway,
then,
what's your
like,
second
you would
thing?
walk around and every single thing can just be AI-generated stuff, and you don't think that
What's
there's
your second
anything that's been lost there.
What's your second
Well,
thing?
one is the deletion of most people just creating art, and then the second thing is I think that I don't think that I don't know if I would even consider AI-generated art to be art, or rather, it's less art than what existed before
Define
that, because
art.
you're removing the intentional humanity in creating a thing. Essentially, that when some human sets his mind to intention to create some
When some human, so human is part of your definition.
yes.
I don't think.
Can you give me an example of non-human art?
So how can this art?
Ah,
make-
AI generated art?
wait.
AI generated art.
Besides AI-generated art, can you give
Also,
me some,
nature.
what? Name one thing in particular.
A waterfall, Niagara Falls.
Well, that's
I
not.
don't think people would look at. I
Right.
think when they look at Niagara Falls, they would go, "That's beautiful," but they wouldn't go, "That's art." That's not really
The
art.
Grand Canyon.
That's not. It's not art. They're just
Sorry,
beautiful things.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
What makes it
Forgot.
art?
It's not.
Why
What
isn't
makes
it
something
art?
What makes something art?
I think human intentionality is what makes it art. I think that art is a thing that does not exist absent a human mind in the universe to intentionally create said thing and then observe it, I guess.
And I feel like that there's a really important aspect to art, which is the story of how it was created. And I think that meaningfully changes the way that you look at art, even if the piece of art looks exactly the same when you compare two
You
different
don't know how a
situations.
lot of
Like
art
all
you
of that
like is
stuff
created.
matters a
You have
lot.
no idea.
Sorry,
So
what?
wait, you're
No,
saying
we,
the humans?
we make assumptions, though. We do make
Yes.
assumptions about how the art is
Yeah.
created.
You know what happens when you make an assumption?
I beat the shit out of your mom.
No, I beat the shit out of
Yeah,
your
right
mom.
there, Stephen. Boom.
I think we make assumptions about how the art is created. I think we found out the art was created in a substantially different way. I think we would engage with the product in a different way.
So sounds like we're saying that Leonardo da Vinci, the artist, the prompt or whatever, would make better art than random guy off the street and would probably make more money.
He wouldn't make art.
Well, he would make something that would be more consumable. Yeah, it would be a better product.
But
I mean, would it be better art?
Wait, you're saying better product? Well, I
Yeah.
mean, what are people consuming this thing for, right? Like people who are consuming art are doing it because they were trying to enjoy the
Yeah, they're
art,
consuming
right? Like
they're
not-
consuming products
Because
through a
ideally,
feed.
part of the
Like,
consumption,
ooh,
ideally, part of the consumption of an artistic product is an appreciation of the art itself. Ideally,
Is your YouTube channel art?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, but like it depends on like what the art form
Is
is,
your YouTube
right?
channel
Like,
art?
no, I don't think I consider it art.
Are you
I
sure?
think. Oh, so you're
Yeah.
not an art is everything guy. Oh wait, I
I
thought
don't
you
think
said
that's
art is
right.
everything.
I've
Like
never.
everything that
When did I
humans
ever
make.
say that ever?
It
Okay,
doesn't matter if you
well,
said it.
then-
I don't think it's right.
Great. But yeah, I don't think that whatever. I
Wait,
don't-
do you think you're right?
about what?
Your YouTube channel being art. I actually.
No, I wouldn't consider it art.
Are you sure?
He just said that 3
I don't know
times
how
now.
many
No,
times-
but
yeah,
I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure he's sure. I can hear the the.
I
little
do
bit
no,
of
I do
doubt.
not consider. Well, like if I'm making music with Albert, then I would consider that art. Sure. But
See,
generally, no.
Lucas. Sorry.
Well, no,
I'm
now
so
I'm
sorry,
hedging
chat.
because I don't
I'm
know what you're
so
trying
sorry.
to. No, I
I
don't
keep
necessarily
forgetting.
consider this like
Hold on, let me find
art.
a little bit
Unless you
of
consider
OBS.
like debate like an art performer or something, but generally no.
So like, what about a video essay?
Does
Or like
OBS
when
have
you
a
make
limiter?
when you make like the Jan 6 video, for example.
Prepared
Sure, that
YouTube
could
content
be, sure,
could
that
be
could
art.
be.
Yes.
Maybe I guess sure. Or maybe if you really want, you can consider live stream a form of art. What does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, I just like, I don't know, just everything is art, but like
Well, how is everything art? The most important part that I mentioned, the most
anything
important
about
element is the human
human intervention.
intentionality. Yes, that's what I am, a human. Yes.
Cool, yeah, but like the human is prompting to create this masterpiece that's coming out.
so
Sure, but I think that at some point you've removed like so much of the choice past that. I don't know if you would
But
necessarily.
again, Leonardo da Vinci could probably make better art than some random guy, or for prompter as a prompter, right?
Yeah, he might be able to, and somebody might be able to tell somebody to paint a better mural idea than I would, but that doesn't make either of us a painter, and it doesn't make the other guy a better painter. He's just a better prompter. But an artist, I don't know. I don't think so.
Like Da Vinci being a better prompter would be the same as like someone being a better commissioner of art. Like you could ask for something that aligns more closely
like,
to
every
some
time you say this,
intention,
it's
but
like
the
we're
result
like
might be
smuggling.
like the same
Every time you're
quality
saying
no
this,
matter
you're
what. if
smuggling
it's
in
equivalent of
the.
AI.
Every time you say this,
Smuggling
you're smuggling in the idea of like prompting being fundamentally different than actually doing the thing itself. Like
I
Because
don't
it
even
is
know.
still-
I'll even go further. I don't even
Wait,
know.
wait, no,
if
wait,
it's
it's not
being-
smuggled.
yeah.
It literally is. It literally is
It's
different. no?
not. It's not.
It's not though. It's like
Not.
because
Wait,
what-
there's no difference between
is.
saying there's no difference between commissioning a painting.
Not a meaningful
and,
difference.
what's the difference
Okay, we
between me
just
telling
skip
somebody? What's the difference between me telling a robot how to move every muscle, whatever, to paint like some art piece versus like doing it
Because you're
myself?
not telling it to move every muscle. You're telling it to figure out which muscles to move. You're just
Well,
saying
no,
do
but
this
It's a
thing.
trivial difference.
Yeah, but it gets
if you're being
abstract.
honest with
But
yourself, it's a
not
trivial
trivial.
difference.
It's like the
But
difference
it's
between
a trivial
Between a musician
It
and a
gets abs-
composer, they're
Well, no,
totally
but I'm saying-
different.
I'm saying, but it gets abstracted enough to the point where it's not like if you're more precise in what you're making, then you get a better art piece, right? I think that's mostly true now and probably in the
We
future.
get completely different responses with different prompts and different prompting strategies and different settings to your models. You can laugh. It's
We have a
true.
prompt engineer over here. My
No,
God.
wait, sorry, no, because that's you
Do you
always
think
laugh.
I'm wrong?
Definitely, I swear, it's so annoying listening to you and Freya because I know you guys. It's honestly just reeks of the idea that you guys just do not use AI in your workflow. It's
You
so
and Dan
obvious.
were talking
You
to
guys-
that fucking Maya and what was the other Miles back in the day. You were so much fucking better at getting Maya to say shit and unfortunately to moan than
That's 'cause
Dan
Dan's
was.
retarded.
True. That's where I was going this entire conversation.
Yeah, but in neither of
Dan,
those
I
circumstances would I
secretly
say
like you,
that
so
I would never
if
say
you're
that
out
I'm a
there.
better creator of AI bots or whatever. Like
Just
I'm
a prompter.
Yeah,
thing.
just because you're dumb.
One of the I understand that, but the difference is okay. I'm going to be mean now for a second. I don't care. Okay, I don't agree with a lot of Freya's arguments. I don't agree with, and I actually do say fuck the art community. I don't care a lot of them. I think most of the arguments they made are fucking retarded because they want to make more money. But you know what? I'm sympathetic to that as an artist. Okay.
Yeah,
However, I think on
100%.
the prompting side of things, the reason why I asked you what you did for work is because I don't think you guys have any fucking idea what goes into actually crafting a real talent. The fact that you can literally say that prompting a thing is more or less the equivalent of doing the thing itself
that's
shows
the-
that you
I
never.
don't wanna
get-
say that
Yeah,
until
I'm not
this
gonna finish.
hour,
I don't
so-
get to finish.
Let
I don't
him
get to
finish
finish anything
that.
I'm saying.
Go ahead.
You don't know what
Let him
all
finish,
goes
let him finish.
into the concept of like building a talent or building towards some particular thing. If you think that prompting a guy to do a painting is anywhere, the difference between prompting a guy for a painting and doing a painting yourself can be a 5-second ask versus like 20 years of skill. It's a totally different thing.
But who's gonna make the
Agree.
better art? Who's gonna make the better like thing that's gonna come out of the other end of the AI? Is it gonna be?
Consumable product. When you say better thing, that's a loaded
Is it gonna be
question.
Leo da Vinci or is it gonna
It's a
be?
loaded question because what is the thing? If you're saying a consumable product, the robot will create the better
An art
consumable product,
piece.
which is why consumable product, an art piece. If you don't consider AI art, then the human will always create better art. It just sounds like the question
Okay,
is
then
not
you just
difficult.
answered the question. Okay.
No,
It sounds like
no,
AI.
no,
It
no,
sounds like
that's not
art
what
will
you're
always have a
asking.
place.
It's
It
not
sounds like art will always have a place.
no. You're not asking a difficult question. It seems difficult because it's the definition of the word art is the difficult part of it. The question is do you consider things that were created by robots to be art? If the answer is no, then the human always creates better art. If the answer is yes, and it's just about a consumable product at the end, well, then the robots create the better consumable product. You can't compete.
If it's more I'm just so confused about how you're phrasing it. Like, if the thing that's coming out is like, let's say, a painting, right? Like, the people who are going to want the human-made painting are still going to be there to buy human-made paintings.
Who do you think was the better songwriter? Whoever the fuck wrote songs for Third Eye Blind or fucking Mozart?
Mozart? I don't know. I have no.
Who do you think produced? If you could ever objectively quantify whatever, who do you think produced better art?
I don't
Mozart
know
or Third Eye
what
Blind?
Third Eye Blind. I don't know what that is. Third Eye Blind. I don't know
How
what that
old
is.
are you? I don't know. Justin Bieber. What the fuck do you guys listen to? I don't know. What the fuck? Name some Cardi B
Kanye
or
West.
the Doja Cat.
Kanye West.
West. Not besides.
Why do we
besides-
keep going to the Nazi?
Is
Kanye's
Kanye or
not
the
Mozart
Nazi.
better? I can't compare them. I don't know. I feel like art
Okay,
is very
how about not the
subjective.
best fucking like? What's
Art
a
is
random
subjective.
rapper?
Art is subjective. Art is subjective. Do you think
Oh,
Jackson
it's not
Pollock?
subjective?
Do you think
Fuck,
Jackson?
okay,
It
whatever.
is. It literally is. Do you think Jackson
you're a
Pollock?
tech bro.
Do you
You're
think
fucking
Jackson?
retarded.
Do you think Jackson Pollock is
This
the
is
worst
the-
artist? Do you think Jackson Pollock is the worst artist than like Leo da
Don't
Vinci?
rate him, please don't.
It depends with regards
have
to
no
what you would have to
idea.
start asking questions. I'm just saying that in terms of like overall skill, I think most people would probably agree that Mozart is probably a better composer than like a guy working for like an alt rock band. But if you would
mean, it
ask what
depends.
music would you rather listen to, you'd probably rather listen to the
So,
music that's
have you
closer
ever
to your
heard
generation.
Radiant, let
So
him
when you
finish.
ask like when you ask what's the better art, I mean, like, that's a challenging question, but like the better art isn't always the thing that you'd rather consume. I listen to a lot of lo-fi hip hop slop, but that's not like high art or anything. It's not high quality art. It's not difficult to make. I just like the way that it sounds, but it doesn't make it better art.
I
Yeah,
feel
but
that
you
there's
don't always
also
do that, though.
like I feel that there's also like composite art of like if you're watching a movie, for example, and there's a song in that movie that you then start listening to after you watch the movie because you really like the movie and then you like this song as well. Let's say that this song was in a genre that you never listened to ever. I think some people might look at that and be like, hey, like you don't actually like the song, you just like it because it was in this movie. But I think that kind of has that separation of like there's one way you can appreciate art in isolation where you're like, oh, I appreciate the like instantaneous feeling that I get consuming this thing, or like you like the fidelity or the visuals, but you always have some kind of emotional attachment to stuff. And I think that that's where a lot of value in art lies, in those connections and in those compositions.
Okay, sure, but but what you're saying right now is that the people who actually value that stuff in terms of like, oh, the human made this, and the human we're listening to this guy's experience when they made this song, and like they're talking about their life or something like that. Like the people who value that will still be around. Like Destiny, the fact that you listen to lo-fi hip hop or whatever does not mean you lost all desire for something like Kashiwa
Nobody's
Daisuke
arguing that we're going to go
No, I
extinct.
am arguing. Yes, that is the argument. The argument is that if you remove all of that from where humans can see it, you're just gonna, by virtue of that, you're just gonna consume way fucking less of it because it's not gonna be friendly anymore. Because it's gonna be
you're
your
gonna consume
alternative.
less, but not for the purpose. But you're gonna consume less, but not in the places where you're not, or where you're appreciating it, right? Like
I'm just
like
saying
it's not,
that I'm just saying that if you replace everything with slop, you're just going to consume less art because it's just easier to do, and people tend towards low friction thing. If you have to make a
but you
concerted
weren't getting
effort,
that value out of it. You weren't getting that value out of it.
you
it
can
being
get
like a
value out of
human-made
it. It's just
product.
now you have to put, like, if you have to make high effort, high friction choices at all points in your life to consume something that's worth consuming, you're probably just going to tend towards a lot more slop. That's just how humans are. There's no person that wants to put that much effort every single day into making sure they're watching a real TV show or a real movie or listening to a real song or whatever.
I feel like there's a really good example of this. There's a
It's like what? It's like forcing people. It's like forcing people
My
to like
bad,
watch
Radiant.
The Sopranos when they just want to watch like The Boys, right? Like, it's just like, yeah, like there's better shows than The Boys out there, but like it's not like
Sometimes that
you're
is
not
better.
gonna
If you were to
appreciate
ban, if you were to ban being able to watch reruns on Netflix, that would be better for the state of art in the United States. That the 7 trillion hours that were spent rewatching The Office probably hurt the overall state of our culture, art, and creation in the United States. That's a statement I would make. Yes.
yes.
I mean, I feel like
And
if anything,
Okay,
it
would you
raises
say
standards.
would you say the same for music?
Wait,
Yeah. Yes.
hold on, wait,
So
can I
you say
answer?
you only consume one song, and that's it forever.
I think it's the opposite.
Like a single song, one time.
Oh yeah, that is what he said.
He
Can you
means
listen to
it's easy
graduation
disposable
one
in the same
time
way.
and then you have to move on because it's better for you to keep listening to more music? That's the
That's
argument.
It's better, I think it's better in general to have a forward momentum on your art consumption than to get stuck listening to the same thing over and over and over again.
But
Yes.
I think there's a really good microcosm of this. So there's a community online that watches movies every now and then, and you kind of have to make a decision of like how do you decide what movie to watch? And you can either go the democratic route where people vote and like submit movies to watch, or you can go the dictator route where someone just kind of picks a movie straight up. And I feel like whenever you have a democratic vote, you tend to guide towards very popular and very safe choices. And usually these are like, they're fine, they're entertaining, and it might be a good experience, but usually when there's a dictator choice, you are way more likely to get exposed to something that you might never have seen, and you might get a completely new experience. And that friction usually leads to some kind of growth or some kind of new appreciation for a new perspective, even though it wasn't really the thing that you wanted. And yeah, so I think that a lot of people
Good
kind of
friction is
want to
real.
avoid this type of friction naturally. But usually friction is what leads to growth. And I think that is something that we need to take care of and not just like shave
just
off
add
every
something?
single bump everywhere.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why?
Nolan.
Why are Destiny and Freya so confident that the world that you proclaim to happen is going to happen?
True.
Because that's a general
Destiny's- it's because he
trajectory
doesn't
of like
use it
where
enough.
these things
No,
go.
no, 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 no,
They don't
no,
use
no,
it. They
no,
don't use
no.
AI.
Hold on.
What is
Hey,
your-
can we
what
let
is
them
your-
answer the
what is
question?
your
I love. First of all, I just
basis?
love how every AI slopper is always like, "Oh, it's because they don't use it enough." It's like, what have you done
That
with
wasn't-
AI
that
lately
wasn't
to
my
increase
point.
your?
Yeah,
that
what
wasn't
have
my
you?
point.
Hold on, wait,
Tell
wait,
me about all
Shut
the
up,
block
Radiant, shut
prompts
up,
you
Radiant,
ran
shut
last
up,
week.
Radiant, shut up, Radiant, go.
What is one thing that you've been exposed to as a result of AI?
You asking me?
Yes.
Whoever said that AI slopper answer, like, "Oh, it's because they don't query enough."
Oh,
I
I
didn't
didn't
mean it as an insult. I didn't mean
That
it as
wasn't
an
my point
insult.
just now.
That's
But
what I
was
thought.
gonna-
Exactly,
I was gonna say,
sloppers.
Ask your
You
question,
said-
Metaloid.
My point was kind of harkening on to.
Oh, wait, hold on. What does that mean?
No,
What is it exposed
Let
to?
Metaloid go, let
What does that
Metaloid
even
go.
mean, by the
Metaloid
way?
Go.
Makes
Go
no
again.
sense.
Metaloid go.
My point was kind of harkening on to the idea that you guys seem to have an extremely, and I'll say this for both sides, I would say as well. Both sides seem to have an extremely high confidence and conviction that their
I
world
literally
is
said
going
I'm
to
not
become
confident.
Let
true.
Metaloid go.
But just remember that.
But based on historical examples, no matter what, like you say about how much AI is taking agency away from us or what it's impacting, pretty much every single time, 99% of the people that think they are intellectual and have the information are always completely wrong on their extrapolations of where the innovation is going to go. So it makes me very skeptical that I understand the arguments you're giving, very much I do, but you guys have absolutely no basis for those things except for the fact that you see a trend and you're just extrapolating it to infinity. That's very
It's
bad
not
argument.
to
Let's hear from
infinity.
Wait, what
Steve
is
or
a trend?
Freya.
Wait. What is a trend that you think is extrapolated incorrectly?
Well, you're extrapolating the agency that AI is taking away, right? You're saying that. Well, you can continue, but from my take, it seems like you're saying you and Freya. I'm not saying you believe this, but you're giving an
I
argument.
don't know if that's true.
What I'm saying is that you think that as AI takes more agents away from us, we will do less things, humans, and we will create less things, right? And as such, AI will take over more of the creative aspect of the human experience. And this is bad, right? And this is based on your understanding that you see around you more and more things being done with less and less human aspect of actually engaging with them in terms of like a physical way or a material way in terms of just doing a prompt.
Steve,
Is
can
that
I
the
respond?
correct
I
understanding?
want to add something. I still feel like it's it's still
Hold on. I would like them to be able to respond to that.
sure.
I mean, I think that in order to make an argument that something new is going to happen, you have to point to a novel thing that's happening that's not like things in the past. I agree with that, but I don't know what is the equivalent agency removing thing right now that has been done in the past.
Would you say that? I would agree it's definitely nowhere near the same, but there is definitely analogs. So, for example, would you agree that the internet took away much, much more agency from humans than engineering and mechanics did?
To some extent, I think you can make that argument, but then that just tends in a bad direction that I think is not good.
I would agree that the
caused
trend is
too much of a
towards less
diffusion.
agency in terms of for example, if you go back to caveman days, we were writing on walls. That is pure human interaction. I would say that's the purest.
Yeah, but
form,
remember
right?
that the
And then
internet.
can I just?
I agree.
Can we
But
let
just-
Metaloid finish his point? Go ahead.
Yeah, so
Metaloid.
I would agree that we're heading towards the kind of if you look at the human trajectory, we're definitely heading towards a world where maybe we just don't create anything and it's all created by some mainframe, right? But the idea that we are going to head to this world in the next 10 to 30 to 50 years or even 100 years, right? I don't find that much convincible or very convincing because through history, every single time people have predicted this, they usually predicted it on a very like, it's imminent, it's coming now, we're all going to like face this kind of thing. And it's usually not what happens. Like from the internet 2000, a lot of the world has changed a lot, but I would agree that some of the aspects of your saying have come true, but I would never ever agree to any of the predictions that the people made in like 1990s on like how much it would affect the world and how fast.
That's just like a nothing statement though, no, of just like, oh well, it's been fine before, so it'll be fine now,
it's
and
not.
people are usually bad at
everything is-
predictions. Because the issue is that a lot of the stuff that we're talking about is already like very clearly happening, even with current technology.
Okay, but it was happening back then. It was
Hold on,
in the
let YuniDev
internet.
finish. Let
It's,
YuniDev
it's
finish.
not the same thing.
As in,
The thing that
if you
happened
look
back
at
then
how
is not
people-
the same.
Of course,
Yeah,
it's
if
not
you
the
look
same.
at how
It's a
people engage
different.
with Suno or any of these like AI image generations like Gemini, ChatGPT image, like the people are putting in a single prompt and being very happy with the result. And they're
Yes.
doing no creative decision making. And I don't see any reason, especially as models are going to get better and they're going to get likely indistinguishable from actual, human-made images. I don't see why this wouldn't continue
Yeah,
to be
but
the
you're
case.
misunderstanding what I'm
I
saying.
feel like you have to make quite a compelling argument for that, no?
Your argument is basically that as the models get better, right, the necessity is that people will rely on them more and more, and the agency will be taken away.
Well, no,
Right? And my
even if they just like rely on them in the same ways that they are currently for the people who have adopted them, like unless you think there's not going to be any further adoption.
No, that's not
like,
my point.
I don't see how this
Like
is to follow.
a lot of people when the internet was happening, they thought that the ways that humans interacted was going to radically change in such a short period, and it was going to be based on like specific like contextual instances. Like for example, something might happen in like the 1995 or 1996, for example, and they would extrapolate that forward, and that instance of like what was happening at that point is going to be going forward. We don't know. There could be a scenario, and I agree this could happen. My point is that we have no idea how it's going to shape. For example, there could be a novel fucking innovation that happens that completely changes the way that AI does stuff in the next 5 years. We have no idea. We didn't even know this was possible. Most people,
Well, wait, then what
AI
is the
scientists,
point
didn't think
of
this was possible.
what is the point of? I mean, yeah, anything could happen. I mean, maybe
Isn't
in
he just saying you're disasterizing?
Yes,
well, no,
that's
I'm
my
saying-
point.
but
Is you guys have way too much
yeah, but
conviction
no,
in your
we're-
point.
Mhm.
I don't have that much. I'm not saying this is like a high quality. I'm just saying this is the
Okay.
trajectory we're on right now.
So,
But like
hold on, no,
maybe
hold
in
on,
5
wait,
years,
wait.
a quasar
hold on.
moves into our star and eats it, and we all start to die because there's no sunlight anymore. I don't fucking know. I mean, I guess that could
That's
happen, but I'm just saying.
This is very minimizing what I'm saying. You guys sounded like you had
I'm
insane
minimizing it
confidence
because we
when you're
can't
arguing against children.
because I'm saying here's like the things that we see now. Here's the things that it's likely to have an impact. It's already had this impact, and it seems to be going in that same direction. And you're saying, well, maybe a novel, crazy new thing could come up in the
Well,
future.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Totally
I'm saying
wacky and
you have
unpredictable.
apps. You are doing the exact same thing every single person that's done before you, and you'll be like, no, they were all wrong. I'm right because this time it's taking away agency. When every time it was before, it's just this time it's more, and every time it was before, it was also more. What is your basis for having this
No, hold on.
thing? Except for
People
I'm
were
right, they're wrong.
No. Here's the things that you guys are missing. People were right in the past. They were just right about things that just weren't quite as consequential. We did lose something kind of magical when instruments became possible to just do on software. We did lose something there. And the people that were worried about that were right. Shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. Okay? So that is the thing that we've lost. There are probably fewer people that get paid jobs to do music now. You don't have as much control because it's not a real life fucking musician, right? However, we didn't lose like the whole composition process of making songs. The thing of like being able to query a thing and getting a full ass song at the end, that's like an even greater thing that we've never had in the past. And there will be something lost there as well. So a lot of people were wrong.
The difference with AI, the difference with AI, the very distinct mechanical difference with AI is once it comes for one portion of high agency activity, unlike past versions of technology, it then goes for the next thing as well. So, I do agree that I don't know if Stephen really holds the point, they were catastrophizing earlier, but there is a difference distinct from the internet or from the printing press, whatever, which is that this technology uniquely because of how the models are continuously trained and RSI, you are going to have basically every high agency takeover leads to the next high agency takeover. It's the nature of the technology. I don't agree with their implication necessarily, but that is why it's different.
The explicit goal of from all the major labs of this technology is recursive self-improvement and AGI, which is like the definition of that is it can do everything that we can.
Oh, wait, so just to be clear, what's his name? Sam Altman and Dario and like I think also Zuckerberg, they've all like shifted their thing into being like designing AI tools for humans.
That's because they're unpopular.
I know. I was gonna say, yeah, I know. It's unpopular, but I don't.
No. What do you mean? They literally spent years walking into every fucking conference, going, "Jobs are going to go away. High agency activity is going to go away. People should prepare for this thing. We want governments to prepare for this thing. We want an international thing." And then finally, they're so unpopular that they need to change their comm strategy. I by the way like them. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. Yeah, but
sure,
they're
it's
training
unpopular,
comms
Go
right
ahead,
now.
go ahead.
but I can tell you the best programmers, at least that I know, are people who know how to take advantage of the AI
Yeah,
tools
true.
really well. Like people who know how to design issues, GitHub issues, so they can send out agents to go and just one shot the thing or whatever. Or people who know how to like, I guess like just I don't know, divvy up tasks and like I guess design like system prompts using what is the I can't remember what like the thing is where you can it lets you like fill in the blanks for certain prompts. It's a Python package. But like the people who know the best how to take advantage of that stuff the best are by far the most productive people.
Yeah,
So
right
like
now.
I don't know. I feel like
Yes,
I just
but
feel
this
like
is not anything. This isn't remotely related to what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
it's
You're talking
not to
about
do with
productivity and
work,
like in the ice cold capitalist, can you produce dollars for capitalist overlord sense? That's not really what we're
I
talking
mean no,
about.
not just that. Like these people aren't just like these people are also really good at programming. Like these people aren't just like some
That's
when
not
you
the
say
point.
good
We're
at
talking about the
programming, when you say
subjective
good at
aspect.
programming, you mean like insofar as they produce a profitable product. Like
no
that's
good
we're
at
talking about a
programming.
totally
No,
different
no,
thing.
no. I mean programming prior to this. Like prior to this, they're really smart people, right?
I'm not
Like
saying
they
they're
can
not
really clever
smart.
at their
That's not.
stuff.
I'm just saying it's a different type of
That's got
thing.
nothing to do
No,
with
Yeah,
not really
anything, though.
smart at
That's just
prompting.
that
They're really
people
good
who were
programmers
competent
before
at one
AI.
thing happen to transition to this happily because they're tech people. Like, no shit, a lot of the people who are most bought into the tech stuff are going to have been, competent software devs because they're the ones who are going to be experiencing it most.
I mean, not
and
just bought
using it most,
into it. I'm just saying, like
obviously.
people who before this were also really good programmers.
That has nothing.
The-
We're not talking about if they're good programmers. It's just it's a different type of problem solving. If there was one of these guys who was a really good programmer and in his free time at home he painted models, do you think the same guy that learned how to prompt AI for his fucking job or whatever is going to come home and is then just going to prompt a 3D printer to just make the models pre-painted, the thing that he did as a hobby before? Like no, it's like a totally different type of skill thing that we're talking about here, rather than like just doesn't.
There's a lot of nuances that you don't know unless you actually done the thing or know
these
it.
things don't matter.
Oh
Though.
my
These
God.
don't matter.
These are temporary.
When I was thinking about like the best way to go against what you're saying, because like your guys' argument is very valid, and I think it possibly could come true. And I don't think any of these gotchas like, oh no, it's actually really useful today, or like I think I could tell you it would cure cancer, and you guys wouldn't give a shit because your opinion of where the world is heading is materially worse for the human like experience, right? I was talking to someone in chat, and like the idea is essentially the like our core disagreement, or at least mine in terms of Freya's and Destiny's, is like I don't think the experience machine is bad, and you do. And every time we move towards a world where we take away the experience or the agency from the experience, you think it is a materially bad thing. So the way I would thinking to explain that this might be, you are probably wrong, or maybe wrong, is like when it comes to times like these when huge innovation happens, and I don't want to come off the way where it's like, oh, you can't talk about the future and you can't predict the future and you can't be right. It's more just like these sort of events are going to materialize and they are going to force you into these hard line positions. Like you are going to like think the internet's going to destroy the world, or it's going to be the best for the world, or the AI is going to destroy the human experience, or it's
Can I
going
ask
to
you
be
one question
best
on
for
this?
the world.
Just one question, okay? Because this is why I think it's a uniquely different thing. When in the past was there a new creation that allowed you to just like completely and fully form an end product? Like there have been things that have accelerated your ability to use tools or to be part of some creative process or whatever else. But when has there ever been a thing that's allowed you to do a thing and then have an end product done?
When you say
not part of another
completely,
thing?
it's kind of hard because like I could say that when we were like when we made machines that could literally go from take a core material, like I don't know, like an apple, and turn it into like a pie in a single product, right? That would be comparable to what I think is like today, where at AI you have to make all the chips, you have to do all this stuff to make this stuff to actually make it work. So you build all the infrastructure and then it just makes shit, right? It just takes your prompt or the material and then it makes shit, right? That would be a comparable thing to before, which was wildly different, where you needed hundreds of different supply chains, right? Would that not be comparable or no?
Can you create art with like a 3D printer? Would that not be comparable here?
Or no, wait, I don't even know what the that comparison was. I'm saying like when I'm at home and I want to enjoy a product and I want to push a button and have like a new product created for me that I can enjoy.
3D printer.
I mean, it's not as simple as pushing a button. Is the difference? Like, I don't like.
Hold on. I think a 3D printer is a good example. It's a 1-to-1 nearly.
Yeah, because you can make a toy.
But you have to make the model, though, don't you?
Yeah.
Or you would technically have to either make it or download it and
Like
put it in there.
Moon could make all of the Lego he made at home in a like 3D printer.
Yeah,
he
but
would
that'd be
never have
like
to
copy
buy.
and
He
pasting
never
the
have to
file.
rely on anything. He just buys the plastic, puts in the thing, and then he creates it. And that's
I mean, like that could be true, but like only if it's like also creating the designs as well or something, right?
Well, no, because he does. It doesn't have to be what you think it is. Like it could be a mound of dirt. Like he'd literally just go on Blender and just make some weird shit. You're projecting
No, but
your own
that's not.
subjective
Come on,
thing
that's not
onto
what
it,
we're
right?
talking about, though. Is like it's like 3D printer, or I'm sorry, AI does not give us mounds of nonsense. They give us things.
Well,
that
that's
are
what you're
palatable.
arguing for. That's what you're arguing for, the slop of the future, right? Where we just consume slop that like appeals to
Well,
our,
None of us have been
Hold on,
arguing
wait,
that it's
slop,
nonsense.
right?
Slop is not bad. Slop is like highly consumable. Slop is like candy bars. Slop is like
Well,
highly
sorry.
consumable.
I meant
super
like
palatable
slop, like actually slop, like let's say like noises, like in the future we're consuming noises, like that's the end.
No,
result,
I don't think
isn't
it'll be
it?
noises in the future. It'll be stuff that sounds better, like sonically, than a lot of the music we might listen to today. I imagine that's how it would go. That's why people would eventually switch to the prompting.
Do you not think that in like extrapolating your timeline that like eventually?
Yeah, but this
we're
has
going to
already
get to the
happened.
point where
We've
the
had
could just take
AI music
advantage
topping
of
the
us?
charts. Like, this has happened.
Where?
Right, but
I
that's
don't know what you mean.
you're putting this into the current circumstances. Let's say like 100 years down the line,
Yeah.
we have no idea if our current circumstances are still going to be a thing. Like for example, people could like the consensus thing could just be noises, like boop 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 boop. That could be the best thing, right? It's not even like music what we listen to. Like for
Sure,
example,
but noises generated by humans are going to be different than noises that have been chosen by machines. It's a fundamentally different type of creative process.
Oh no, I agree. I'm just saying that the end, your disagreement there with like the mound of dirt from the 3D printer was like, oh no, obviously we're not like people want to play with like Lego toys and stuff like that, but then you're talking about the fact that like AI is going to eventually make some sort of idea of what you think is slop, which is based on the current period. Like, how do we know that is what it ends up as? Like,
when I say slop, what I mean is like
Why does that
low
matter?
effort to create thing that just appeals to the baser senses of like things that sound good or feel good or look good. Like not
it
like
matters
high quality
YuniDev
art.
because he said my point about making like a mound of dirt in the 3D printer does not like it's not analogous to
No,
what he
the reason
wanted.
it's not the reason I don't think it is analogous, but the reason it's not analogous is not because the stuff that AI is producing is random. It's
Or
that you
bad.
can ask for. It's something that you want, right? Like if you're just making some random amount of dirt on Blender, that's not useful. Yeah, sure, I'm sure Mutant could do that. Mutant probably couldn't make some really cool looking minifigure on Blender without spending
grok.
ages learning this.
Yeah.
So like,
No, I hear what you're saying there.
but
Yeah,
with
that makes sense.
AI, he might be able to. He might be able to say, "All right, create me a minifigure from I don't know some character from Star Wars," and it would do
Well,
it, and it'd do a
there's
passable
band-
job.
There's a band. I listen to a song. I really like it. In the past, like you have to listen to other songs from the band or find equivalent bands or
hold on,
projects that
this
work
is-
on. Whereas today, I can just play like
No,
make
it's
me
radio.
more songs like this.
There's a lot of presupposing you're doing. Like,
Can you
Jeez.
finish up, Steve?
That was my thing.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay,
think
go ahead.
no,
thank you. Yeah. Okay. Wait. How is it supposed to know exactly like what is the best thing for your taste or whatever? Are you saying like what does it have like a neural
that's not
implant
important.
or like?
What do you
Yeah.
mean? Hold on, this is trivial now. It's just going to go by what I've listened to already. No.
Okay. I mean, I guess
You
it
keep trying to
depends on,
argue like the
what music you
mechanical
like.
aspects of AI when they're trying to talk about the subjective like experience aspects.
Yeah,
of
but
it.
you're
Like,
also
trying to gotcha them.
but you're also arguing mechanical aspects of AI that are already solved. What do you don't think Spotify knows my taste? I'm pretty sure I could ask it for a random play. I'm pretty sure it's been able to do that for like 2 years. Like,
Yes,
spit out a
yeah.
random playlist, and you generally like the songs on it.
Again, so sorry, just to be clear, like, do you not think that is the right aspect to kind of approach that? Well, you're like, like from the argument you're giving is whatever it's going to be, right? Like these, like Sherveen or whatever, like seems like everyone's arguing this on like a gotcha
It's like the
method. It's
worst
like, oh no,
Sherveen.
AI can do this, or like AI gives us this, or like today AI is like doing this. That isn't the correct way to argue against the idea that like it's going to slopify experience, right? There is a correct way to argue against it. I would say that it's more like assessing what has happened historically through human history, through many different iterations of innovation. Sure, they aren't applicable to this scenario, comparable at all in any way, like in terms of like the...
Then why would we compare them?
No, sorry, in terms of the magnitude, okay, from our experience. But from their experience back then, they were very comparable, right?
Sure,
They-
but who was
they-
wrong back then? Who was wrong back then?
Well, a lot of people. Do you
Who?
not agree that most people were wrong when they were calling like the significant like extrapolations of like each innovation?
I don't know. Were they? Which ones?
Well, at least from my understand, from what I've read on the internet, and I think there
Well,
was
the
a
internet is like the
railway-
worst example because one of the guys that gets made fun of more than anyone else, and you know this, is Krugman or whatever.
No,
when he
yeah,
said
well, yeah, that was
the internet wasn't going to make much of a difference at all, and it ends up being like literally the most life-changing fucking thing in the universe. People probably downplayed how innovative the internet was back in the day, right?
Well, I was actually going to bring the main one I was going to bring up was going to be the railroad one. When the railroads were happening, a lot of people thought that that there was going to be significant changes to just how we operate as a human society in terms of like that we were going to have railroads everywhere. Like every mode of transportation was going to be railroads. Like that sort of like extrapolation. I can't give
Okay,
like
sure,
a,
I guess they might have been wrong on that. I don't know at the time what arguments they were making. That seems kind of dumb because
And I
you
think
built
in
rail everywhere.
I think in
But
the
cars
1940s
ended up being a massively different thing,
We
right?
thought they were going to have hover cars for like what 60 years. We thought we were going to have like computers that could talk to you, like in like.
Hold on, there's a difference between people who there's a difference between like random dipshits who are like, "Oh, maybe we'll have this."
But these were
versus-
consensus opinions. These were accepted.
I don't consensus opinions of random dipshits versus like
No,
people
as
who
in,
actually
no
play
consensus
industry?
opinions of educated people making like extrapolations of the current dynamic. That like this, I feel like.
I don't know
feel
if there
like
were.
giving examples
Maybe I
isn't gonna
missed it,
change
but I don't know if there were
opinions,
super like educated people that were like, "We're gonna have hover cars," and especially people making like guesses 50 years into the future.
Okay, if you
That's a long
don't believe
time.
that, then that's a wasted. I'm not trying to insult you.
Okay,
I'm just like,
sure. I
no,
mean,
I'm
people
not
might have
trying to
been
say
wrong-
you're wrong.
listen,
I'm not trying to say
people
you're
might
wrong.
have
I'm just saying.
People might have been wrong about things in the past. I agree with that, but there have been things in the past that have been completely monumentally changing of entire industries and have actually like completely totally transformed.
Yeah,
all
a lot of the
society,
internet
right?
people,
You're saying
a
the
lot of the
worst
internet
possible
people got
outcome.
it right. Like they like in right and wrong. Like for example, a lot of the internet people thought something would happen to the world in terms of like societal aspect. Like we would talk to each other like through internet and like we would exist online, like the metaverse kind of thing. But the way they thought it was going to happen and the speed at which it was happened and like how much it was going to overtake all of our experience was dramatically overemphasized. And that was kind of my point. In what I'm trying
I
to
feel
go
like it
for.
was. Oh, sure. I mean, maybe we just disagree on the same. But I feel like it was underemphasized. I don't think anybody accurately predicted how quickly the internet would encompass every single part of our lives.
I just want to say I hear what you're saying here, Metaloid, but I think that conversations like this are important to kind of maybe like prevent going that way in the future. If nobody can have like the hard conversations or whatever about like, oh well, what if all these crazy things do happen, then you might just get there. So I think that this is
I
a
would
worthwhile
agree. But I feel
conversation,
like
sure.
I feel like the I was just trying to say that the way that the aspect from the pro AI people was coming at it, it was like it was going to like a brick wall. Like Tiny and Freya were never going to change their opinion, even if you told them it was going to cure cancer, because they don't care about that. Like they think it's good, but they don't give a shit because they think the experience harm is going to be dramatically higher because they abhor the world where we live in the experience machine, and it doesn't matter
For
what you
art.
try to tell
I
them.
don't know. To be clear,
True.
I don't. We probably agree with this. I don't necessarily disagree with like using AI and like that we should stop all AI research or whatever and shouldn't cure cancer or whatever. I just think that if AI is applied towards like the arts or culturally related things, that once you start having it take over a bunch of decisions there, it's optimizing for a non-artistic. Like medicine, as weird as it is, these are not like artsy human things. This is just like a scientific process. We're trying to create some technology that optimizes around some fucking. It could be proteins or cells or whatever else. It's a lot different than like art. It's like a different thing.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to make the idea that you like. Sorry, no, I know your take broadly, but I was trying to make the idea that like the idea that it's going to cure cancer does not beat the idea that it's going to destroy the arts. Is what I meant.
Oh, maybe.
Like,
I don't know.
What would you say
I
that?
mean-
Because that's
I think
interesting.
it
I
depends on the
have-
outcome.
I'm
It's
like
hard to
50-50
tell.
on it. I don't have a strong position on it.
So I have a question
Because
about
I was trying to think like if AI does affect the way like media entertainment the way you guys think it is, probably or worse, let's say, right? But it lifted every single person in the world to such a higher living standard, and not mean like a shit living standard, like a like experience machine, but like an actual like higher living standard. Would you say that's worth it? Like similar to how like machines and stuff like polluted the world for ages, gave people loads of diseases, but
African
we
children.
materially like raised our living standards in the West.
I feel like it's
I
really
definitely
hard because I feel like
will.
it
I
begs the
probably will that.
question. Because like I don't know, you're sort of assuming that everything's going to be fine with that.
Well, I'm just
right?
asking you. I'm just asking you. So, like, I'm not. There can be many problems with my question. I'm just trying to gauge your thing, right? That's how you
So-
come
so,
between
like-
an argument. Is you try to
so-
specify where you all disagree.
I see a huge issue in epistemic collapse, and I think AI is going to massively contribute to this, and it's already contributing to this, and I don't think we've seen the worst of it yet. And so, like,
I mean,
if it is the
Freya-
case that we're just gonna like the whole world is gonna turn into like warfare everywhere, and nobody trusts anyone, and everybody just like lives to 30 anyway because everybody's
Okay, but
dying
do you
in
realize
war.
that's
Like,
a really
maybe it's
Freya,
like
what would
maybe
you need
like
to
fixing
change
cancer
your
wasn't worth
mind?
it in that case.
Hold on, to change your mind because you're going like, oh, if the world was better, you're still uncertain. So what would you need to see? What would be a signal to you that things actually are going in a positive direction? Because you're kind of going, the best of the world would not be an indicator because I'd be worried about the worst of the world. What would you need to see
But like, in order for what?
for you to change your mind about
AI?
net of downsides?
Well, I would need to see a lot of upsides, right? And right now, I'm just not seeing it.
What would you need to like? He just asked you if we got everyone's living standards
Mhm.
to kind of a high, let's call it like the standard of the United States across the world. Let's use that. Your response was to worry about epistemic collapse.
Mhm.
So it seems like you're going, even if we solved so many of the world's issues.
Like, but if you're going to make the assumption that like everybody lives happily ever after, are you really going to prevent
That's
that?
not the
like,
point.
no,
No, that's not
obviously
the point. I'm not I'm not trying to give you. There are instances in history where we have innovations that have had massive downsides near term that have also had huge advantages long term. Like for example, oil when it was originally used was terrible. It probably added. I mean, it might kill us all through the global warming. We have no idea. It might, right? But
or nuclear
it also
weapons.
lifted.
Yeah.
It also lifted basically every single country materially in their living conditions by magnitudes more, right? That is I would say 100% that is a worthwhile give and take, right? I'm asking you, what is the give and take level? If or would you accept a level where we materially increase similar to that or more, but you take the downside on experience machine?
I mean, I think there is a trade-off there for sure. It's not like I'm super hardline on this. But I mean, it's really hard to tell as well because I am very personally colored by the way that I look at this. I get a lot of meaning out of art, and if to me personally,
you value art more than people's quality.
Yeah, and that's actually where I was kind of point.
I would give up quite a few years of my life, in order to save still having that feeling, genuinely. But I don't think everybody would, and I'm not going to project that onto everybody else because that's kind of weird. So I don't know. I don't know where people's lines go when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I'm guessing we all have a line there, right? How much do we want to make the world a horrible place to live versus longevity? Nobody wants to live forever and feel miserable forever, right? And I think nobody wants to live for just 1 second and have the most amazing experience ever. These two extremes are both bad. But I don't know. It's hard to draw the line there. I feel like.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Just because the experience machine exists doesn't mean people are gonna want to do whatever thing that you're saying is makes it more meaningful to you, creating art. Because there's gonna be other people out there that probably doesn't.
No, but that's everybody's all that's always gonna exist. Personal art and small scale art, it's gonna exist all the time. But that's not really the point.
Your point is trains exist, so people aren't going to use. Some people aren't going to use trains. They're going to still walk. It's not a good argument against it because they're arguing that these are going to consensus material impacts on everyone. Everyone is going to be impacted by them, so they're going to have to use them. And humans conform. We always conform.
But why should the people who don't value it have to participate in that? I don't get it.
Because some people think the world gets worse when we go to a world or we get to a situation where AI makes people conform in a way that they also have to be pressured into that point. So for example, Freya might want to do music in a certain way, right? But in 50 years, that music kind of creation might be no one ever does it. She's alone in that thing. She can't share it with anyone. She can't share the enjoyment of it with anyone. And all
but
those
why are
are
you
just
doing
people
it?
doing AI.
Why are you doing it if you need other people?
Because humans are human. I don't know.
Well, wait.
Why?
Do you think we should force?
Wait.
Should we force people to read? Is that fair that we force every single kid to go to school and you have to read, or should people have the option to opt out? Maybe you just don't want to ever learn how to read.
For kids, yeah, because kids don't really have free will. If you're an adult,
Should parents be able to make that choice for their kid? I don't want to make it learn how to read. I don't think we should have to learn how to read.
Generally, no. That's just because it's just better for them. I can see the argument you're trying to make. I just don't think it applies to this because it's this is a subjective thing. Art is subjective, whereas everyone.
Yeah, but
art is
stop
subjective?
diffusing the whole thing.
Wait,
some art is better for you than other, right?
What was the question? I missed it. What was the question?
Hold on. Humans objectively are built to enjoy art. That is an objective fact of our existence. I don't know what this. When you say art is subjective, programming is subjective. The hardest science you know.
Right,
To some
everyone
extent,
enjoys the same art. Not everyone enjoys the same art.
What?
Not everyone enjoys the same art.
That's it. So not everybody enjoys the same programs or
What was
likes
the
the same
question?
buildings.
No, I'm just saying for the programming stuff, that's a utilitarian type thing. It's not art where it's just as in I enjoy this art. I'm not does that
Hold
make
on.
sense?
How do you differentiate between some art? There might be some subjective taste there, but the overall enjoyment of art, that's not a subjective thing. Objectively, humans are built to enjoy art. That's a facet of our existence.
Yeah, but
Chat, what was the question?
Your mom's tits.
he was asking
No,
about
your mom's tits.
He was asking me if parents
I don't
should
like
be
that.
required
Take that
to
back on my side.
if parents should be required to send their kids to school because
If they don't want their kids to learn how to read.
If they don't want their kids to learn how, I see. Why was that question asked?
It's okay to enforce some type of cultural, we should all probably generally speak the same language. We should all probably know how to read. We should probably have a shared understanding of our history, basic understanding of science and math. These are all good things.
In trade-off to a standard quality of life for most of the human population?
Yes.
I mean, at a baseline,
I don't
but
think if you told
Is
me
that
to
the
use a
argument? Don't yes
kid,
me.
Yes. If you told me that you could create a 10% better society by forcing everybody to live in brutalist style housing, where it's just cement, where it looks like I'm building in Minecraft, and you just have 10 by 10 rooms and every single thing with a mattress on the floor, I would say, you know what? Fuck it. Some of us will starve, but we're gonna live like meaningfully better lives. Yes.
I don't think that's meaningfully better though. That's the problem. You're presupposing
Yeah, what the
it.
fuck are you talking
I
about?
know you don't, because you live on the
You're just
live on the
presupposing
mattress.
it.
You live
are
on the mattress on
presupposing
the
it.
floor. Your living
just
room
adding-
is just is a computer on a desk, and this is the height of living to you. I understand because you're a
What?
tech bro. I understand this. That's
Who are
what I
you
said at the
talking
beginning.
to?
True,
Tech bros have no
true.
appreciation.
Who are you
for
talking
art
to?
and
Who
society.
are you talking to? My
You're just
mattress is
idiots.
on a fucking bed frame. Oh,
You're
sorry.
literally just
All
saying
right,
it's
all
better because I said it's better. That's literally what you're saying.
I think we're gonna bring
Mattresses
some
on a
more
bed
people
frame.
in here. Thank you, Radiant.
Okay, I have to leave pretty soon. Plenty of it.
Wait, real quick. Real quick.
Really? You have to leave.
Coward.
Wait, real quick. If anybody in Discord is listening, please, if you can take a look at the appeal for to Radiant_Soul, please. Radiant_SOL. Please. I got
All
banned
right.
for that match recorded.
Before
Thank
we
you.
get rid of Radiant, DRT0 had a question. He says, can the pro AI people each give one decently consequential regulation on AI they would support? Radiant.
Oh, you want? Okay, I'll start. Regulation. Probably what they're doing right now with Mythos, where I guess you'd have to test frontier models before they get released. Because I think there is probably a realistic threat of these models just completely destroying every cybersecurity thing out there, just because of how good they are at it. At least according to what they're saying about Mythos.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what I
Sherveen?
can think of.
I'd start to do some sort of a tax on displacement. The good example is in New York. If you introduced Waymos, you could add a surcharge that would go to a fund that would either retrain or be an investment fund for displaced drivers.
Okay. All right. Next part of the question. Can the anti-AI people each give one realistic solution / mitigation / remedy to any of these problems that they bring up?
I mean, I do have a lot of pie in the sky stuff, labeling every single AI generated thing would be good, but that doesn't really solve the issue of composite art, where you have an art piece that's made up of smaller pieces. You can't label everything single 3D model in a video game. That one's difficult. I think for the epistemic collapse, I think on social media it would be really good to whitelist humans. I think it's going to be really hard to ban every single bot, but I think if there's an actual verification process to mark actual humans, I think that would help a little bit with the disinformation stuff.
Like the blue check mark on X, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah, I think there's also Yuval Noah Harari, I don't know how to pronounce his name. He also had this idea of never giving AI personhood, which I thought was an interesting angle. I don't know too much about legality and stuff around that.
That's already done. Don't worry.
That's actually a really good idea.
All right. Perfect. Thank you, Radiant. Thank you, YuniDev. I'm disconnecting some people out of here.
Damn.
All right. Metal Age, you're going to. I love you. It's gone. All right. We're going to bring up 8. How much longer do you have, Steve?
2 hours.
2 minutes.
2 minutes? All right.
2 minutes.
I'll bring up the only tier 5. Aiden, go ahead. Ask your question.
Is that Saw? Hello?
Hello.
Aiden. Yeah, go ahead.
Does the quality of something impact whether or not it's slop?
No.
What do you mean by
asking?
quality?
No. The answer is no. Marvel movies are probably kind of like cinema slop, but they can be super, super, super high quality. You can have very high quality slop. You can have very low quality slop.
I think
you can
that
have high
there's
quality art, low quality art.
I think fidelity is a really useful word here, because AI is generally very high fidelity, but they're quite often low quality, I would say.
Okay. Would you concede that this doesn't really align with the common intuition?
No, it does.
What do you mean?
Okay. The common intuition about slop is that it would be bad.
No.
No, but I mean, it's like
not.
junk food. It's comfort food.
Yeah.
It's the thing that you're consuming because it's the easy route to go. It's palatable. It's hyper palatability within art, and it is going to be what people prefer. That's why we have AI stuff topping charts now for music, which I think is gross. But yeah, people like it, and that is the problem. That is why I'm concerned about AI. If people didn't like it, I wouldn't be sitting here being concerned about it.
Okay. And then my second question, my last question is, where does the normative value in having a more refined taste in art come from? Where does that come from?
Normative value. I feel like it sort of lies in some kind of personal growth. Maybe I value that, and maybe not everybody does. But I feel like there's value in friction. There's value in exposing yourself to that kind of stuff and getting new perspectives. But yeah, I don't know if I answered your question.
Art is the highest form of human expression. The telos of a human, okay, is best expressed when that human has the highest form of taste, because it shows that he's refined the most human parts of himself. So high taste humans are the best people among us.
That was some slop right there.
Okay, so in that case, then, isn't this kind of similar to how Christian nationalists will sort of advocate for, like they believe in this beauty and this art, and they use that in a similar way to just describe, like, things that are just morally bad, but that we wouldn't agree with.
So do you
I don't
think
know.
art
If
is
Hitler
morally
made better
bad?
movies, if Hitler made better movies, maybe more of us would have been Nazis. My understanding is the super fascist regimes that try to commission art like that, most of the art kind of sucks shit. But
Well, they had fashion though.
I don't know where their fashion originated from, but maybe.
I'll give
Like, I
him
don't know
that.
if they
That was
had,
one
like-
thing. Yeah.
Because a lot of the pushback, I think in Germany, there was like some kind of what do they call them? Fucking bohemians? Is that what they called them? The people that were making music and shit, and these were
The
people
rowdy
that
ones. Rebels.
conservatives like viewed as being losers or whatever the fuck. So I don't know how much of the fucking whatever the fashion people, what's the name of the company that everybody
Hugo
points
Boss.
to? Yeah, Hugo Boss. I don't know how much they were informed by the degenerates of
fascist
society
regime or
before.
before,
Yeah,
yeah.
because Hitler took over
Yeah.
a lot of private companies and forced them to create shit for them. So
I know that in Italy they were heavily influenced by the futurist movement in art for the fascist ideology, so that would make sense.
well,
But I don't think
Alright.
that's like art in general. Like they might have favored a certain aesthetic for sure, but I would hope that most people have some kind of favorite aesthetic. But I don't know.
Okay, I guess my main thing is, like, if somebody just genuinely like enjoys slop, like, why is it like morally better for them to like do something else instead?
Well, because it would enrich their experience. It's like even if someone doesn't
That's
really
true.
want to work out and go to the
But isn't
gym, like
that-
it is going to make their life better if they do, even though it doesn't feel nice in the moment.
Well, how do we quantify, like, or how do we even define like enrich? Like like someone else might think something is enriching, something
This comes
someone
from
else
their
might not.
privilege.
because there's an idealized version of a human that has the time to pursue some kind of it could be virtuosity in athletics, it could be virtuosity in music, it could be whatever, and the people that can create the highest stuff in this embodies the best of what it means to be human beings. Okay?
I mean, I think it
Now, these guys
also
don't like that because they just like to look at lines of code, and by lines of code I mean prompts that they put into their
I think
things all day.
Steven just
but
started to use
that
AI
is
for
what
the
it
first
means.
time. We're getting some
That
slop
is
right
what
here.
it means. That is what it means.
That is some primo
Hey,
slop.
Matt.
I mean, how is this different from someone just being like, yeah, you should be a good Christian in life, and I'm going to advocate for all these Christian virtues, and
It's not
that's just because these are the good things.
Well, that's what they think are. I mean, those people think that that's part of the design of humans is to be the best Christian. I mean, that's their opinion on that. Sure.
But isn't a big part of liberalism like recognizing that, like, okay, not everybody wants to do the same things in life, even when it comes to personal things. So like,
People might
maybe
not
we
wanna
should be
do the
more
same thing.
pluralistic.
People might not want to do the same thing, but even Christians, for all their fucking religious bullshit, created some of the arguably some of the most beautiful art. Right, the Sistine Chapel. They've got massive organs in these huge churches that sound absolutely beautiful. Gregorian chants and monophony music or whatever. In the beginning was like the start of like all of our Romantic era, whatever bullshit music that started to be made. Like, I mean, like even religious people have engaged in the arts. Right, it's not like religious people were devoid of art. No.
I mean, of course, I wouldn't say that like they didn't do art, but I'm saying like, well, why would it be bad if one person decides that they don't really enjoy that stuff? And because I'm assuming in
Why
a
would it be
world
bad?
with-
It'd be bad because it'd be a slightly sad mark on humanity. But if all of us started making that decision, it'd be a really bad choice on humanity.
Okay. Yeah, I think we just have like a more fundamental disagreement here about like what makes things good.
Do you
but
think right now, if every single person chose to just scroll reels infinitely on their Instagram, would we be in a better artistic environment in 5 years or a worse artistic environment?
Does everyone get food every day?
Well,
Do
my-
they get to eat
well-
around the world?
Yes, they can all eat. Even the African
That's
kids
better.
can eat and scroll on their phones.
Then it's
okay.
better. Better
Okay.
world.
Okay.
Wait,
Well, it
seriously,
depends
just
on
better?
well, my answer depends on the quality of the things, because that's what I'm concerned with.
Of the food.
primarily.
Yeah, that's true. It should be good food. Healthy.
If it's, well, me when I say slop, I mean like 6-finger, like random nonsense videos. Like that's why I don't like it, because it looks like shit. But
Ooh, then you're primed for these guys. You're going to be their future customers
well,
when they're
I'm
when they make an AI slop for you that looks good.
I mean, I would jump into the experience machine immediately if it was perfect. But I think that's where the fundamental disagreement here would be.
See,
So
you don't
di-
disagree that sometimes AI slop is like funny or whatever, right? You're just saying like it can meaningfully hurt art.
It can be. I mean, low quality, low effort shit can be funny sometimes because
Funny,
it's
yeah.
funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's about all I had.
Do you
so.
think it's fine that it exists? Or do you think its existence kind of
I mean,
fucks
I think it's
over-
okay that it exists like in its form right now, where it's like a small percentage. But I mean,
Yeah.
I do think it's going to be sad. But like the problem is also we slide into this very easily because we're already at the point now where when you see something funny, you have to think like, "Fuck, is this real?" Because it does
Yeah.
kind of change the way you feel about it, right?
It does.
And that's just going to become more and more and more and more in the future. And it's like, well, fuck.
I feel like it's going to just
think
lead
that's
to a general like detachment from social media. Or actually, that's a good outcome. If people actually detach from social media, that's my positive future. But the negative one
don't
is
think
people
it
get stuck
will, yeah.
in horribleness.
I think they get stuck in watching the shitty content because it's
Yeah.
perfectly curated for them now, and then they only watch more of it, and then they get it. Yeah,
Yeah, and then just wait until they like implement like all the generative AI stuff in the like recommendation algorithms, and it's like super optimized for exactly what you want, like way more than they've done before. Then I think it's like that feels like it's just over at that
True.
point.
I agree. Okay, I need to leave. I love you guys. It's
leaving?
been fun. Thanks for
Love you,
chatting.
All
Steven.
right.
Lucas, Fred,
Sherveen, I
fun.
hope that
Yes,
the
Steven.
African kids that are going to be programming and making music now, they're going to be so happy when you start making those products. So thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I could go on for a little bit longer
let's see
on
if
my
it's
stream if
Okay, sure.
someone wants to hang out for a bit longer.
Yeah, you guys are free to chat in here. Have fun. Be careful.
All right, I'm out of
Great.
here. Ciao.
Thanks for
GGs.
moderating and joining.
Yeah, no problem. Bye.
Thank you.
Wow. Bandwagoners. Seem I'll just jump out of here.
Yeah, nobody wanted to stay and chat. Okay, all right. I really appreciate it. That you were up for doing this.
Yeah, no problem. I look forward to the hit piece you'll make on me in 2 years, along with the rest of
What?
them. I'm just kidding.
I
right,
think I would
cool.
make
Bye.
a hit piece.
Bye.
All right. Bye bye. All right.
Hello. Oh, Sherveen left.
Oh, YuniDev. Hello. How are you
Okay.
doing?
Hello. Good. That's a shame. I actually don't have much to ask you. But I was hoping to ask Sherveen something because I was kind of
I don't know. He just
curious
he
about.
left. What were you
Yeah,
gonna
that's
ask?
a shame. Well, he seemed very insistent on this idea that there's this really big gap between like good prompting, I guess, and bad prompting.
Mhm.
And I don't disagree that, especially with the early AI stuff for image generation, there was like really big differences between if you had like a whole workflow set up with introducing things like depth maps and chunking up images into certain parts, recombining stuff, this sort of mixed workflow of like AI steps and manual stuff.
Mhm.
I think there is something there that I would say I don't even think is necessarily a bad or uncreative use of AI.
Mhm.
But that's not how like 99% of people engage with AI. And largely one of the reasons that was the case before is because you kind of had to do that to get passable results,
Yeah.
you know, to get anything useful out of it. Whereas now, like, I think a perfect example is have you seen any like image inpainting as a concept with AI?
I can imagine what it is, but I don't
I think
I've seen it.
Photoshop's got some more traditional machine learning things that do similar, but effectively just I want to replace some section of the image with
But yeah, like the
AI-generated
context
stuff.
aware fill stuff, like that kind of stuff. But more
Yes,
advanced.
actually, context aware fill is like I think it quite possibly is using some kind of image model now for Photoshop. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mhm.
But that kind of stuff. But that kind of inpainting has issues where, well, it doesn't always quite match up with the existing image. And if you have an object that you want to remove, you can't just like pick, oh, I just want to remove the object, because if it has any shadows or interacting with something else, like if you have an object, like say a piece of fruit sitting on top of a cushion, it's going to push the cushion downwards. So suddenly you're going to have to like re-render the whole cushion, and it's not really a great solution.
But it seems like a lot of the recent like Google stuff that was announced, I feel like they basically just said that they had like world awareness in their new models that would be able to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing I would highlight, is that previously you had to basically mask out certain sections and regenerate using like, you know, encoding the sort of edges as already finished bits and selectively apply noise and denoising to actually get the AI to do stuff. There was something there. Now you just ask any image model, oh, hey, please replace this thing. And it does a pass on the entire image. And that's allows it to be much more competent, because it's not literally just masked to one small bit, but there's
So you
also
don't want me-
like less control.
You don't want me jumping in.
No, that's
I had
totally
some
fine.
point-
Feel free to turn. Like the whole like
'cause I-
actually planned debate is pretty much over like a long time ago, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, no, I was watching. I didn't realize it was one on one, and I mean, like a lot of things I see in life, it's a very grey area, and certainly the future is murky. I mean, because AI is affecting so many things at once, and I mean, you're also a programmer, so in mathematics, we have these differential equations, and then you can have these interactions between different variables at the same time, right? It's a bit like with climate change that if a forest experiences a drought, then it becomes a CO2 emitter and then has a feedback loop, for example, right?
Yeah, you have like
So
a
there's
like a
so
double
many-
pendulum of complexity, and it's difficult to like.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
coupled
yeah.
pendulums, exactly. Yeah. So and now imagine that with all the effects that AI is having, and we say AI in this really general sense. I mean, it's been around for ages with artificial neural networks and image analysis, which I think is what you were referring to. So there's just so much to break down here, because in the end it becomes just a general discussion about AI. So bringing it back to more just within art, and then avoiding the programming side of things, the physics side of stuff. I'm going to still man the argument a little bit, because I do genuinely think there's a possible use case here. It can be used on the side as an accompaniment to actual meaningful work. So it's not just that you just give it a prompt and then generate something, but you could use it simply even to give feedback. You're already enhancing your work by asking it, what do you think of this piece of work, for example. I personally do it of writing. I hate its writing style, but I do ask for its opinion on pieces of writing that I do, for example. So in that sense, there's this strength, and it's a real meaningful one. Also within the arts, I think that was missed in the conversation. It was like an all or nothing mentality.
Yeah. I think there's. I think I do. I don't want to say that I over-index on it, but I do value the human input on stuff quite a lot, probably more than most people. And I think that does color my opinions on this, because like I would sort of be at the point where like, yeah, you could use AI for this aspect of the full context of the thing that you're making, but I would almost rather you either do that with a human or just don't do it at all. Like I would almost prefer the version where you don't have AI like tainting the thing, because I feel like you're kind of like inserting something that is a negative in a way. But yeah, if it's purely stuff like, sorry, what?
Even if it's just giving an opinion on your work.
No, I think that one is probably more fine, but like, wouldn't it be better to ask someone and have that human connection with another person? You could find another artist and connect with them, and like that would be better in my mind. But yeah, you would probably just say that. What if that's not possible? Then it probably would be fine, because then it would just be a net good. But yeah, I don't know. Those are. It's harder in that case to me, and then it kind of boils down to like, I don't know. Like I would prefer a world where we just jump back in time and the AI thing never existed, but obviously that's never going to happen. And so
it's not just this technology though, right? I mean, there's other forms, in my opinion. I mean, even the invention of the CD, right? I mean, I used to play a lot of live music, and now I realize a lot of these places, they're just putting CDs on. They don't have bands playing in bars anymore. So you can talk about this with regards to a lot of technology, but even in that respect, it doesn't take away from the positives that also come with that technology. That's what I'm saying. It's a real shade of grey. But another thought I had was to support your point about the human and the background to a piece of art, because I like to believe this isn't important. But I was at an art gallery on Sunday, and I read every plaque, and I want to know the history behind the painting. I do have that inclination, but I also am aware that, I mean, appealing to kind of the brain in the vat paradox, that maybe that's a lie what they wrote in the plaque, and my whole experience is still going to be the same. And it's kind of a sad thought. I mean, it's the whole, we may be living in a I don't want to quote a simulation, because it would be something else, and the meaning of that word is then lost.
I mean,
but,
I feel like that goes for, and I feel like that's not even unique to art. Like, I mean, that's just a matter of like what you know about a thing changes the way that you view that thing, right? Like it could be an action done by someone and you later find out that they didn't do it for the reason that you thought. Like, I don't know, it just feels like there's an aspect of like deception and having expectations being broken. And so I don't think that's unique to art.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's what I'm saying. It's a more of a general brain and
Yeah.
Nevad issue, but I mean, an art gallery could, well, I don't know about easily get away with it, but in theory, you could get away with creating art through some kind of generation and then creating a backstory with the piece of art. And if they're really clever about it, never getting found out. And I guess it's just simply bringing up the brain of that paradox in another context. Ultimately, I wouldn't like to feel like I was being fooled. So I mean, what I'm saying is that I rationalize against your position, but in some respects, I have to be honest, I'm also pulled towards having a similar relationship with art as to yourself. So I mean, I do, but I'm also I don't agree with the point. I think it can accompany in a kind of hybrid fashion.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think I just have a very, very, very strong like I have a really, really negative gut reaction to that because I feel like it's going to encourage the bad uses. Like that's what I immediately feel. So like even in the work that I do, I could be using AI a lot more in the work that I do, and it would genuinely be productive for me. But I just don't do it because I get the
you
ick,
do digital
you
art,
know?
right?
What?
I mean, you do digital art.
Mostly, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you're already enhancing your art with quite a powerful tool.
For sure, yeah.
And I mean, look at artists with because I think Destiny's point about the fine degrees of control being lost over time. I think it's an important one. That you have this discrete lattice of points with digital art, right? I mean, this is also another interesting point, but when you limit the possibilities, it also brings out a level of creativity.
Yeah.
But ignoring that factor, right, you're still then limiting the subtleties of what you can do. And if you only had digital art, then you couldn't, it's not a case of being a choice anymore. It would be a case of that's all there is. And if only digital art was being created, this is the other aspect, and it kind of lends itself to an economics thing, to a popular, how popular something is. When that dominates what art is being created, all the tools, all the skills from the previous forms are being lost. So if something dominates, it also dominates in terms of the possibility of coming into contact with it, of it influencing you. So I think it's hard to kind of untangle the, frankly, economic side of it, the thing that becomes popularized, and also its influence on future art. It's nice to think of all these niche things, but they get lost if no one ever knew of them existing.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
and that is my concern with the slop, like taking over all of the communication channels that we have to share art with each other. Like I mean, and again, we've seen this already. There's been so many art websites that were just flooded with AI art. Like Pinterest doesn't really exist anymore. Like that was completely demolished by AI. The ArtStation started getting flooded by AI stuff. Even I mean on social media as well, a lot of artists started questioning every piece of art now, and I was like, well, is this actually really art? Or did someone make this, or is this AI slop? And that obviously, in and of itself, is kind of it's kind of the art community, the art community is like chemotherapy. We have this cancerous art thing, or AI generated stuff, and we're trying to get rid of it, but it also hurts real artists because we're all questioning this now. And it's genuinely really, I don't know, it really hurts to see all of these things happen. And just relying on a hypothetical future, which is I don't know, it just feels shit.
Well, just to steelman the argument again, I mean, not all AI influence on art is the slot part. So, but in the end, that's the end result we have. And if that dominates, then it's more negative than a positive. But the other point you made, which I don't think is necessarily to do with AI, it's to do with slop in general. You don't have to use AI to create slop, right? Was this about I think you described it as a level of friction with the art. It needs to not always be so easy to listen to, or to see, or to experience. I think it's such a true point, and I think it's why you need it in the curriculum, the arts in schools, because
you need to grow if you want to be good at something. Yeah,
but it's also not as the receiver of the art, not just as the creator, to take that moment, to have that patience. It's like listening to a classical piece of music.
Mhm.
You know, you can't just switch it on and automatically. You have to kind of get into a mode, or a complex piece of art. Even a lot of abstract art is actually quite challenging. At least I find you need to take a moment to really start to contemplate and find perspectives of how to look at it. And this patience. I mean, I'm still impressed that the full format film exists, right? Like an hour and a half piece of art.
It does feel
Still
like
exists.
it's almost on its way out. Like, I don't know, like video games have had this like huge shift towards like live games that are always online, and like I don't know, I could totally see that happening with movies as well. Of like
Yeah,
we don't
that's
really
true.
have
Well, it
the
survived
standard
this
format
long.
anymore. But
I feel like that's a different thing. But one thing that for the game stuff, there definitely is a thing of I don't know if you've seen, is it God of War 2 or something, where they were like very clearly so afraid of people dropping the game with puzzles that you don't even like get to try the puzzle before it just gives you the solution with their hint system. Like
That's awful. It's so
it just
sad,
tells
yeah.
you the answers, right? And it's so frustrating, but at the same time, like it feels like that's the same thing where it's removing all friction because they're so worried that people might drop it.
Yeah, but exactly. But this is clearly predating. I mean, AI may accelerate that, but it's been happening for so long. And I find it tragic that people don't appreciate patience. But as I say, in regards to film, I'm just impressed it's lasted this long, even if it's on its way out. I don't know if you played Crimson Desert, but they've got some really nice puzzles. It actually does require a little bit of forethought. It's a bit Zelda-esque. But they've used AI for some of the artwork in the game. But this is it's a good example of what I mean. As an overall game, it's quite unique. It's quite a beautiful artistry to its aesthetic, and it puts puzzles in there that don't take 5 seconds to solve. But they're often a little different from each other, and but it's used some AI on the side to finish the game off. So I approve of that. That's not slop. That's some. I mean, I think we all agree. It's
yeah,
not
I don't think I would say that
slop,
that's slop.
right?
I think I just see that as like a it's also wrong to call it a missed opportunity, because if it truly was required, then it wouldn't really be a missed opportunity. Yeah, I don't know. I just really don't like it.
It is
Maybe
probably
the thing is that like maybe the problem is that I am just trying to like retrofit some kind of rational reason for this, but the truth is that I am just experiencing grief because I'm losing something that I truly
have a question.
valued. I feel like that is like the core of it, but I don't know. But
Can I ask you a question?
yes.
You have interacted with me for a month over DMs and in DGG chat. You've seen me on stream.
Vaguely. I don't know if I
Vaguely.
would count it as like
Enough. Such
yeah,
that I don't want to hear anything else. You know I'm good faith. You can call me bad faith if you want as a rhetorical tactic. If you think I'm bad faith, I don't respect your intelligence, so don't say it. Why were you so rude to me in this stream?
because it was funny in the moment. I feel like you were like screaming at each other, and I just wanted to make a joke.
But I was nice to you in the beginning of the stream when you were making rambling points, and I'm pretty ticked off.
I thought you were nice as well. Yeah, but
and then you got your shots in about my course.
Yeah, but I mean, you were yelling at me, and like I don't know, like I don't think the stuff that I said was like way beyond the pale or something. Do you think it was? Or
people come after me for being an AI bro in DG chat all the time. You know that.
For you,
and to accuse my
being
incentives of being in that conversation for being an AI tech bro, and to accuse my incentives inside that conversation muddies the waters. I didn't accuse your incentives of being a tech artist. I think that actually adds to your point of view. Look, I think like your grief is real, but one of the things that I want to say out loud is like, you and I seem philosophically aligned on a lot of things. Don't find enemies in people like me. I don't mean that from a threat perspective, to be clear. I meant from like it's sad for the world. It's part of the grief that you and I can't have a more proactive conversation, because I make almost nothing from those courses. That's not how I make my money.
Yeah, like, no. I think it's mostly because like I don't know. No, I mean I did want to have a conversation about this, and it is framed as a debate, so obviously it's going to have the framing of being oppositional in like one way or another, and I think it's fine to do that. And I don't know.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean we have to like
Yeah,
ham it up way too much or whatever. I think you were. I don't think you were mean to me. If that helps.
I know.
So, but yeah,
I don't
sorry
know if
if
there's
if I went too
like,
far with mentioning the core stuff. I genuinely didn't think that I did.
I do think
so.
I do think it was a little too far. Maybe for next time. Maybe
Okay.
maybe I'll put it this way: the economic incentive muddies so much of how DGG views somebody in a conversation. So you're playing into a little bit of a meme there. Maybe you didn't intend to, but that's just.
I thought it was a bit of dry humor, to be honest.
Yeah, that was
Whether
my
it
intent,
intended that
but
or not.
Maybe,
but I mean, if
dry
you don't want
humor
me
in
to
context,
like, if you don't want me to make that attack, I'm totally fine. Like, just not doing that
Yeah.
in the future. That's totally fine.
Well, because
Because
I'll put it
it
this way:
didn't-
it muddies. No, I think maybe you guys haven't watched chat when I'm on stream. Usually, it's not a friendly experience
I didn't watch
already.
chat. No.
Yeah.
No, I think
and
I
other
started
times I'm
watching
on
chat
stream,
after
I
like
mean.
3.5 hours, but but not.
Yeah.
not
No,
from
but
the
other
stream.
times I'm on stream, right? And so like it plays into a bit of meme. Now let me ask you a question about the AI stuff.
Mhm.
You said we're talking. What's your ReasonRiffs? What do I call you? Riffs?
Reason people seem
Reason?
to call me. So yeah.
So when you're talking to Reason, you said you could use AI, and you seemed almost like you weren't actually that against it in that moment. You're like, oh, but I don't because I'm against this as a whole. But you almost were like, I could kind of see myself using it. Is like a thing I
No,
felt
I
underneath
use
that.
AI for some things.
No, that Freya said that when she was
Freya
talking.
is
All
only
right,
for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
What stops you? Like it could be the grief or like the despair, but like there was an underlying acceptance there that like otherwise didn't come through in the conversation.
Mhm.
This product already exists, right? And like it exists in the world. What stops
Yep.
you from like taking that plunge?
My ivory tower sense of integrity. I think. No,
Do you
I think
you
it's
would have to give up on the position if you used it?
It feels like that, yeah. I feel like I'm giving up on it. Like I do
I'm gonna give you a
feel
secret. I
like
don't
I
think you
do
need to.
genuinely feel shame when I use AI.
I don't think
and
you need to give up your even a little bit of even the passion of the position, because one of the things that I wish, and I said this in the chat, I meant it, more people who are thoughtful should have as much to know and say about even the nuances of the tools, because even your arguments will be better if you were more, because ultimately a lot of the things again that you and I believe that we agreed on at a base layer are not issues anymore of like the technology. We're not putting that genie back in the bottle, and I don't even care for an inevitability argument. But there is this layer of like, oh, you have people watching your stream. You have people who you have perms in Steven's channel. You can be having that conversation. I actually want more like well-equipped, not anti-AI, but like dampening the AI thing, because truly, personally, everything that I said I'm afraid of, and I only mentioned the like robot dog thing like 3 times, but I should have mentioned it like 19 times. Like we need people who are aware like deeply of the downsides to teach people, okay, if you're going to use it or if you're going to like it or whatever, here's where the actual warning signs are, because the part that's about like the art, I think is so subjective. Like you and I probably did not change many minds at all. Like in GG chat, they came in, they have already a feeling about art.
no clue.
But I think other minds can be changed on like, oh, is this capitalistic incentive a good idea? Should there be regulation around like one of the ideas that I mentioned on the chat is like Waymo could have a surcharge to help drivers. That sort of thing I think could be a huge change if more smart people were talking about this, but I think it requires a little bit being a user.
I'm just not that convinced of that in terms of like, there are other harms and stuff that I'm sure will happen in terms of stuff like job losses, especially, if or possible, well, quite possibly when at this point, there's some kind of AGI or something close enough that can automate out, very large amounts of society's jobs. There is going to be like all sorts of issues that are going to come from that, those kind of things could help with, but like, I don't think the issue that a lot of people won't have their minds changed on it, I think, is the sad part, because it feels like a lot of people don't have what I would consider as like an understanding of art and what makes art important, and that's the sad bit. And like, one thing that I feel like is like, would you agree that we should have some amount of gatekeeping in terms of like media for politics or that kind of thing, or news
in general?
Yeah.
100%, but the gatekeeping has to happen at the station of the gate, right? So like this is old like cable channels and things like that, and so like in the realm of like art or AI, the hard part is these are already like widely distributed concepts, so you can't easily gatekeep from that basis. Like for example, if I could gatekeep good use, that'd be amazing.
That's fine, but like it's the kind of thing of I think it's probably not that hard to convince people if you sat down with them that there should be some amount of gatekeeping of stuff like.
By the way, I meant bad use. I would gatekeep bad use, like simple use. Yeah, easy
like
use.
There should be some amount of gatekeeping for. I think you could convince people there should be some amount of gatekeeping for news for most people. Like if people are at the very least bad faith, knowingly lying, that shouldn't be allowed. Most people would probably agree to that at minimum.
The problem is who's in power right now, right? And so this is the same argument with AI stuff, and that's why I wanted to bring that up. So how do you solve it with that issue?
That's not really what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like what practically can be done for that. I'm talking about like more of a cultural thing of even getting people to care about this. Most people do not think there should be any kind of gatekeeping or stuff on any kind of creative media, and people don't understand any idea of like it feels a bit weird to call it taste, but like people think that if everyone could make all of their own stuff, then that's the best thing that could happen. And I think that's a sad world to be in.
I think Suno is a pretty good microcosm of this.
Yeah,
I think it's a really good example.
But Suno is actually a good demonstration as well. But because the reason is, as much as we want to say, some people should have access and some people shouldn't, right now, not enough people have access. So I think this is like a symptom of a feeling, right? So like,
wait, what do you mean by not enough of access?
Not enough people can become violinists. Like we don't have equal access to opportunity in this world, right? And so like poor people, people without resources.
That's not why Suno is
that feels like an entirely different.
Hold on. It's a feeling, right, that people have about the world, where then they want to access ways in which they can be producers too. So if I can't access production, especially, by the way, again, if I don't have the resources to access production, and it could be other things other than resources, then I'm going to seek moments in time. I'm like more likely to reach for AI generated video if I'm not a video maker at this point, because do I want to create a TikTok account? If I haven't been a filmmaker in the past and I say, I want to participate in this thing where I see people have success, where I see people have fame, where I see people have riches, then Suno, it's not the only reason, but it's one of the reasons that people reach for tools like that, because they go, I did not get to learn the violin because I didn't have, this isn't about me, but like I didn't get to learn violin because I didn't have resources. Therefore, at a moment in time when I can seemingly compete in the producer marketplace.
So do you think people should be entitled to that fidelity that was effectively stolen from everybody else? Or
I do, in the sense that like Suno's out and I think everyone should have access to Suno. Your base layer question there is there like a base layer human entitlement to that? No. But if we're at a point where that's going to be out there, then yes. So it's kind of like if everyone
spread it to everyone. Like
exactly
make it worse.
It has to be democratized if it's going to be something that is otherwise going to be centrally unequally distributed.
So you don't think that this would just
worst world?
You don't think this would just flood any communication channel anywhere, everywhere with slop? Or
I think that's fine. I truly believe that outliers will create top tier content. Now,
I think that is a very naive opinion. I feel like that you have so much more optimism and faith in humanity than I do. I think that's our big difference.
It's not that I have optimism, by the way. It's not that I have optimism, by the way. One of the things I'm saying is like, what's the alternative?
Like the big thing that I feel like people are getting from Suno, it's not just that, oh hey, I can like do something, I guess. It kind of is in a certain way, but it's not just, oh hey, the output is good. It's something that can compete with actual existing music. I feel like I made this. I had a hand in making this, and I can feel pride about it, and this is mine. And
I think they'd only feel that, though, if they think they did a good job. Like, I don't think someone's going into Suno or Midjourney and being like, Darth Vader holding a pineapple, and they're like, I'm an artist. But I do think people spend a lot of time. I see some fantastic people on Twitter.
I would say speak to
let's
more.
Let's put them to the side for a second. Let's put them aside for a second. The people that I respect who say that, there are artists on X that like truly their creations in Midjourney are impressive. And again, they're the sort of things, I don't save any art, but if I was going to save art, I would save their art. It's like stuff that is, kind of the equivalent of a painting in terms of my experience of it. Of like, wow, this is such an interesting composition, all this other stuff.
But these are two different things. I mean, because there's the experiential point, and I don't think that necessarily goes away. I mean, I'm assuming here, but I enjoy creating things in my hands. I enjoy making analog music still, and I take great pleasure. I think this is the point, Dev, you're pointing out, that about the satisfaction of truly from beginning to end. I mean, I like making my own coffee roaster from junk parts and roasting my own coffee. It's not just the arts, right? But I think the real issue is, and this is one of the worst sides of how AI can be used, is it doesn't just create slop, it optimizes slop to make it catchy. And this isn't all AI produced stuff. So what you're talking about in terms of this really fine, I mean, that's another discussion that we're also been having about if you want to be, kind of absolute about that not being art or not being good art. I mean, I disagree. I think there is some good AI art, but the slop it produces is optimized slop. And now imagine that in politics and what it's going to do in terms of the botting scene, right? In terms of dominating that slop you find on X and that brain rot that it causes. It's much more than just actually what we call art here. It's a creation also in the information space. And it optimizes that. And optimizing slop is not a good thing. I don't think any of us agree with that. And it definitely does that. And that would be somewhere it needs to be legislated in some way. It's not just an ideal. It's an emergency, frankly.
You can't
I think
really.
it's the
How
worst thing.
do you legislate it without legislating free speech?
Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, I mean, I live in Europe. We do legislate free speech.
You just do it.
Okay, but do you think that's a good idea?
I think we have to at this
and-
point. Yeah.
Exactly.
You think it's better to do that than to have slop?
We are like careening into a cliff right now as a planet. So I think like the misinformation is so bad right now.
Like misinformation. Like I'm sure you'd say there should be at least some restrictions.
I think I would have said. I think I would have said so. I
misinformation.
think I would have said so during COVID. I think now that we have powers that be in America that showed me, that we're capable of electing Donald Trump and then giving him literal control over every apparatus of American government, politics, culture, finance. I no longer am so certain it's a good idea. Actually.
I mean, it doesn't have to sit with the White House.
Completely
That's
not
just an
certain.
argument against any law that could be abused under someone who is willing to work outside.
Yes, but free speech is a very sensitive first one that causes a lot of other cascading issues.
In the nicest possible way. Like it doesn't really matter that you have the free speech in your constitution clearly because Trump is already
for another era.
Why? What do you mean? We haven't had. Wait, we haven't had many free speech violations. There's very clear issues with free speech stuff in, for example, the media in America at the moment, where if you're too with all the suing of like media networks, or when you have that's
like,
not really a free speech. He's not using our free speech laws. He's using his ability to bully companies. It's completely
that's my point. My point is, but in effect, it has a point of chilling speech. Like that's the aim. He's
not using free speech legislation. He's using his ability.
I'm not saying he is. I'm saying that you seem very worried about him using any potential.
If we had the ability for him to use legislation that way, that'd be bad, right? But we don't do that right now, right?
Without any legislation,
so you're going to give him. Wait, sorry, he's not able to use that sort of legislation right now because it doesn't exist. So he uses his ability to pressure companies through capital and social pressures. I don't want to give him or future people, J.D. Vance, Peter Thiel, whoever else is going to control the halls of power, additional tools where they're going to wield them even more forcefully against their enemies. Because again, free speech, he's lost most of his free speech cases actually when companies and law firms, etc., have decided to push back. He's lost a lot of free speech cases. I don't want that to change.
The point is that like there's clear. Trump is clearly able, and especially given the fact that like Trump is very ineffective with what he's doing, that there are far greater things he could be doing if him or any of the people in his administration were remotely intelligent about this stuff, I'm sure. If a determined actor, it does appear that a determined actor is without that much difficulty able to chill speech in America, even without any legislation.
Free speech regulation.
What does it matter how important?
Because if he tries to chill someone's free speech right now, they can sue him, or if they're in a lawsuit, they can fight back, and he's lost a lot of those cases. You seem to be
something that's feasible for most people, though.
That's not where it matters. It matters when it's ABC. It matters when it's CNN.
Yeah, that's fine, and they don't appear. I mean, they folded like immediately.
No, they folded from capital pressure. It's when they have deals. For example, when Paramount, the merger with David Ellison and Larry Ellison's company, it has to be over a financial arrangement. He holds back money. He doesn't use free speech laws. I think this difference is monumental. If I can take you to court because you said something and threaten you over a free speech law, that is completely different than me saying I won't let you get through antitrust. That's not a free speech lever.
Wait, my audio just got really weird. Hold on.
I
Can
think
you
this
say
is a trolley
something?
argument.
Yeah.
Like you sounded, I can hear you.
May I chime in? I'll wait. Don't worry.
No, it's just a quick point about the not. It's this notion of not doing something is not an action in itself. So it's careening down track, and it's going to hit 3 people. It's going to hit 5 people. Well, it's going to hit 5 people, or it could hit 3 people. Right? You would choose. I mean, it'd be sensible to choose it to take the 3 people out, which is kind of the same thing with the free speech laws. If you think about the probability or some kind of risk. That it would be the choice of changing the tracks of the train because they still exist, and I think it'd be naive to not recognize the risks of having those laws there, making it easier, even for an incompetent actor like Trump, to possibly quell meaningful and good speech, right?
What? What happened?
They got disconnected?
Wait, that was the most selective
No.
disconnection ever in that case.
I was going to say that it might be the people who don't have permits, but ReasonRiffs, I'm pretty sure, does have permits with this channel, so I'm...
Weird.
ENT's back.
I'm back.
Do you know what happened there?
No, my Discord looked like it was like completely blank screen. But did it happen to you guys as well?
No, I had an audio issue right before, but I didn't get disconnected, no.
No, my whole Discord went completely blank. I was just making the point that with any kind of free speech law...
Would it be better to see if there's somewhere else that might make sense to move this to? Because Sherveen and Pagi don't have access to this without getting dragged in.
Okay.
Sure. Would you be up for setting up the call?
I
YuniDev?
can try, sure. I'm not that good with Discord, but I can try. Hold on. That's not how that works.
Yeah, my computer is really weird. I have to like have OBS focused, otherwise it starts dropping frames for some reason. I don't know what my computer is
This might
doing.
be better done by someone else. I don't think I've ever actually made a normal call in Discord outside of a server.
Okay, I do super have to go to bed at some point though. It's getting really late, so.
Yeah.
Are you in the US or no?
No, I'm in Sweden.
Ah, okay. So we're all in Europe. Okay.
Yeah, just Sherveen.
Oh yeah, Sherveen is.
Yeah,
in the US, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Can I add? How do I add Sherveen? Sorry, hold on.
Let's see.
Oh, okay. So he's. I'm based in Germany, but
Also, thanks for the input. I appreciated it.
No, I've heard you on Destiny's channel before, and you've always got something interesting to say. And I also a motive
like once.
or maybe once or twice. Okay.
Or I had the AI convo a while back, but it seemed like Destiny and I didn't really disagree much. Yeah.
I mean, it also helps that he's a musician and understands what's being lost. Like, I really hate with MIDI instruments.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm old. Like, I've been waiting for so long for them to become good, and they're still not there.
Yeah.
Because the practicality is beautiful, but I have a MIDI keyboard because I don't have a full drum kit anymore. But I miss the timbre of the.
It's like like I mentioned, like the MIDI stuff is kind of similar in the way that it does, like you do lose the dynamicism of actually performing on an instrument, and like it's not that MIDI doesn't support it as a technology. You could do it in MIDI. It's just that it's kind of annoying and tedious. And so like
I think for a normal group call, you've got to be added as friends. So I guess either you could.
Okay, should we disconnect from this and then you're gonna call, or?
Yeah, I think we need to be friends to do a normal call instead of being in a server for some reason on Discord. So you'd have to accept the friend request I sent. But yeah,
I've got your friend request on you.
All right. See you there.
Right. Yep.
Okay. Give me a moment. We just had to reset the call. Okay, give me a moment. Oh my god, OBS is so picky today. I just have to have OBS focused. Like, why?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
All right, there we go.
So I wanted to chime in just because the like this is kind of my realm of I wouldn't say expertise, but this is like my field of study. I think it's a really interesting argument. I have had like this conversation with Yuni some months ago. I'm sorry for the lighting, but it's kind of awful. But, okay, maybe like this is better. Maybe. I just wanted to say that first of all, I think you should have this discussion more, or we should have another conversation with Destiny about it. Second of all, I think like I should like conduct like an interview to the both of you. Like, what do you define as art? How do you view art? To what? Because back then, when me and Yuni like discussed it, I think we found some middle ground. I'm kind of like Freya for the most part. Like I kind of hate art. I think it can be used like as a sort of tool, but because we Unit at a certain point was like, oh, you could use it, as a the argument that he brought was like as like the coloring tools that you use in Paint. When it becomes something very finicky, very detailed, maybe I can conceptualize it. Maybe you, Sherveen, I think you brought the argument of someone that doesn't have the capability, doesn't have the hands. That would be the perfect example, in my opinion. Although I think you're taking the general argument and you're applying it to like how people are using it nowadays. 99.9% of people are using it just to make slop, to make the cat videos that Dan watches on anything else. Like it's just slop.
That's a Dan problem.
Yeah. Okay. No, that is no. That is. I'm sorry to say, but like when you were,
you're right. You represent a lot of
Freya, I'm doing like this because Freya, on my screen, she's on this way, but Freya was giving the argument. No, you were giving the argument during
likes pointing. He's Italian.
Okay. Yeah. Good one. Yeah. Okay. Good one, Yuni. No, but what I meant to say is, you give the argument of bad food. The issue when you're doing that, because I usually give that example, Americans in particular don't like that example because it sounds very condescending. Although, which it kind of is, but because it's like you're telling people how to live their lives. That is how you come off. I'm telling you because that is how I usually come off all the time, even though I don't care what other people do usually.
But is that
but I agree.
bad though? Or like you could say that it's like in terms of like convincing people, maybe it's not the best rhetorical strategy, but
I agree completely with that. With you, like people should be the issues that people are not pushed to learn art. Maybe because in my example, like I study the history of art, and like I can spot pretty consistently like fake art on the period of time that I've got more of an expertise in. I think it was Reason you mentioned. It was Radiant that mentioned Pollock, but I think you were mentioning contemporary art exhibition that you've been. My audio was cutting out, so I couldn't hear you. But like when it comes. Because people started arguing, I think it was Radiant and Destiny. What is art? How do we judge it? What is the metric of value? I think there was some confusion there. Like it becomes like a matter of what is the standard of taste? How do we judge art, etc. I mean, there is a separate topic. It's like a subset of topics. I think there could be some middle ground. I just think you were getting tangled up in. I wouldn't say the broader topic, but I think to defend your positions, you were kind of, which I understand completely, because like, trust me, like I live in the DGG chat. That is like I'm the only guy that is interested. It's either me or the other artists that I care about this position. The other guys are like, oh, it's like Radiant that wants to argue in favor of it, but is not capable of giving an argument for it. So I think we should have like this conversation more. Funnily enough, I proposed this topic like a year ago to Destiny, and he never hit me back. So I was like, oh, maybe I'm just boring. I'm not a guest or whatever. So
I trigger him. I think that's why.
Listen. You've had one too many conversations about Israel Palestine. Okay, like 7-hour conversation. Please.
I said Hassan too much in the first 2 calls, and that broken his brain.
But I think it is also hard to delineate our own preferences and biases from reasonable, rational arguments around this. Like the friction thing really makes sense in terms of just enriching your perception of not just art, but the world around you. That's one of the positives that come from looking at art, is how it shapes the way you look at the world afterwards, right? So there is a kind of rational argument for that. But
yeah, and also like on the other end of that, like there's a reason that like solitary confinement drives people insane, and that it's so horrible. And it is precisely because you get a lack of experiences, and so like that diversity of experience. It sounds super like sappy, but like it genuinely is important for humans to have that.
Also, Sherveen, not to shit on you in any way, but you were saying like I think I think that AI tends to bottleneck the amount of results that you're getting. Destiny was using the example of the guy that paints drywalls or whatever. Sure, it ups the floor of the result that you end up having, but I would say that I wouldn't say tropes, but there is a specific style. The AI art, the counter argument that you gave was like, oh, you can give it like a specific style. But you can tell, like, for example, if you were to ask like to AI intelligence, to AI, oh, make me something in the Renaissance period in that style, like someone that knows art would be able to pick it apart like easily, because he is able to recognize how reality is declined, how they I don't know, with Renaissance art you're talking about how bodies are depicted, but even then you recognize also the styles, which is something that, for example, I think AI is never going to be able to do, because as Freya was saying at the very beginning, I'm doing like this because Freya is here, but as Freya was saying at the very beginning of the conversation, or like 2 hours in, but
your camera is mirrored, by the way, so you have to point in the opposite direction.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry.
My hair isn't as good. So.
I'm sorry. So as Freya was saying, like in the other. Like history needs to be contextualized. Like you need to be.
So wait, why do you think AI can't identify it? I actually don't know why you think that.
It's too broad. Like it doesn't give it. It creates a mashup of like characteristics. So for example,
not generate. Identify. You said identify.
Oh,
did he? I thought he said generate.
Right after he said, maybe it was a mistake. I think you also said AI went over to identify.
Generate,
I agree. Okay.
Oh, you're going for one day AI artist is going to be able to
even
do that.
Now I've used it for really things I haven't thought, and I think it gets it like, when would it be able to identify a certain type of art the same way someone who's a specialist would? Because I'll give it just like really difficult, because I'm dealing with something where like I'm looking at a product but I don't have like the number, and there's a nuance. I've even actually done it once with one of Destiny's microphones where I wanted to know the model. And at this point, they're actually pretty good at using kind of the reference of all the materials they're trained on to get at some, kind of, they also are good now at using, their agentic nature to like punch in and go, oh, this thing has a certain curve. So I think identify is one thing. Generate, I agree with you, it'll be a long time, because there's also with generation, the way that diffusion models work, it's quite difficult to get cohesion at the same time as you get steering.
There's also the unique imperfections of each piece of work. It's almost a signature of each artist and musician. And then
there's the style of the singular artist. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll try not to do that, but it's very...
No, I prefer it that way.
How normal conversation works, everybody.
No, it's a very cultural thing. I mean, I'm sorry, Freya. Like if you ever interact with like a Southern European compared to a Northern European, you'll see the striking difference. Like in the South
or more.
the southern you go, the more you're getting interrupted, and the more people are going.
Yeah, so why doesn't
pleasant,
everyone
right?
chill when I do it on stream?
Well, like
American.
Swedes are super reserved and very like
Wait, hold on.
non-confrontational.
We're like the
By the way,
polar
when you
opposite
say they're
in this
American,
case.
Destiny interrupts even me more than anybody. So the one
Yeah, but
American,
he's got streamer privileges.
I disagree. I don't think that should be a privilege we should riot against. He's our bourgeoisie, and we're the proletariat. We need to.
Also,
The issue, you have like the Pisco demeanor is the issue, and people are not very happy with him at the
that's-
moment.
I don't agree. I've seen Pisco debate with them about with Hutch about Taylor, and that was when I got offended because I didn't really know who he was before. I'd seen him because I've only recently started to watch
it's not
live.
in terms of like arguments. It's in terms of like demeanor and the way
Tone.
you go about, like tone and the way that you like go about dissecting arguments, where you really like to like focus in on one thing at a time and really break it apart.
But then
or, like,
sometimes I get accused of going too far, and he's like, "Why'd you jump
but, like,
ahead?" I'm like, "Hold on."
there's a lot of things where I think you're just not. I feel like there are a few times in that conversation where you were picking up on stuff that was not really important, which is one
Well,
thing
no.
that is like
I will
hallmark
accuse
of-
them of something, which is like I will be building a I actually one time asked AI about this because I was confused as to what Stephen was getting frustrated with me at. I was like, what? Look at this transcript and tell me like why am I stuck in this loop where he thinks I'm bad? It's when he called me bad faith the first time, which triggers me, and it actually gave me a good response. I like building models versus Destiny likes logical chains because he will get you on a specific thing before you move to the next chain. I don't mind that, but I accidentally will wind up being like, okay, I'm going to assume a bunch of things are true. Can we get to some end result and see if that's true or false and then work backwards? I actually think he is a little dumb when he does that because models of the world are more useful. Let's take AI as a good example.
I actually feel
think
like
there's
he
a
does
lot
the
of
opposite
steps.
when I've
What?
seen him. That might be more biased towards I saw a lot of research streams rather
think
than
he's-
that much old debate stream stuff.
And you
But like,
think what
I mean,
builds-
I feel like he's talked extensively and has conveyed extensively this idea that stuff is not like discrete logical chains of facts or whatever. That you have to build a model to have any understanding of.
But he won't let you move
Ultimately.
forward without like concluding a point. I don't mind giving.
Oh, maybe
this my flaw.
that's yeah. That
I, like
might
if
be more
Freya
of
and
a
I
thing
disagreed
of,
on something, I did not need to live in it, but I then would make my second claim, and they would get frustrated. And I
Yeah,
can't.
that
not
might be
build
Well,
more
it's
of a
because of
thing
getting
of,
lost in the conversation and having to come back to a point and then rekindle
Yeah.
that. So
Well, the truth
I
is
can
that-
see
but-
from both directions.
But
now,
again,
guys,
and by the way, I really mean this, right? Like I genuinely agree that two things are true in a lot of these cases. So I'm like, I don't really care. Let's get to the place where we disagree. Because one of the things about this conversation, it's actually very similar to, again, my stream with him when I'm talking about tankies. It's like the challenge in a lot of cases is I might agree with what he has in the chain, but I go, that chain is manipulatable. So like if we want a world, for example, of a big tent, the conversation was, I don't know if you guys all watch all parts of his stream, but like with Z and
all right.
all right, yeah. I thought Z was crushing them because the thing she was saying is like foundationally, from a world model perspective, yes, if I agree with you that these things can't be moved, then they can't be moved. I disagree that they can't be moved, and now you're asking me to like pre-tell you who should be the replacement for Ken Martin. And she's going like, no. I'm not saying that I have the replacement. I'm saying there might be a replacement. We should talk now about who it should be. And there's this like talking past that I think happens in those moments because ultimately, again, if we're going to change minds, I don't know if that's his goal anymore. But I think Destiny has a unique ability to change people's minds. We're often going to have to work not on fighting people how they got someplace, but on where they want to wind up. How they got someplace, like Freya's an artist, I'm not an artist. We're going to wind up in a different, we're going to have a different pathway, but do we share a goal?
It's not just that. He's also. It's not so obvious on the surface, but I find him relatively open-minded.
Oh, for sure.
A willingness to change his mind. And in this day and age where we have this crazy polarizations, not just across the political spectrum, but on the left itself, it's nice to have somebody who's willing to say, like I remember him saying about Mandani, he's like, oh well, I don't really agree with rent controls or think they will work, but I'm open-minded. I'll see what happens in New York when he implements them.
No, and that's a good example of this. I think outcome, and again, this is where I hope that he does more of this like model building first, because if you work from that, right, it's like Mamdani is actually I don't agree with any of his differentiated policies. I'm a more normal liberal. But from an outcomes perspective, I share an outcome of no Cuomo at the time that the election happened. I'm in New York. I wound up not voting for Cuomo or Mamdani in the primary, and then I voted for Mamdani. And it's kind of like, okay, from an outcomes perspective, I have a bunch of goals that are different from other people who are also voting for Mamdani. So we can't necessarily work step by step to get to the same place, because I'll wind up, in that case, voting for Cuomo. But I have a result that I want in terms of like what's going on in kind of capitalism in America, in New York, the racism that was going on at the time. And so I have a goal that's shared, and I can work backwards and go, okay, for the sake of that goal. And again, I think that's one of the great things about this general kind of DGG atmosphere around politics. You have to be extremely willing to vote blue, no matter who puts it trivially, but it's something like that. Same thing with AI.
I mean, I didn't know about. I didn't know we were going to talk about politics, but I think, I don't know, libs in America should just be more tribal, because they're not going to be able to survive. But even Destiny within its orbit, but this is a whole other. Like,
but not with each other. That's the part that gets sticky.
Yeah,
this is maybe
like,
the same
actually,
reason I'm saying, like, oh, on the AI side, I wish there were more people having the conversation on the liberal side, because when it's inside the tent, the challenge is then the other side is just more powerful right now in America.
I think the Dems are doing pretty well in this regards, and I don't even think they're aware of it.
I don't know about that. Well,
yeah,
maybe, but yeah.
No, but I mean, if you compare it, I mean,
your positions are really something that I think are particularly good, but I like in practice it kind of works out that they end up taking the right side of stuff, I think.
Well, if you compare it to the UK's Labour Party, right, and how fragmented the party's become. I mean, effectively, the Green Party is like the Corbyn wing of the Labour Party that's just gone off, right? Everyone's pointing fingers as to who caused this situation, but that's the whole problem, right? That everyone starts pointing fingers and blaming one another, but ultimately, it's especially in a system where you don't have proportional representation. It's just giving the votes to the right, whereas the Dems.
That's just UK politics, though. Like,
okay, but from that perspective, that's what I said. Like, contingent on that perspective, right?
Also, I'm gonna head off and hang out with chat for a bit, because I've been ignoring chat. And so yeah, but I'd be happy to talk another time. So
okay, would you would be willing to have more of this type of discussion with Destiny or with us, because I think I might flesh out something, or like a discussion, discussion with Destiny on the topic, and I think it would be ideal to have you both back, but also Yuni. I think Yuni is necessary. I'm sorry, because I think he's, I don't know, the right kind of figure to have in terms of level-headedness.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's just anyone. There's not a lot of people who do programming who have like any creative bone in their body. I feel like a lot of positions are just quite obvious if you've ever done any creative stuff.
Well, this is what I was trying to also emphasize. That I mean, I do a lot of programming as part of my work, and the reason I enjoy it is because it's a creative process, and so. Just focusing on art as these creative processes. I mean, Destiny was making the point about the level of agency in different activities, because I think also law is probably quite a creative process, but it's not a discrete. It's a bit of a heat paradox, right? Where does it really start and end in terms of being considered a creative process? And it's certainly programming, mathematics, model building, all this stuff is really satisfying from a creative perspective. It might not be art, but it is a creative activity, and so taking
I think I would consider that art, like programming, for sure. It's just like
but it's about the ends, right?
It's a little further out from what people usually consider art.
It's an artistic aspect to it, but I mean, in terms of the ends, there's like the program, the debugger says no, or or you can compile it.
Depends on what you're doing, I think, for programming as well, as with a lot of stuff. But yeah, like I think it depends a lot on what you're doing. I'd say Freya's area of expertise probably skews very heavily towards the more creative side of programming, with being a technical artist, or to most any game development stuff is going to skew that way.
Oh, yeah, I guess there's like
like any corporate software where it's like, oh, I'm creating basically a wrapper around a database as a microservice for like Microsoft or something. It's I'm not sure there's that much creativity in that.
Maybe that's a bit more like cobbling things
it's
together.
Like low-level problem-solving kind of creativity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like to write algorithms that, they're identifying clusters in spin systems. I mean, some of my systems are actually for modeling flocks of birds, and probably quite useful for like simulation games, which I also like to play, if I'm honest. So in the end, you have to really think about how these things function and the fundamentals and the mechanics, rather than overcomplicating the algorithm. So I mean, it sounds horrible to say it, but efficiency can be it's a form of elegance. It's a simplicity, and so all these things kind of align the types of problems that I work with, and I just find it satisfying in that creative type of way. I mean, I compose music and I compose models and code. So even though it's not quite on the computer game side of things, even that bit further away, it's still a creative process. But whether it's art or not, that's more subjective, I think, at that point.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure it's really that important.
Did any of you want to ask or add something before I head up?
I wanted to ask about what games you were writing, actually. So I know too little about you, considering your part of this community.
Writing. I've never been a writer on a game.
No, what games that you're involved in?
How far back should I go? I don't know. I started a company called Neat Corp, so we were working on a few games there. So I was early into VR. We had a game called Budget Cuts. We had a game called Garden of the Sea. So that was at my studio. So that was an indie studio. We were like 8 people or so. I don't know, freelance work on a bunch of different things. So I worked at, I don't know if you have kids, but if you have kids, maybe you know of Tokaboka, the app for kids. It's a kids game. I've done some porting of that stuff. Done some work on indie games. What was the latest one? I worked on Besiege. It's like I don't even know what to call it. It's like a sandboxy construction game. So I did a bunch of atmosphere shaders for that. So it's like bits and pieces from all over.
Like it's a city builder?
No,
no.
you build like contraptions.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen like Bad Piggies,
I know
mobile game from Angry Birds mobile game where you make little like cars out of blocks? It's like that but 3D.
Yeah, it's really detailed.
Oh, I did see that. I don't remember if I played it, but I definitely had this on my wish list.
Yeah, so they have an
I watched
expansion that's
somebody
like a
play, yeah.
space expansion. So I did like atmospheric rendering for that.
Freya, I don't want to keep you here, so may I shoot you a DM in the upcoming days
Go for it.
about the topic? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
All right, nice chatting with y'all. And yeah, talk to you later. Bye.
Have a good one.
Bye.
Okay, it is so late. Good lord. Good lord, it's late. But I did want to hang out a little bit with chat as well, because it's so hard to have a conversation and read chat at the same time. So I was just kind of not reading chat at all, like throughout this whole thing. But yeah, if any of y'all have any questions, I will stay for a little bit longer. Okay, how's my encoding overload going? Is my stream okay? Okay, looks like it should be fine, I think. You could have stopped it. It's hard to have a conversation. Yeah, and I'm just not used to having debates or conversations at all, and so it is just like very much not my comfort zone. How'd it go? I don't know. I think that's up to the viewers. I think it's hard for me to tell. I genuinely have no idea. I feel like it was hard to. I don't know. I have a hard time keeping track of arguments sometimes. That could just be like. Honestly, I just have a pretty bad short-term memory. I think honestly that's probably a huge issue. I feel like everything I have to learn it through like internalizing stuff rather than memorizing, which is not ideal. It's I don't know. I feel like I can if I'm like 3 sentences out, like a little bit too far, I've just forgotten the first thing. Okay, let me arrange some windows. There we go. You did well and were respectful. I feel like I was maybe probably too respectful sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. It's a very like combative environment, and I'm just not a very combative person. But sometimes I don't know. I don't know. I just don't want to get into shouting. I feel like shouting is kind of annoying. I mean, I guess it's entertaining, but not worth remembering. Do you think there's any hope for junior game dev nowadays? Feels like there's no space to hone problem-solving skills when AI keeps getting more competent. I think the truth is that just like we just don't know. I think that that is a big issue. I think that like problem-solving skills are going to be useful for many things in the future. I think that's going to be useful regardless. Even if the future is that everybody has to use AI, problem solving is still going to be useful there, I think. Unless we go to the like super far future where AI does everything, but then I think there's I don't know, I think it's worth it. Because at some points like nobody knows what's actually being debated. Yeah, it did feel weird. Like I guess Sherveen has a very like pinpoint appreciation for AI, where he's very focused on the like I guess the non-creative technical stuff. He seems to be fully on board with, and is okay with propagating it and advocating for it. But it seems like he mostly agrees with a lot of the like things around art, which I don't know. It made it a little bit hard to like actually identify the actual disagreements that we would have. But yeah, at least it was hard for me to track that in real time. Why did you pick Destiny for this? Destiny has probably more experience debating than anyone else on this planet. And I also follow his content, and so it would just be fun to talk to someone I've followed. And also he knows how to moderate and whatnot. Although he did join the conversation a lot more, but I'm fine with that. That's why I just didn't like, I don't know. I didn't get upset for that reason. But I do feel like I did need a moderator because I have very little experience debating, and Sherveen is a good talker, I think. And I think I would just be I would just give up too early, and I would recede too early and not fight on points I feel like I probably should have. It's really hard to. I'm like super conflict averse. I need to get upset. That's when I enter into conflict when I'm actually upset about something, and then I regret it immediately afterwards. So, the talk was at its best when there was no shouting. Yeah, it kind of muddies the whole thing. I was a little surprised that Sherveen felt so hurt by me making a joke about him using or like advertising his stuff. I didn't expect that. Especially because like I do feel like in my mind I was kind of like just trying to tone match because he did interrupt me quite a lot. And so I was like, okay, well if we're going to that level, maybe I can be a little bit have a few jabs like that as well. But it feels like that genuinely went too far for him. But I don't know. I don't think Sherveen is someone who really has that urge to create something creative to be consumed by others. He doesn't understand the massively iterative process of getting good. Potentially, yeah. I don't know enough about it, to be honest. So I can't like speak for Sherveen. But I think there's a general attitude of people who use AI for art is that they sort of think that like your initial idea for a piece of art is what's going to come out at the end, and it should be that way. But honestly, when I commission an artist, like part of it is that I commission a specific artist because I like their style. It resonates with me, and their personal biases and their art is something I like. That's something I enjoy. So I want their bias, I want their input, I want their human like talents and style to resonate through that piece of art. And I want to genuinely be surprised and feel a sense of like rejuvenation and feel hope in humanity that like, holy shit, you made this awesome thing. You're so fucking good at this. Like that's great. Holy shit, I love this. Like you never get that with AI. Like you only ever get like a slight disappointment if it's not exactly what you wanted, and then once you get exactly what you want, it's like, okay, cool, right, I got the thing that I wanted. Like I feel like there's so much humanity that's like lost there. But like obviously, I don't know. You can't always have humans in everything either. But like, I guess the bias that I have is that like I would rather have nothing, and I don't think most people have that view. I think I don't know. This is complicated. Can you please answer that? Answer what? Oh, do you think learning physics and math is important in learning game dev? To some extent. You don't need that much math. I do have a math course on speaking of shilling my courses, on my YouTube. I do have a math course for game developers if you want the essentials for game developers. You don't need that much math, generally. Unless you want to make your own engine, if you want to make your own, some tech art stuff requires some math, but generally, you mostly need like linear algebra and the basics of like interpolation, that kind of stuff. I think Moot did a good job moderating at the end. Yeah, I feel like Moot is generally pretty good at like getting to the point. He also had a really good cat. I appreciate Moot's cat. That was the most important part. I think Moot's cats won this debate. A neutral moderator with a mute button would have been cool. Maybe I wasn't really looking for like having a like super neutral moderator. Like I genuinely wanted to have a conversation about this and try to work out what their views are and what my views are. And the biggest reason I wanted a moderator is because I don't trust myself to keep track of all the points. There were several times where I lost track. And I think just having anyone that could like re-rail the conversation would be good. And I was fine with it. Like I was fine with Destiny like actually joining the conversation as well. So that's totally fine by me. It's very demoralizing to continue to do FOSS or art when I'm just feeding the machine. What keeps you creating art and open source stuff in an age that doesn't care about licenses and copyright? This is a very unsatisfying answer, I think. But I think the way that I'm sort of coping with this is just that I sort of have to have a naive optimism. Like I have to believe that it's going to get better, and even though I have no rational reason to believe that, I genuinely have to like convince myself that it's going to be better, and that it's going to be worth it. That it's going to be worth it to work the way that I do, to have all the workflows that I have right now, and that it's not going to crash and burn. And that genuinely helps me keep going. Because if I think that everything's going to crash and burn, it demotivates me. It makes me think that I like nothing matters, and ultimately that's not good. And but if I pretend that everything is fine, I get more stuff done and I create more. And ultimately, like creating stuff is what we need, you know. And it's been weird, like streaming some programming stuff. Or like I feel like last time I streamed, I got so many comments. Well, I'm getting more and more comments about people who are wondering like why, like there's so many people asking why I'm not using AI. Who are like almost surprised that I'm not using AI. And then there's people who are like inspired by the fact that I'm not using AI. Like some people were like, holy shit, a programmer that's not using AI. This is like inspiring. And like finally we can go back to the basics. And like I haven't changed. Like I've changed nothing with the way that I work. I'm just continuing to do the thing that I do. And like even in this tiny microcosm, like some people find inspiration in doing that. So maybe that's a little bit of hope, at least on my end. But yeah, I don't know. But that's not satisfying. I wish I had a rational answer. I think I have a pretty pessimistic outlook on this. I do think that humans don't optimize for their own long-term well-being, including myself. I could eat healthier. I need to go out more. I need to exercise more. I'm not good at doing those things because I'm not forced to. I'm not like forced to confront that friction, and I pick the easy path. And I think most people pick the easy path. Most people tend to do that, and I think that is the problem. I do think that if we pull creative work into the lazy, easy path, I think we're going to see so much bad stuff happening. And like maybe it'll course correct in the future, but then like when when is that going to happen? I give it like maybe 30 years. Maybe then we'll have like corrected and landed somewhere, but like societal stuff like this moves so slowly. Like it's on the scale of lifetimes. So I do not have a lot of hope. So I'm just pretending everything's fine. I'm just going to be like, you know what? I'm going to pretend everything I do is valuable and that it's going to continue to be valuable. And yeah, sometimes I happen to be right. And in the future, I don't know. Okay. Wouldn't it be much more productive having a normal discussion with someone who's a traditional programmer who switched to vibe coding like Theo? Debates like these don't get anywhere. I mean, I'd be totally up for talking to him. So if he would be up for talking about this, I'd be down. We just don't know each other, so. I think he was just messing with you. He seems like a big fan of Fall Outrage. Oh, Sherveen? I don't think so. I didn't get that impression. I think he does ham some things up. I think he starts yelling over people because he does seem to enjoy that demeanor. But I think it was genuine with the hurt that he felt about the jokes that I made. Maybe he doesn't realize how much he's interrupting others. It could be. This could be the cultural difference. In my culture, interrupting is rude. It is very rude, in general. But Americans are different, so I think it's more normalized there. So what I saw as a rudeness in him, he probably saw it as completely normal. And then when I was making a tiny like insult or a jab at him for advertising his stuff, it probably hit harder because he didn't think that he was being rude at all. Is what I'm guessing. Um, um, uh, Destiny knows Theo. Yeah, I just don't know if like Destiny connects people much. He's also awful at responding to DMs. So, um, you should call into Doom debates. He's live every Friday. Are you an AI doomer or optimist? I think that's around like, what is it? It's around like AGI Doom stuff. Is that the P Doom shenanigans? I don't know. In my mind, like if you start getting into AGI and whether or not humanity is going to survive AGI and all of that, like in my opinion, it's just like that just seems obvious to me, and I don't think there's much of a debate to be had there. So so like that's just not a very interesting discussion to me. And then like I don't know. I feel like I think humanity is perfectly capable of destroying society long before AGI. Like I think we're in the process of that right now. Genuinely. So I don't know about the AGI stuff. It just doesn't feel like that interesting of a conversation. But I would be up for talking to other people about this for sure. I've said this a few times to the point of being annoying. I've been a data scientist for 10 plus years. The value of what we're describing is challenging to talk about. What specific thing? What about someone who has made digital art for decades but also uses AI in a very unique way? I've yet to see it, so I can't judge that without an example, so I'm not sure. I will say, I do think there are a few select actual AI art things that exist in the world. And it's mostly around early AI when it was broken in a way that was very alien and non-human. I think what those broken AIs outputted was way more interesting. It was way more like fascinating to observe. It was way more like that actually did feel like its own art style because it was like it was so bizarre that like it didn't feel like any human would have that kind of weird combination of like fidelity but nonsensical. Like I think it was a unique combination. Um I think AI peaked with the like shitty like 9/11 gender reveal, like that meme, or the secret horses. I love that one. It's weird. Like I think the weirdness there that had value, but then the moment it started becoming like emulating humanity, I'm out. I'm just like no, nope, 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 nope. How far are we that an AI model could represent me in most online interaction? A real frontier model agent swarm thingy. Wait, do you mean me personally, or um? I mean, any AI model is not gonna be able to represent anyone accurately. But it's gonna be an approximation, and to many people, it's gonna be close enough. You know. So it just depends on your scrutiny. Um. Um. Hmm. Having a large language model is strong in many ways, that it's also weak. Don't know what. Wait, what? Don't know what that part in your sync is, but can describe it. Oh, like you're giving an example, right? Yeah. Um. Um. I'm talking about training AI models to do specific tasks, not to take over parts of the drawing process. I would just need to know specifically what that is. If you have an AI model that automatically saves the file for you, even if you forgot to press save, totally fine with that. That is totally fine. But like, if it's, I don't know, if it's, yeah, if it is like actually drawing part of the image for you, that's when I start getting uncomfortable. There's some borderline cases of like I don't know, you overshoot your line art slightly, and then as you do this stroke, there's an AI that can remove the like extra bit. Like, I don't care too much about that because that's not, I don't know. I think stuff like that is probably fine as long as it's not guiding your process too much. What is that gear for? Oh, this thing? So I was building this model. I was 3D printing these. So I wanted to build a demonstration of frame rates and shutter angles because you kind of get the wagon wheel effect on this, I believe. Yeah. Maybe not too much because I have like almost 360 shutter angles, so it's going to be almost fully blurred. But so I don't even know if this one is going to work. Took a lot of tinkering and designing this model in CAD, in Rhino, without using AI slop, okay? This contraption of objects. And what I wanted to do was to have a thing gear ratio all the way up so that I could make the top one spin I don't know, whatever aligns interestingly with 60 frames per second. I forget exactly. But so I needed a thing to spin really fast to get the wagon wheel effects there. I think. Well, that's what I get for not using AI. If I would have used Claude, this would function. It would be perfect. And here I am with my preaching about creative integrity, and my creative integrity just came crashing down. Oh god, I don't even know if this is the latest version I have of this. So I went through so many iterations of this. Oh yeah, this gear is not herringbone, so I don't know if this was actually the latest one. Because I had to swap out a lot of these gears with the herringbone shape because of stability. Okay, maybe. Okay, I just can't tilt it over because all the parts can fall out. It was designed to be like flat on a desk, so. But okay, not super stable. It's a little wiggly wobbly. But yeah, that's that. Okay. Oh my god, I feel like the entire chat is different now. It's hard to catch up with everything. Saw Tension Spring earlier, I think. I wanted to experiment to just see what would happen if, like, okay, is this gonna work? Okay, a little bit. I was curious, like, what would happen if I made a gear that has like a spring inside of it? This was purely out of curiosity, because I was like, is this gonna like add some drag to it? It's gonna add maybe some interesting dynamics, but of course the problem is that it sags a little bit too much. It's like you need some kind of like stabilizing force. But it was kind of fun to play with this because it does have this like spring effect to it, where you can kind of lock the middle and then rotate the outer part. Yeah, ended up not being useful, but it was fun. And it's very, very springy. Yeah. There's also a cat that's trying to eat this thing right now. Hey, Salad. Hello. Hello. Okay. Legitimate, honest question. What are the real but boring use cases for LLMs? So far, the only one I've really been able to come up with is making hilariously sloppy stuff with the 2021 era models. So for me, the like most of the use cases I've had is effectively replacing Google to find sources. It's easier to find answers that are for things that are like known in general. If I forgot a word, I can just like search it on Google. I get the AI overview. It's usually correct for like very simple things. Or for stuff like whatever you would go to Stack Overflow for before, like tiny code snippets, like I don't know, simple things like I forgot the syntax for JavaScript string splitting. Like stuff like that. It's like it's faster to get an answer on those things instead of having to click through like a bunch of websites that have like a bunch of ads and SEO slop instead. But yeah. That's my biggest use case, at least. Which is not saying a lot, I suppose. I think you and I really like the early AI models because they were chaotic, and chaos means mutations, and mutations means evolution. It was not really about chaotic. It was just like it was just very alien. It was new and it was unique. My chat is really weird. I feel like I can't like scroll in it normally. It was just a lot of people in YouTube chat. I'm not used to that. Oh, my hand smells of metal now because I've been holding this metal rod. Yeah, it is so bizarre to me. Like it is bizarre to me like just how much Stack Overflow has lost activity since AI. It's like it feels rough. It feels really rough that the LLMs have like effectively killed off the website, and there's like a handful of dedicated people staying there. It's like I worry like when that happens to Wikipedia, it's just over. That's when I'm gonna move out into the forest and just disconnect from the internet. We cannot let Wikipedia fall. At least it's not full of AI generated suggestions and answers. Yeah. Rybell's still up at 4:24 a.m. Because of humanity. See, I wanted some interaction with chat, and here we are. Hello. We're imperfect. Yeah, we're imperfect, Salad. Yeah, and that's fine. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Do you remember this cat does not exist? Those weren't realistic cats, and because of that, it was very funny. Yeah, and I do think there's some artistic value in stuff that is obviously AI slop. I don't think that's, yeah. Like there's certain things that are so stupidly sloppy AI where it's just perfectly obvious it is like the point of the thing is that it is AI slop. I'm way more fine with that type of use of AI rather than the one that is kind of like replacing true artistry. Because it feels so much less deceptive. It feels so much less like you're replacing something. Um, um, okay. Oh my god, it's so late and I'm so sleep deprived. I am not fine right now. Just got hired. Did I miss the debate? Did the humans win? I don't know. It's not about winning or losing. Hmm. Okay. All right. Is there anything I wanna? Is there anything I wanna close with? I hope this was interesting or entertaining, one way or another. Yeah. And when it comes to like talking to other people about this stuff, I have generally been pretty I'm generally pretty hands off. I don't usually talk about AI because it genuinely makes me sad. So it's not going to be something I'm going to do like every day or something like that. So yeah, and I'm also going to be busy a few days forward, or a few days ahead. So I'm going to work on my talk. And I'm not going to have an AI make my talk for me. But apparently, people at Google thought that was a worthwhile use case for AI. Like, make me a talk that's inspirational for students. Like, do that yourself. Jesus Christ! Like, what, holy shit! Like, imagine asking an AI to make yourself inspiring. It's so depressing. Oh my god. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if I have anything to plug. If you want to support the work that I do, feel free to go to my Patreon if you want to financially support the stuff. If you like human-made stuff, I'm very inefficient. That's my thing. So if you like inefficiency, then support my inefficient work on Patreon. And otherwise, just hanging out is nice too. And yeah, if you want to go to my Discord, if you want to hang out with my community, if you're interested in game development or technical art, you can join my Discord. But yeah, there's links on my YouTube profile, I think, somewhere there. So feel free to click whatever you feel like going to. Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you would want me to talk to like any other creators or whatever, usually if there's like pressure from their community, that's usually how things happen. Before you actually know each other, because we don't know each other. I don't know almost anyone on YouTube. I'm very bad at socializing. So feel free to suggest or connect. Please, anyone but Destiny. I mean, I'd be down for talking to Destiny again if he wants to. I think the first time we talked, I think we were mostly agreeing, and he didn't have that strong of an opinion. But yeah, if he would be up to talking about it, I would still be up for that. I'd love to see an Adam Neely talk though. Yeah, I would love to talk to Adam Neely. That would be really fun. Or maybe very depressing. It's usually depressing. So, my issue with Destiny is behavioral. Yeah, I think wait, Adam Neely replied? Oh, I missed that. Neat. Okay, that would be really fun. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, should it be like... I'm trying to figure out if I want to have a public conversation or a private conversation with Adam Neely. Because it's usually kind of nice to not do stuff publicly at first. But obviously I think a lot of people would want to see the conversation. Does Adam Neely join streams usually? Oh, I was gonna say, like, yeah, I think Rob said that my issue with Destiny is behavioral. Destiny usually tone matches pretty well. And I think he matches the tone of whoever he's talking to, and I think Sherveen and Destiny start yelling, and so they just start yelling. But I think, like, my first combo with Destiny wasn't yelly at all, because none of us started yelling. But it was a less spicy, and maybe people enjoy the spice, so... my issue with Destiny is ethical. There's a lot of drama around Destiny. There's also a lot of, like, misinformation around what his positions are. He has a lot of haters because he is a very, like, aggressive person. And I totally get where that's coming from. But I have followed Destiny for, like, probably 10 years, if not more. So, like, I have a lot of context that most people don't. And I totally see why most people don't like him. So, because, yeah, there's a lot of stuff. No? Yeah, I think the biggest valid criticism to me with Destiny is that he can be an asshole, and but he admits that to himself as well, and he says that a lot. So it is a very antagonistic style that he has quite often. But yeah, usually it's like tone matching, and I think both Sherveen and Destiny likes that kind of sparring. I personally don't. I don't know. I'm not the kind of person to start yelling, so it's just not my thing. Okay. That's so fun, though, that Adam Neely wants to chat. That's so nice. He didn't DM me, though. Oh, but I can DM him. Okay. Cool. Cool. That would be fun. That would be really fun. Okay. All right. Well, that's exciting. I'm gonna look forward to that. Hell yeah. Now I'm just trying to think of what I want to do with that conversation. I should just go to bed. I'm so sleep deprived. I'm so out of it. I'm like zoning out. Okay, I need to sleep. Thanks for joining, everybody. This was fun and weird because I don't know how to debate. But I hope you got something out of this. Sorry for the like lagginess throughout the stream. I think I noticed it a little too late. I hope it wasn't like 5 hours of choppiness. But I noticed it at some point, and yeah, I hope it wasn't for too long. I wonder if my local recording is fine. Because if so, I could maybe just like unlist the video and re-upload a fixed version. But yeah. Okay. Stay tuned for maybe Adam Neely if we're gonna do it publicly. Otherwise, we're probably just gonna have a private conversation. But it would be cool to do it publicly. We'll see. I'll talk to him. All right. Thanks for joining. Go check out all the links wherever you want to go. Be nice to each other. And please make art. Continue to make shit. Stuff is beautiful around us because we're all creating stuff. Keep creating, and like I think my hope is that we're gonna stay attached to humanity through sheer willpower. We're just gonna manifest it by believing that it will work, because it's worked throughout history. You know, I'm gonna keep making my stuff. I'm gonna keep working on Half Edge. I'm gonna keep making my talks and my silly animated things, because I do think that it is proven to be valuable and interesting, and fulfilling. So even though the future looks dark, I think we can all, at the very least, create a little bit of brightness wherever we can. And yeah, all right, that's it. Bye bye, everybody. I'm gonna go to bed and pet some cats. That's my plan.